The system has activated a year early, but the apocalypse hasn't arrived. Yet this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. There are still experts? Question mark? Seeing Leo-san asking this question, Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and said, "This is a secret. It is not convenient to disclose it. Then I will not be able to sleep at night." Leo-san smiled helplessly. "It's okay. I will tell you in half a year." "Ah, why?" Leo-san asked in confusion. "The time is not right yet." "Okay, brothers, I have to go to class, so I will leave first." Chen Mo left quickly after speaking. "Huh? There are still masters?" Just as he was leaving, Chen Mo suddenly sensed that in addition to these 5 people, there were actually people secretly following him. However, this time, there were only 3 people secretly following him, and they were hiding very deeply. If it weren't for his particularly sharp perception, it would be almost impossible to sense it. These 3 guys should not be members of the Yellow Robe Society anymore, so let me meet you. At this time, the 5 people of the Yellow Robe Society were still discussing on the spot. Are we really not going to follow him? It's useless to follow him. If he can find us the first time, he can find us the second time. Since he doesn't want us to follow him, let's forget it. This little brother has some abilities. He doesn't look like an ordinary student. We can't just ignore it. Even if he is really good at fighting, once those guys with ulterior motives play with firearms, they can't be easily avoided with good skills. With the means of the Han family, it should be easy to get these things. Indeed, but I heard that the Han family did not participate. The Tang family was transferred in from outside. People from outside definitely can't carry these. They probably only carry some cold weapons and hidden weapons. We still have to be careful. It's still a bit dangerous for us to leave him alone outside. But this little brother doesn't want us to follow him, and we can't hide it from him and follow him. It's still broad daylight now. The Tang family should not dare to act blatantly. Let's go back and report this matter and see what the higher-ups say. Okay, then I'll stay and follow him. Old Sun said, "We can't just leave and ignore him." Well, one person is a small target, and he may not be able to detect you again. You just follow first and contact me immediately if there is any situation. Okay. After the discussion, Old Sun immediately caught up with Chen Mo, and the others left separately. Chen Mo also clearly felt that Old Sun was following him. He already knew the smell of these 5 people. With Chen Mo's keen perception ability after the fusion of werewolf blood, he can still remember the smell of people he has contacted instantly. Knowing that it was Old Sun who followed, Chen Mo didn't pay attention to him. It is estimated that the other party is still worried, so he left one person behind. Chen Mo will not care about him for the time being. He is now paying attention to the other 3 guys. The tracking skills of these 3 guys are really superb. They are not the kind of compact tracking at all, but a triangular structure tracking method, locking the target at the center of the triangle to ensure that the target is not lost. And their tracking method is more concealed. But of course it will be so, because the secret protection force of the Yellow Robe Society is generally used to protect the president and the elders in the society, and basically there is no intention to hide from the protected person. They are trained to hide only in a position where they cannot be discovered by the enemy. They do not need to hide from their protectors. This is one of the few people they need to protect, and they need to hide secretly so that the protector does not know that someone is following them. But even so, if Chen Mo himself is not different from ordinary people, it is difficult to find that he is being followed by Leo-san and his men. After all, Leo-san and his 5 people look like ordinary passers-by at first glance, and it is difficult to arouse suspicion wherever they go. It can be seen that their daily disguise is still very good. It's just that some professionalism is still a little bit worse. Chen Mo did not think that these 3 people were definitely better than Leo-san's gang in terms of overall level, but in terms of tracking techniques alone, these 3 people were better. Soon Chen Mo locked one of them. This person was wearing a hidden headset on his ear and listening to his companion's report. He walked into the alley in the direction of number 1. I'm watching him near the entrance here. If he doesn't turn back, he should come out of the alley on no one's side. No one got it. I'm watching from here. What are you watching? Number 1 had just finished speaking when a young voice suddenly came out from behind him. At this moment, the stalker number 1 was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When he looked back and saw Chen Mo clearly, his reaction was almost the same as Leo-san's. He looked shocked and said, when did you run behind me? When you were staring at the front. Chen Mo smiled faintly. But shouldn't you have walked into the alley in front? Number 1 was confused. At this time, he could only think that number 2 had seen it wrong. Chen Mo looked at tracker number 1 with a half smile and said, tell me, why are you following me? Seeing that he was discovered, tracker number 1 did not hide it. I was ordered by the leader to come and protect your classmate Chen Mo. Leader? Chen Mo was confused for a moment, and then he thought that these 3 people were from the military. Is it the order of Elder Wei? Yes. Number 1 said in a very upright military posture. Even though Wei Changfeng was not standing in front of him, he still did not forget to salute him with a standard military salute when he mentioned Wei Changfeng. Seeing this standard posture, Chen Mo did not have too many doubts. Moreover, he heard clearly what number 1 said to the person on the intercom just now. This communication style is indeed a bit like the military. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, the old senior is too caring. In fact, I don't need protection. The 3 brothers should go back. Ah, you even found out how many of us there are. Tracker number 1 looked at Chen Mo with a shocked face, and at the same time deeply doubted his professional level. He is a talent in tracking and protection who performs very well on weekdays. This time, the leader let him out to protect Chen Mo and to practice his experience to enhance his ability in this area. He never thought that he would be discovered so easily. Not only that, but even the 2 seniors who led him were discovered together. This really surprised him. I still have a keen observation ability. If there are really bad guys targeting me, I will find out. You 3 don't have to follow me. The most important thing is that I don't like being stared at. Please go back and tell Mr. Wei and thank him for his kindness. It's okay. Just say that I insisted on doing so. I'm really not used to being followed. Please. Okay then. After all, the other party came here to execute orders. It was indeed a bit against the rules to suddenly give up halfway, but under Chen Mo's insistence, the other party could only nod and agree. After all, Mr. Wei also had a key instruction in their arrangement, that is, try to be hidden and not to interfere with the other party's life and cause trouble to the other party. Now that they have been discovered and the other party has expressed their troubles, it is naturally not easy to stay any longer. Chen Mo deliberately sent these protective forces away because he was afraid that these protective forces would be discovered by the enemy and scare them away. He really wanted to see how Tang San would deal with him and find some powerful people to practice with. Having power but nowhere to display it was still a bit itchy. Chapter 52, shocking a half step to the 10th level. It has to be said that one's own people are always more concerned than the bad guys. The outsiders Tang San cult had just entered the magic city not long ago. They were still adjusting their work and rest, adjusting their status, and looking through the intelligence prepared by Tang San, familiarizing themselves with what to do next, and then formulating an action plan based on the current situation and circumstances. They would not come to trouble Chen Mo so soon. On the other hand, the orders were given at night and the arrangements were made immediately the next day. After persuading the defense forces around him to leave, Chen Mo walked towards the school with ease. Although Leo's son was still following, he was the only one, and this time he followed relatively far, so Chen Mo did not pay much attention to him. Chen Mo had just entered the school when the system prompt immediately screamed. System prompt, warning, warning. A large-scale corpse-tide and demon and monster groups were detected ahead. Please leave quickly. It seems that the students in the school have mutated quite evenly, with corpse tides, demon groups, and monster groups. System prompt, warning, warning. A 9th order tweaking was detected ahead. Each root of the 9th order tweaking has extremely strong lethality. The area within 100 meters has been occupied by its roots. Once you step into any part of its body, you will be killed immediately. Please stay away quickly. Tweaking? Chen Mo saw a towering ancient tree in the center of the school gate at a glance. I heard that this tree has a history of hundreds of years. I didn't expect that when the end of the world came, it would actually evolve into a ninth order powerhouse. This is quite interesting. It's obviously impossible to use it to brush rewards. This thing is now a key protected plant. If you dare to destroy it, you will have to go to jail. Chen Mo just casually walked around the ancient tree and prepared to leave. But just by walking around and leaving, Chen Mo accidentally triggered the system reward. System prompt: the host is incredibly courageous. He dared to walk around the 9th level tree king with his 1st level cultivation and even shocked it, so that it dared not move at all. The host's divine power is shocking, and the host's bravery is unrivaled in the world. Ah, you can do this. Are you sick? Chen Mo rolled his eyes. It's just an ordinary tree. How could it move? As a result, because it couldn't move at all, it inexplicably became the credit of his shock. This really amused Chen Mo. He said that this system always seems to be not very smart sometimes. Already accustomed to the funny attributes of this system, Chen Mo was too lazy to complain and looked directly at the reward. System prompt: this is the first time that the host has shocked a half-step 10th level enemy without bloodshed. Hereby reward an SSS level gift package. Half step to the 10th order? Isn't it the 9th order? System, are you crazy again? System prompt: this powerful enemy is a plant type powerhouse. That is the most difficult to produce a 9th order powerhouse. The combat power of the powerhouses of this race is often stronger than the powerhouses of the same order of other races. The 9th order powerhouse of this race is comparable to the combat power of a half-step 10th order powerhouse of an ordinary race. Therefore, the rewards related to the powerhouses of this race will be evaluated based on their actual combat power level. So that's how it is. A bit interesting, but a half step to the 10th order is only SSS level. Shouldn't you give something like super SSS level? System prompt: this time the host just shocked the powerhouse, and originally could only reward an S level gift package at most, but considering that the host is a first order strength, the more realms he has shocked a half step 10th order powerhouse, and this is the first time he has achieved this achievement, so it has been upgraded to an SSS level gift package. Well, according to your meaning, I have to thank you. Chen Mo smiled helplessly, but after thinking about it, he only got an SSS level gift bag when he killed the 9th level mutant rat king for the first time, and later he only triggered an S level gift bag when he tamed Xiao Huang. It stands to reason that taming must be difficult to kill, so it can be seen that the reward for killing this 9th level regular should be around S level gift bags. It is understandable that he can only get an SSS level gift bag if he just shocked the half-step 10th level instead of killing it. After receiving the reward, Chen Mo glanced at the big tree in front of him, thinking that he would just keep it for now, and it would not be too late to kill it when the end of the world is coming. Maybe it will become more and more powerful as he keeps it. After all, a half-step 10th level strongman is not so easy to kill. At present, the system is wrong. The timeline of the world it perceives is the world half a year after the end of the world. When the timeline of Chen Mo's current world really reaches the node where the end of the world begins, the timeline corresponding to the system should become the timeline equivalent to 1 year after the end of the world. In such a short period of time, as long as the 9th level strongmen do not fight each other, they can basically run rampant in their respective areas. There is no need to worry about the half-step 10th level, and they may even be stronger. After getting an SSS level gift package for free, Chen Mo's mood became better. He slowly entered the campus and soon came to the classroom. At this time, there were already many students in the classroom. System prompt: warning, warning, the room in front is detected to be crowded with a large number of monsters. Please do not approach. Please do not approach. You praise me for my extraordinary bravery and divine power all day long, but when there is a little danger, you still remind me to retreat frantically. This system is really not very smart. Although Chen Mo was complaining, he liked this kind of unintelligent system. If the system is intelligent, then Chen Mo will have to pay more attention to whether this thing has any purpose, and whether it will pit him in the future. This kind of stupid system will not do it at a glance. Chen Mo ignored the system's warning and walked straight into the classroom. Chen Mo's elective course was finance, mainly thinking that, if he could understand the knowledge in this area, he would be able to make more money in the future. But now he no longer has this need, so coming to class is just a byproduct. He just came to see if there are any suitable targets to contact. As Chen Mo walked into the classroom, he immediately scanned the level loggers on the heads of all the students in the classroom. Half of the students in the classroom were dead bodies, half turned into monsters, and only 1 or 2 were psychics. The levels of the students who turned into monsters were not very high. Seeing this, Chen Mo suddenly lost interest. Originally, he came to class to find a target to talk to, so as to take the opportunity to get closer. At present, there is no suitable target, so Chen Mo naturally lost interest. But just as he was about to leave, Mr. Yu, who taught finance, walked in. Chen Mo saw the logo on Mr. Yu's head at a glance. 9th level evolver. What the hell? Evolvers? System, please come out and explain. What type of group is this? Chen Mo has seen hundreds of people in the past 3 days, if not 1,000. This is the first time he has seen the evolver logo. Chapter 53 The Evolver. System prompt. Evolvers are a type that only a very few special physique units can become. This type of unit will not be invaded and mutated by biochemical viruses, nor will it be invaded and mutated by external demonic energy. It can absorb all external alienated energy as energy to temper its own physical strength. Evolvers have normal intelligence that is completely the same as ordinary humans, but have a higher upper limit than ordinary humans, and have the possibility of infinitely improving their own physical strength and breaking through evolution. There are still such people. This very few seems to be really very few. I have seen so many people in the past 3 days, and I have only seen her. According to what you said, there is no bottleneck for evolvers, and they can break through at will? System prompt. This is not the case. The improvement and breakthrough of evolvers requires a great deal of external power. They need to have sufficient external power supply, and they also need to self-adjust and absorb to stimulate their own physical strength to complete the evolution. There is a big risk when this type of group evolves. If the operation is not done properly, they may explode and die. But if the cultivation is extremely smooth, they will be able to improve their realm quickly. I see. Chen Mo also understood what type of unit the so-called evolvers are. He immediately asked curiously, System, can you test whether I have the physique of an evolver? System prompt. After testing, the host is not an evolver at present, but the host has the ability to fuse multiple bloodlines rewarded by the system, so it is possible to obtain a physique similar to that of an evolver in the future. If I obtain the physique of an evolver, will it affect my rank as a mutant? System prompt. A simple evolver cannot become a mutant because their body actively rejects mutations, but if the host obtains the physique of an evolver through bloodline fusion, it will not be affected. Just as the system explained when the host first fused bloodlines, the bloodline fused by the host will not change the host's own racial characteristics, but will only add the corresponding bloodline ability, so it will not have any negative impact on the host. That's good. Then I can look forward to the benefits of bloodline fusion in the future. After asking the system about the evolvers, Chen Mo, who had stood up, sat back immediately. This is the first time I have seen an evolver, and it turns out that he is at the 9th level. There is naturally no reason not to get close to him. Teacher Yu is familiar with Chen Mo. After all, before Chen Mo awakened his superpowers, he was admitted to the Magic City University by his own efforts. He was also a top student with excellent character and academic performance. He was also eager to acquire knowledge, so he would ask the teacher about some things he didn't understand. After all, there are many things he doesn't understand in finance. Even the teachers of famous schools only know some theories. There are not many people who can really teach him what profound experience they have. But Teacher Yu is different. Teacher Yu has a lot of experience in the financial industry. So when Chen Mo asked her for advice, he also learned a lot. After a while, the two of them became very familiar with each other. So it is not difficult to get closer to Teacher Yu. But how to raise her favorability to more than 90 is not easy. You can't increase the admiration, right? After all, it is a teacher-student relationship. But for the opposite sex, improving this is obviously easier than simply raising the friendship value to more than 90 points. Thinking of this question, Chen Mo immediately asked the system, is the teacher-student relationship considered as a relationship of becoming relatives and friends with people who are not related by blood within 3 generations described in the main survival task 2? System prompt: if it is a regular or master-apprentice relationship, such as the master and apprentice, this kind of teacher-father relationship is okay, but if it is a relationship between a school teacher and a student, it is probably difficult to determine that it is a teacher-father relationship. When you regard the other party as a parent, if the other party is also willing to regard you as flesh and blood, then the relationship required by the task conditions can be established. Chen Mo glanced at Teacher Yu on the stage. Teacher Yu is young and promising. She entered the society early and was able to serve as a teacher in a famous school, but it does not mean that she is old. She is only 35 years old at this time. From her appearance, she looks more like a girl in her 20s. Her face is full of collagen, pink and tender, and you can't tell her age at all. She hasn't even had a boyfriend until now, let alone a child. Chen Mo is 20 years old. It's not easy for her to suddenly recognize such a big son. Chen Mo smiled bitterly and said, it's probably very difficult for the master-disciple relationship to reach a favorability of more than 90 points. Why not try to become close friends? After all, there is such a saying that teachers are also friends. Chen Mo thought so, but he still felt that it was not easy. Although he had some emotional foundation with Teacher Yu, and they were very familiar with each other, it was difficult to raise her favorability to 90 points. If it doesn't work, he can only give up this goal. While Chen Mo was thinking about the task, Yu was teaching everyone on the stage with a smile. Soon she noticed that Chen Mo was absent-minded. While she was teaching, she walked to Chen Mo's side, patted his shoulder gently, and reminded him to shift his attention back without making a sound. This is Yu's usual gentleness. She doesn't like to remind a classmate, which will cause all the classmates to look at that classmate and put pressure on that classmate, so she basically reminds without making a sound. Chen Mo also understood it immediately. He smiled apologetically and began to listen to the class seriously. Since he had the ability to perfectly replicate, Chen Mo found that any information he heard or saw could be perfectly and easily memorized. In the past, although he could remember some of the content of the class in class, he had to take notes for a lot of things. But now, he doesn't need to do that at all. Even if he was daydreaming and thinking about other things just now, as long as his ears heard what the teacher said, he would still perfectly replicate and memorize it. So he can completely daydream while listening to the class and remember all the content of the class. This skill is simply the kingly ability that any student dreams of. With this ability, even if you lie down and sleep in class, you can easily remember all the content of the class. If you fall asleep during a class, you will remember the details that others who listen carefully may not remember. Don't you think this is so annoying? As the class ended quickly, Yu immediately walked to Chen Mo's side and smiled gently. Student Chen Mo, you are usually very serious in class. Why are you absent-minded in class today? Chen Mo smiled and said, I was thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Have you had any troubles in your relationship recently? You can share it with the teacher. The teacher loves to listen to these gossips. Yu smiled. After all, Chen Mo doesn't look like a person who will encounter any troubles, so the only thing Yu can think of is the troubles that boys of this age are most likely to encounter. Chen Mo was about to say no, but then he thought that he could chat with Yu more about this topic, so he didn't say it, but said, let's talk slowly, when you are free. It's just right to ask the teacher about his emotional affairs at that time, and it can be regarded as a casual chat. Okay, the teacher is usually free in the evening, and you are welcome to consult with him at any time. Yu smiled and turned away. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly wanted to acquire the ability to read minds. It would be very convenient to communicate with others in this way. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quickly improve the relationship between the two without knowing what the other person likes to talk about and what words are likely to offend. And being able to easily know what the other person is thinking can easily overcome the other person's defenses and improve favorability. Speaking of mind reading, Chen Mo immediately remembered that he had just received an SSS level gift package that he had not opened. He immediately asked the system, can I use the SSS level gift package plus a special reward draw opportunity to exchange for a mind reading ability? Chapter 54 The Secret Art of Mind Reading. System prompt. You can exchange SSS level skill mind reading secret art. After learning this skill, you will have the ability to read the voices of other units, but please note that the more targets you read at the same time and the stronger the target's spirit, the more mental power you need to consume when performing the mind reading secret art. When performing this skill, your mental power will continue to be consumed. The exchange price of the SSS level skill mind reading secret art is an SSS level gift package plus a special reward extraction opportunity. It is detected that the host's skill slot has reached the upper limit. Please purchase an additional skill slot first, otherwise you will need to replace the existing skills. After exchanging the skills, I can really exchange for mind reading, then exchange it. Looking at his survival points of more than 100,000 at this time, Chen Mo directly chose to consume 100,000 survival points to exchange for a skill slot. System prompt. Points deduction successful. Your skill slot has become 5/6. I want to exchange for mind reading secret art. System prompt. Exchange successful. You lost an SSS level gift package, and you lost a special reward extraction opportunity. You have obtained the SSS level skill mind reading secret art. Please check it out. Mind reading secret art. After activating this skill, it will be in a continuous open state. You can freely choose the range or number of mind readings. According to your mind reading range, number of mind readings and the target of mind reading, your mental power consumption speed will also be different. If you only read the mind of one unit, and the mental strength of the unit is not higher than yours, you will be able to continuously read the other party's voice without consuming mental power. Oh, only read one person, and can read continuously without loss? This is so useful. It seems that there is something to be rated at SSS level. Chen Mo closed the skill interface in front of him with satisfaction, waiting for UCIU to come back to the next class, to read what she usually thinks. Soon the class time came. UCIU returned to the classroom and started class. However, UCIU, who entered the class state, had no distraction at all. She was still quite focused on the lecture, and at the same time, she was also concerned about which students were not listening seriously. Although everyone present was college students, she was still more responsible as a teacher. What Chen Mo read from her mind were basically some complaints from someone who didn't listen carefully. There was nothing else. But Chen Mo began to eavesdrop on the thoughts of other students around him. He also wanted to test the mental consumption of expanding his reading range to read a large number of targets. As Chen Mo expanded from reading the thoughts of UCIU alone to 2 people, his mental power began to decrease at a rate of 1 point every 10 seconds. As the number of people continued to increase, the mental power loss increased, but it was basically deducted every 10 seconds. Chen Mo also tested that, if the skill was turned off within 10 seconds of reading the mind, the mental power would still be deducted at the moment the skill was turned off. After the experiment, Chen Mo basically understood the mental power deduction when using the secret technique of mind reading. It's a pity that there is no unit with higher mental power than him, otherwise he can test how much mental power it takes to read a unit with higher mental power. Chen Mo was absent-minded and eavesdropping on other people's bored thoughts while perfectly memorizing all the knowledge points taught by the teacher. There were 4 classes in the morning, all of which were taught by UCIU. After listening to the 4 classes, Chen Mo had memorized a lot of knowledge points. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Chen Mo didn't need to stay in school any longer. After staying for such a long time in the morning, he had successfully completed the first daily task. After all, the school was also an area where Chen Mo had lived before. Staying here for 30 minutes was enough to complete the task. Chen Mo had stayed there for the whole morning and had already completed it many times. Not only that, Chen Mo wandered around in the next classrooms during the break and successfully completed the task of searching for monster nests in the defense warning of the second daily task. Each of these classrooms was equivalent to a monster nest, which was too easy to find. Just a casual walk around, and you can find a lot of them. With both daily tasks completed in excess, Chen Mo naturally received the daily double reward easily. He received 4,000 survival points and 4 daily gift packs. After opening all the 4 daily gift packs, it turned out that they were all living supplies, which were useless to Chen Mo, so he just threw them into the system warehouse and didn't bother to take care of them. There are no classes in the afternoon. The remaining daily tasks are 30 minutes of strength training and finding a pound of fruits or vegetables to take home. These 2 daily tasks are to buy 2 pounds of fruits when you go home, and then do strength training for an hour when you go home. There is no rush to do it. After leaving the campus, Chen Mo thought of Du Renyuan. He took out the business card that Du Zheng had given him before from his trouser pocket and called the number on it. At this time, the Du family, Du Zheng and his younger sister Du Zixi, were taking good care of their father. At present, several brothers and sisters, one is developing in the imperial capital, one is developing abroad, and another is also in the magic city. But the affairs of the King Gang are complicated. Once Du Renyuan falls, someone must be watching all the time. Although the abilities of the 3 children are not bad, they are still much worse than when their father was there. After all, the uncles and aunts below also have their own thoughts. The Yellow Robe Society can be twisted into a rope, and that is because Zhou holds some deadly handles on them, and Zhou herself has means, and can do this with both kindness and force. Only then can such a strategy be implemented. But the King Gang is different. They are not like this. When Du Renyuan was in power, he constantly took some centralized measures, which had long caused dissatisfaction among some people, but they were intimidated by Du Renyuan's power, and could not get angry. But now, Du Renyuan has inexplicably retreated behind the scenes for a long time. Many people have rumored that he is sick, but even so, he has never come forward to clarify, so the possibility that he is sick is very high. But Du Renyuan had played this kind of trick once before, which seemed to be suddenly unable to do it. At that time, he deceived several anxious senior officials. As a result, when they jumped out to make trouble, Du Renyuan suddenly appeared strongly and easily suppressed them. So now Du Renyuan is really sick, but people don't dare to believe it casually. False and true, true and false, before it is completely confirmed. No one dares to act rashly, but their private actions are obviously not less. After all, if Du Renyuan is really unable to do it, they should make plans early. Because of these reasons, Du Zheng, Du Zixi and Du Ziteng encountered considerable resistance when they took over their father's duties. These people kept creating obstacles for the 3 of them in order to force out Du Renyuan behind the scenes as much as possible and find out the truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. It's over. Just when Du Zheng was feeding Du Renyuan some brown sugar water to replenish his energy, his cell phone suddenly rang. He handed the bowl to Du Zixi next to him and said, "I'll take a call." Du Zixi took the bowl, carefully scooped up a spoonful, and handed it to Du Renyuan's mouth. Looking at the filial children in front of him, Du Renyuan was in a complicated mood for a while. None of these children were raised in vain. They are all promising and filial. Although there are still 2 outside, they were specially sent out by him. It is not easy for them to come back for a while, otherwise the business outside may be affected, so he strictly forbade them to come back. It's not that they are unfilial. It's a good thing for children to be filial, but the more so, the more sad Du Renyuan felt in his heart. Even if his adopted children were filial, it would be difficult to help him recover. When he drank a mouthful of brown sugar water with a complicated mood, Du Zheng had already taken out his cell phone. This phone was originally unfamiliar to him, but the moment he saw the number, he suddenly felt familiar. He immediately remembered, isn't this the number of Dr. Chen that his men investigated yesterday? Although Du Zheng was very tactful and only left his business card to Chen Mo and did not ask for Chen Mo's phone number. In fact, with their means, it was not too easy to get Chen Mo's number. After Chen Mo's incident broke out yesterday, his subordinates wanted to show their performance and quickly collected all the relevant information about Chen Mo in advance. When Du Zheng came back, he basically knew the information about Chen Mo's first half of his life. Naturally, his phone number was also included. However, Do Zeheng did not have the idea of asking Chen Mo to call him before, so he just glanced at Chen Mo's number casually. Now that he suddenly saw this number light up on his mobile phone screen, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, and also remembered why this number was so familiar. He immediately said excitedly, "Dad, Dr. Chen called." After saying that, he immediately answered the phone. Du Renian, who was originally in a depressed mood, was instantly refreshed, and his eyes were excited as he cast his eyes on Du Zeheng's mobile phone. Du Zeheng turned on the hands-free function sensibly. "Hello." Du Zeheng did not call out Chen Mo's name directly, because he was afraid that Chen Mo would mistakenly think that he deliberately checked his number. "Hello, this is Chen Mo. You said yesterday that your father needed to see a doctor. I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I'm free. Do you want to pick me up, or do you give me an address and I'll go there myself? Where are you? We will definitely pick you up. How can I let you come by yourself?" Du Zeheng said excitedly. Du Renian and Du Zixi on the side also had joy in their eyes. "I didn't expect this divine Dr. Chen to be so easy to talk to. I just asked him yesterday, and he immediately replied today. Well, I'll wait for you at the gate of Magic City University." "Okay, I'll come right away. Thank you so much." "Don't say that yet. The patient hasn't been seen yet, and it's hard to say whether he can be cured." No, it's already a great favor for you to agree to come and see. I'll come to pick you up now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo felt that Du Zeheng was quite grateful and polite. Every word he said was a respectful title for himself, and he thanked him before he even saw the person. "Father, your illness is definitely going to be cured now. I heard that after Dr. Chen visited Old Man Wei, all his injuries were cured." Now everyone is amazed at the incredible medical skills of Dr. Chen. Normal doctors can cure a disease, but they can't restore a person's spirit so quickly. But Dr. Chen's treatment is very different. "Let's not talk about it for now. I will go and bring him back immediately," Du Zeheng said excitedly, and then he was ready to run out of the door quickly. In fact, he could just ask his men to pick up Chen Mo, but in order to show his sincerity, he naturally decided to go in person. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Du Zixi. "Brother, I'll go. I heard that Dr. Chen is about the same age as me, and we are also alumni, so it's easy to talk on the way." Hearing this, Du Zeheng glanced at Du Zixi. Du Zixi was indeed a very beautiful girl, just as Zhao said. She has a delicate face, exquisite features, clear and bright eyes, and her long eyelashes under her thin eyebrows are like a small fan, trembling slightly, adding a bit of cuteness and agility to her beauty. Her skin is white and flawless, as smooth and delicate as porcelain, making people want to touch it. Her figure is also very good, with a slender figure and a slender waist. She is wearing a tight white dress and shows her graceful figure. Her long hair is as soft as silk, and she has a colorful earring hanging on her ear, which makes her look quite spiritual. With Du Zixi's beauty, it is not a bad thing to get in touch with Chen Mo. If the Du family can have such a virtuous son-in-law, it will be a blessing for the Du family. Du Zeheng saw yesterday that there was still some politeness between Chen Mo and Liu Qinlan, which shows that they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so they still have a chance. "Okay, Xiaoxi, you know what Dr. Chen looks like, right?" "How could I not know? Yesterday's incident was so sensational, I think it's hard not to know," Du Zixi said with a bright smile. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. You must be polite to others, and don't offend him." "Brother, are you still worried about me doing things?" "I know my limits," Du Zixi said to Du Renian. "Dad, I'll go first." "Well, be careful on the road," Du Renian reminded him, but he couldn't suppress his excitement in his heart. Finally, good news. He once wanted to give up in the pain of chemotherapy, but Du Zeheng, Du Zixi and others cried and persuaded their father not to give up, and they were still thinking of ways. Seeing that his adopted children were so filial and reluctant to let go, Du Renian didn't have the heart to leave them directly. Unexpectedly, his long-term persistence finally ushered in the reward. God sent him a miracle doctor to save him. "Zeheng, you have worked hard these days." Du Renian grabbed his adopted son's hand and said with emotion. After he fell, these adopted daughters and daughters didn't want to take over the gang's affairs, but they had no choice but to join in. Originally, when Duranian adopted them, he didn't have the idea of having them take over. He had never had any children, but he suddenly wanted to do a good deed and experience the feeling of being a father, so he adopted the 5 brothers and sisters. In the future, whatever ideas and goals the children have, they will be left to them. He never thought that the children would grow up to be very good, but in the end, they were forced to come back and take over the mess because of his incompetent father. Now these days are finally coming to an end. Chapter 56 Strange Behavior. Sometime later, at the gate of Magic City University, Chen Mo was quietly waiting for Duzahan to come, and suddenly he smelled a familiar smell. He turned his head immediately. He saw Mu Xiao in pink walking towards him. Xiao, do you have classes this morning? Chen Mo greeted with a smile. Yes, I have a law class in the morning. Mu Xiao asked with a smile. What are you doing standing at the school gate? Aren't you going to eat? I have an appointment with someone, and there should be food there. Chen Mo smiled. Oh. Hearing that Chen Mo had a place to eat, Mu Xiao's face flashed with disappointment. Then I'll leave first. As he spoke, Chen Mo saw that Mu Xiao was carrying the bag from last time. This made Chen Mo curious. Last time, this bag contained some old girl's clothes. He didn't know why Mu Xiao was carrying these. He immediately activated his perspective glasses and looked at Mu Xiao's backpack. He saw that Mu Xiao still had those things in her bag. Not only that, she even brought daily items such as toothbrushes, cups and towels in her backpack. This made Chen Mo a little confused. He immediately activated his mind reading and looked at Mu Xiao and said, Xiao, is it convenient for me to ask you a question? Hearing that Chen Mo took the initiative to talk to her, Mu Xiao was still very happy. She smiled and said, what's the question? That Chen Mo was thinking about the wording, afraid of asking the wrong question, but after thinking about it, he could only ask directly, I saw some daily clothes in your bag last time. You brought this bag again this time. Is there any reason that you want to carry these things with you all the time? Chen Mo felt that something was wrong. As Chen Mo asked this, the joy that had just appeared on Mu Xiao's face immediately dimmed, and she didn't know how to start for a while. But Chen Mo had already known the general situation through mind reading. What should I do? How should I tell Chen Mo? Mingyao and her family are powerful. If Chen Mo knew that they usually bullied me, he is so kind-hearted. If he cares about me as much as before, will he go to Mingyao and her to argue? If so, won't Chen Mo be implicated? After all, he is a child from an ordinary family like me. How can he fight against these famous families? Forget it. Don't tell him about this. Don't let him be implicated by me. Mu Xiao struggled with her thoughts. It seemed that there were a lot of things, but her thoughts were sorted out almost instantly. She immediately squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. I just like to carry things with me. Then you didn't see you like this when you were at work before. Chen Mo said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Mu Xiao's words choked. After pausing for a few seconds, she said, my boss doesn't allow me to bring these things to work. Seeing that Mu Xiao couldn't say it, Chen Mo didn't ask again, but since he knew about this matter, it was naturally impossible for him to sit idly by. Are you still living on campus? Or rent a house outside the campus? There is a very good landlord where I live now. If the house is rented to college students, the fee is very cheap. Do you want to go and have a look? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao smiled bitterly and shook her head and said, I don't have money to rent a house outside. My mother used to support my family to make money, but recently my mother collapsed from exhaustion. The family has no source of income. I have to pay for my mother's medical treatment. I have to send part of the money I earn from working back home. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo remembered that he had heard Mu Xiao say this when they were chatting about their families at work. Her father had an accident and fell to his death in a project because of a problem with the protective device provided by the engineering party. However, the engineering party was powerful and dragged on for a long time without giving the due compensation. The poor people didn't have any good way to deal with them. In the end, they could only take the 30,000 yuan hush money they gave. If they didn't take the 30,000 yuan, They might not even give the 30,000 yuan. Muzia's mother had no other choice. There was a daughter and a son in the family, who were both in school. The most important labor force had died accidentally, the funeral had to be held, and the children's lives had to be solved. They simply did not have the time and energy to sue such a large organization. She had no choice but to accept 30,000 yuan to settle the matter. But this 30,000 yuan could not support it for long, and Muzia's mother had to carry the banner of supporting the family alone. As a result, she was so tired that she fell down directly. Now, the money that Muziu and her brother earned from working and studying together was not enough to treat their mother, not to mention renting a house outside the school. Every meal they have now is solved by the work meals, provided by the workplace. The rich have wine and meat, but there are frozen bones on the road. Chen Mo thought of the sky-high price meal worth 100,000 yuan that he and Liu Qinlan had the day before yesterday. The difference in life between people is sometimes really a world of difference. It would be fine if he didn't know the situation at Muziu's home. Now that he knew, Chen Mo was naturally prepared to take care of it. Not to mention that Muziu is a 9th level demon. Chen Mo needs to find her to brush rewards. Even if Muziu is just an ordinary identity, Chen Mo will not sit idly by, based on the friendship they already have. Facing strangers, Chen Mo can sometimes be indifferent, but facing familiar people, he is still more caring. Otherwise, Muziu would not think that he is a warm-hearted person. When she thinks of Chen Mo, "I'll help you with the rent. The main thing is whether you want to move out." Muziu naturally thought about it, but she didn't want to add burden to Chen Mo. After all, in her impression, Chen Mo is also a part-time worker, and he doesn't have much money. How can I take advantage of him? So she immediately shook her head and said, "No, I live quite well in the school dormitory." She said this, but when she mentioned the school dormitory, she couldn't help but recall the scene of being bullied by Chu Mingyao and others in the school dormitory. If it was just a physical attack, she could actually bear it. At most, it would hurt for a few days. But Chu Mingyao's gang seemed to have found her weakness. Knowing that physical attacks would not have the effect of bullying her, they began to destroy her property. Muziu, who was originally penniless, would never replace anything unless it was completely unusable. But Chu Mingyao and her gang destroyed her things every other day, and even cut up her clothes, just to disgust her. Seeing her miserable appearance of crying over these damaged things, they felt more comfortable and refreshed than meeting Muziu directly. Muziu had always been unable to understand one thing in her heart, why they lived so much happier than herself, but still tortured herself who had such an unfortunate life. With her simple values, she could not figure out the reason, no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 57 Old on Miyagi. This section is the key reason for the heroine's unreasonable behavior and her transformation into a 9th level demon. It is very important for the plot logic and character creation. It cannot be deleted casually. Please review and do not delete it again, okay? Please. Recalling the days in the dormitory, Muziu's heart was filled with endless painful memories. So much so that Chen Mo, who read her mind, also deeply empathized. The gang broke Muziu's toothbrush, tooth cup, towel and the like, and Muziu could still bear the pain. But they even cut and destroyed the clothes that Muziu's mother had worked hard to make for her. At that moment, Muziu was really heartbroken and fought with the gang like crazy. That was the first time Chu Mingyao and others saw the crazy Muziu, and they were all scared. After that time, these people finally dared not to damage her things in front of her again. But behind her back, as long as she left the dormitory and gave them a chance, they would still destroy her crazily. Because there were so many people in the dormitory, Muziu couldn't just grab someone and accuse her of vandalism without evidence. So when she came back to start the work and her things were destroyed, she couldn't find the culprit. In the end, she had no choice but to carry all her daily necessities with her. Whenever she went out, she would take all her daily necessities with her. In this way, the gang was prevented from continuing to vandalize. But even so, it still didn't stop the gang's bullying. You can take all your clothes and daily necessities away. Can you take your bed and quilt away? If not, then they have plenty of ways. Just yesterday, when Musayu returned to the dormitory, she found that her bed was full of water, so wet that she couldn't sleep at all. As long as they don't behave like human beings, they have countless ways to deal with Musayu. So Musayu's spirit today actually looked a little sleepless. Just reading her mind made Chen Mo very angry about the behavior of those people. When he thought of Musayu's personal experience of bullying and humiliation by those people, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel pity for her. Such a good girl, even if her life was unfortunate, she was still full of sunshine and treated people so kindly. Why did such a person have to be ruthlessly bullied by these psychopaths? The more Chen Mo thought about it, the angrier he got. He finally understood why Musayu, who was so kind and honest, would become a 9th level demon with a lot of negative energy. Xiaoyu, I have something to do this afternoon. I'll find you when I come back. Don't worry about renting a house. I'll take care of it. Chen Mo was still talking to Musayu when two girls suddenly came over. Hey, Xiaoyu, have you got a boyfriend? Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, the two girls immediately flashed a trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. I thought that Musayu's boyfriend would not be very good, but he turned out to be a boy with a great figure and a handsome appearance. Moreover, this boy exudes a unique temperament, which makes him very attractive. When she heard that her roommates misunderstood her relationship with Chen Mo, Musayu was afraid that Chen Mo would be angry, so she shook her head and said, "We are just ordinary friends." "Oh, so we are just ordinary friends. Then you don't mind us getting close to your ordinary friends." After saying that, one of the girls immediately turned her head and looked at Chen Mo and said, "Handsome boy, have you eaten? Let's have lunch together." They didn't really feel impatient when they saw the handsome guy, but they deliberately didn't want Musayu to make friends with such a high quality boy. They couldn't tolerate this happening. Seeing the attitude of the two people, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Musayu and said, "Are these two your roommates?" Seeing that Chen Mo ignored the two of them and focused on communicating with Musayu, the two of them obviously flashed a hint of unhappiness on their faces. But they couldn't get angry with Chen Mo. After all, they still have to seduce Chen Mo to achieve the purpose of making Musayu angry. With their perspective as girls, they can still see in an instant that Musayu is very interested in the boy in front of them. If they can lure this boy away, it will definitely cause great harm to Musayu. In this way, they will feel very happy. When Chen Mo asked about the identities of the two, Musayu had no expression on her face, but just nodded lightly. After learning this, Chen Mo understood and said, "Who of you is Chu Mingayao? Mingayao? Why are you looking for Mingayao? Neither of us is her. She was picked up by Kang Shao early at noon. The two of them should have gone to some luxurious restaurant for a big meal." "Really? Who is this Kang Shao?" Chen Mo asked with a faint smile. "Why are you asking these questions, handsome guy? You haven't said whether you want to have dinner with us. If you go to dinner with us, then we will slowly talk to you about these gossips." One of the two girls with a slimmer figure interrupted. Although she interrupted at the last minute, Chen Mo already knew who Kang Shao was through the secret technique of mind reading. He also roughly knew the background of Chu Mingayao. Both Chu Mingayao and Kang Shao's families are pretty good, and they can be ranked in the top 20 among the top 100 forces in the Magic City. If the two join forces, they are also extremely powerful. They really want to bully ordinary people, and after bullying you, you can't do anything about them. Knowing this, Chen Mo has already remembered these two people in his heart. "Sorry, I have an appointment at noon, so I won't go. You guys go." After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Musayu on the side and said, "I will contact you after I finish my work in the afternoon, and then I will rent a house for you outside." "Really, no need." Musayu quickly refused. "It must be. If you refuse again, I will be angry." After Chen Mo said this, Musayu didn't dare to refuse again. She couldn't bear to make Chen Mo angry. "Hey, Xiaoyu, is she hooking up with a rich second generation? Handsome, what's your family background? We are not trying to discourage you. Sometimes it's a blessing to marry some women, but it's unlucky to marry some women. You need to keep your eyes open." The girl next to him said sarcastically, "You really need to keep your eyes open. It's the same with making friends." Some friends are a blessing, but some friends are unlucky. You two need to go back and wipe your eyes carefully. Chen Mo is also an old yin yang master. I'm trying to advise you kindly, but you don't know what's good for you. Handsome, let me tell you, this woman has offended someone who shouldn't be offended. If you get close to her, you will only hurt yourself. One of the girls said angrily. Really? Then I'll tell you, this person you said who shouldn't be offended has also offended someone she shouldn't have offended. If you continue to get close to her, you will only hurt yourselves. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. After being scolded by him, the two girls next to him were about to bring up Chu Mingyao and Kang Xiao's background to scare Chen Mo, but they saw a beautiful girl with extraordinary temperament walking slowly towards them. They all knew this person. The person who came was Du Renyuan's jewel in the crown, Du Zixi, who was also a student of Magic City University. Chu Mingyao had shown them photos before, mainly because she was afraid that they were used to being arrogant and accidentally offended someone they shouldn't offend. Chapter 58 Infinite Battlesuit 2-in-1. As Du Zixi approached, the aura of keep away from strangers directly caused Mu Xiao and her two roommates to subconsciously step away. Are you classmate Chen Mo? I didn't expect that we are alumni. Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo and smiled. Chen Mo nodded and asked in confusion, who are you? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. It's our first meeting. My name is Du Zixi. My brother is Du Zihang. I'm here to pick you up on his behalf. Du Zixi showed a bright smile and stretched out her slender white palm to Chen Mo. Chen Mo stretched out his hand and shook the other's hand. He felt that Du Zixi's palm was soft and boneless. It was the first time he touched such a tender girl's hand. I don't know how the other party maintains it. Does she soak milk every day? Chen Mo couldn't help but think wildly in his heart. It turns out to be Miss Du. Nice to meet you. Let's go. What about these three classmates? Du Zixi looked at Mu Xiao and the other two on the side. Chen Mo smiled and said, they were planning to invite me to dinner, but I thought the Du family should have already paid for my meal, so I refused. Upon hearing this, Du Zixi smiled and said, of course, my car is over there. As Du Zixi turned and left, Chen Mo looked at Mu Xiao and said, I'll come back to see you in the evening and take you to see the house. Now I have a job to ask you for. Go to Mingyuan community, room number is 444, that's my house. I'm going to be out for a long time today, and there's a puppy at home with no one to take care of it, so can you help me take care of the puppy after lunch? I will pay you according to the hourly wage standard for our usual part-time jobs. As he said that, Chen Mo handed a key to Mu Xiao. This made Mu Xiao a little surprised. She actually got the key to Chen Mo's house, and she could even go to his house. For a moment, Mu Xiao's face flushed, her heartbeat accelerated, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, it was the home of the boy she liked, and she was really curious about what the layout style of Chen Mo's home was like. She immediately took the key and smiled sweetly, saying, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. It's no problem for me to look after your puppy. It's not a job, so you don't have to pay me. How can that be? Don't I know you? You will definitely go to work as a temporary worker in the afternoon. If I ask you to look after my puppy, it will be a waste of your time. You still have to pay me, Chen Mo said with a smile. After that, he didn't give Mu Xiao a chance to speak again. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the two people beside Mu Xiao and said, you two should have participated in it before. I will just assume that you didn't dare to offend Chu Mingyao and were forced to leave. But since you have already left, if you don't apologize for your sins, you still have to settle accounts. You can figure out what to do specifically, otherwise, don't say that you didn't give you a chance when you settle accounts in the future. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving the two people with frightened faces. If Du Zixi hadn't come, Chen Mo said such words, even if the two girls took it seriously, they would first investigate Chen Mo's identity. See whether his status is higher or Chu Mingyao's status is higher, and then make a decision. But after seeing Du Zixi's respectful attitude towards Chen Mo just now, they were completely scared. What kind of status does this person have to make Du Renyuan's jewel in the palm, the King Gang Princess Du Zixi, be so respectful and humble to him? They simply couldn't imagine it. For a moment, they didn't dare to offend Chen Mo, and immediately turned to Mu Xiao and said, "Xiao, we were not sensible before, but you also know that Ming Xiao did that, and we have no way to disobey her, otherwise we will suffer. Please forgive us. A good tea restaurant has recently opened near the school. It just so happens that you didn't eat lunch at noon, so why don't you go there to eat together? We will treat you." These two people suddenly said this with a flattering look, which made Mu Xiao a little at a loss for a while. These two people knew Du Zixi, but Mu Xiao didn't know her, and she didn't know the interests at all. So she didn't understand for a while why these two people suddenly changed their attitude towards her 180 degrees. She was afraid of a trap, so she said immediately, "No, I have a temporary job to do at noon, and lunch will be provided there." "No, Xiao, you say that because you don't want to accept our apology. We really know we were wrong for our previous behavior, so please give us a chance to forgive us." Yes, Xiao, please." But Mu Xiao was still afraid, and finally refused, leaving the two of them standing there in a daze, at a loss. What can we do? If she doesn't forgive us, the handsome guy just now will probably really stand up for her. Even Du Zixi looked at him respectfully. "I'm afraid there are not many young people like him in this demon city. What else can we do? Chase after her and admit our mistakes? Didn't Xiao say that she had some work at noon? Can't we help her do it together? If we help her finish it early, she can also take care of the handsome guy's puppy earlier. As long as we help her do things seriously, she will always see our sincerity. Otherwise, what else can we do? When this handsome guy starts to settle accounts, who of us can escape? It can only be like this." Seeing the two people running after Mu Xiao, Chen Mo has already learned what they are thinking. Although the two people have repented from their active mockery and wanting to embarrass Mu Xiao just now, Chen Mo has determined that they are not good characters. Even if Chu Mingxiao is not here, they are used to doing evil things and want to bully the weak. Chen Mo said that he would give them a chance just to see what kind of behavior they would have. In fact, none of them can run away. However, if they really repent and behave well, then the punishment can be reduced. After confirming that Mu Xiao was fine, Chen Mo got into the red Panamera driven by Du Zixi. "I'm sorry, Dr. Chen. I didn't call you that because I saw that there were classmates around me. I was mainly afraid of causing you unnecessary trouble." After getting in the car, Du Zixi said with an apologetic smile. Chen Mo was a little surprised by Du Zixi's attentiveness. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm more used to you calling me by my name. The title of doctor always sounds old-fashioned. Okay, then I'll call you Chen Mo, and you can just call me Zixi." While speaking, Chen Mo glanced at the level mark on Du Zixi's head. "Oh, a 5th level weirdo?" It seems that Du Zixi is also a good person to make friends with. Chen Mo still attaches great importance to the second main task. Compared with the same-sex targets, he thinks that the opposite-sex targets are easier to increase to more than 90 points of favorability. So he pays more attention to the 5th level and above targets among women. It would be great if there was a target that was easier to approach. Right now, Du Zixi, a 5th order weirdo, was a good target in Chen Mo's opinion. If he could cure her father, he should be able to get closer to her. After a few words of acquaintance, Du Zixi started the car and drove away from Magic City University. As the car just left the gate of Magic City University, the system prompt in Chen Mo's ear immediately followed. System prompt: "Congratulations to the host for successfully escaping from the terrifying place full of monster nests." And when the host went deep into the terrifying place, he also had close contact with the 9th order tree king and multiple monster nests, and he was able to successfully escape from this place without any injury. The host is truly a man of both wisdom and courage, and hereby rewards the host with 10,000 survival points and an S-level gift package. Oh, not bad. I actually got 10,000 survival points and an S-level gift pack. It seems that I still need to go to more crowded places to get more awards. When Chen Mo came out of the park for the first time, he got 5,000 points and an A-level gift pack. This time, the danger level of the Magic City University campus is obviously much higher than the previous park and the system's evaluation. The rewards given are naturally very good. It is directly comparable to the rewards for dealing with a 9th level enemy. Through the logic of the system's reward release, Chen Mo also sorted out the general idea. In an environment surrounded by a large number of monsters, the rewards he can get are actually better than those facing a single top level strongman. Just at close contact with a large number of monster nests and 9th level tree kings, the rewards obtained are comparable to the rewards Chen Mo received for taming the 9th level alien beast Xiao Huang. This reward is too easy to get. However, Chen Mo thought about the logic of the system's reward release for a while, and he could understand why just by safely walking around in an area with a large number of monsters, he could get a reward comparable to defeating a high-level strongman. The main reason is that his original rank was low enough. With such a low rank, even the lower rank 5 and 6 can easily kill him, let alone defeating the 9th rank. So let alone defeating the 9th rank, even if he only defeats the 5th and 6th rank at this stage, the difficulty is no different from defeating the 9th rank, because both are impossible to complete. So in the system's evaluation, it is a miracle to see that Chen Mo can return safely after close contact with a large number of monsters near their nests. It is the same miracle as defeating a 9th rank strongman. So the rewards will be released in a similar way. If Chen Mo's rank continues to rise, the benefits of non-killing rewards will definitely continue to shrink. This is another good reward for free, so Chen Mo naturally started to open the big gift package immediately. Anyway, others can't see it. He pretended to play with his mobile phone and directly clicked on the S-level gift package in the semi-transparent floating window of the system in front of him. System prompt: the gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level item Infinite Battle Suit. Seeing the black latex combat suit in the translucent floating window in front of him, Chen Mo immediately knew where this thing came from. Isn't this the enhanced suit that appeared in a comic called Infinite City, where a person enters a small room after death, accepts a black ball mission, and kills aliens? Chen Mo immediately checked the description of the combat suit. If this combat suit is really that enhanced suit, it is indeed quite good, but Chen Mo remembered that the protective strength of this thing is still relatively limited, and it should not be rated as S level. After all, the previous all-purpose protective shield was only A level, and could block the power of a nuclear bomb. Infinite combat suit, it is specially improved, based on the enhanced suit, produced by a certain alien technology. The function of the combat suit is greatly improved compared to the original version. It can not only greatly reduce the attack damage suffered by the host, but also provide the host with extremely strong combat power. When the amplification function of the combat suit is activated, the host can burst out with stronger power. It has really been improved by the system. I said that according to the original strength, it should not be able to reach this level. However, Chen Mo took a look at the black tight rubber suit and said helplessly, can't the system turn this combat suit into an everyday outfit? It's weird to wear it out like this. System prompt: although it is the end of the world, the host still cares so much about his daily image. It can be seen that the host also has a good survival mentality in the end of the world. It is worthy of praise. Hereby reward the host with 1000 survival points. Your sister. Hearing the outrageous reward reason of the system, Chen Mo was directly speechless. Don't talk about the reward, answer my question first. He resisted the urge to complain about the system and communicated consciously. System prompt: the host can buy the appearance change ball. Using this object, you will be able to change your appearance at will. No matter what your original appearance is, others will only see the appearance of the appearance change ball. Of course, the host can also ignore his own state and transform into any target and image by obtaining the shape change ability. Or the host can obtain the disguise skill and dress up at will. The host can also obtain the ability to change appearance by acquiring the chameleon bloodline. There are so many methods. Chen Mo glanced at the 4 methods. Except for the first method, the other 3 methods are a bit extravagant. Not to mention the shaper shifting. This is a superpower that requires a source core to carry. Chen Mo only has 3 source cores in total. Even if there is a 4th one, it is impossible to be willing to use it for this superpower. This option is obviously not within Chen Mo's consideration. The same is true for the disguise skill. This skill is flashy and occupies a skill column position. The position of the skill column is already tight. Now an expansion skill column has been opened. The price of the second expansion skill column is as high as 200,000 survival points. Who is willing to use it for Ivar's skill? As for the third skill, it is even more rare. Bloodline is a thing. Until now, Chen Mo has only been given the opportunity to draw it when the system specifies the first time the attribute meets the standard. Only then can he draw a bloodline. Later, he never saw the word bloodline at all. The designated exchange of this thing is expensive and rubbish, and it can only be obtained by opening a gift package. There are so many things to open in the gift pack. How can you be so lucky to get the bloodline? So Chen Mo directly ignored this chameleon bloodline. In the end, there seemed to be 4 options, and only the first one was feasible in front of Chen Mo. Fortunately, this thing is sold directly in the system store, and there is no need to rely on special reward draw opportunities to actively redeem it. Chapter 59, The Cultivated Corpse King. 2-in-1. Chen Mo glanced at the prices in the mall. This fancy stuff is quite cheap, only 100 survival points, no pressure to exchange. But before exchanging, he still asked the system, by the way, can your shape-changing ball be detected by various inspection instruments on Earth? System prompt. Please rest assured, the operating principle of the shape-changing ball is similar to the shadow step skill you master, and it cannot be detected by technology, but if the opponent has insight type abilities, they can see through the disguise of your shape-changing ball. I see, then I can exchange it with confidence. After changing this thing, can I go out in any shape, even if I don't wear clothes? System prompt. Absolutely. Why do you feel a little excited? Chen Mo felt that it was enough for the system to say yes, and whether this sentence was particularly affirmative. After confirming that the effect of the shape-changing ball would not be detected by technology, Chen Mo directly exchanged one. System, can I put on your combat suit with one click? System prompt. Yes, the host can put it on and take it off with one click, but the premise is that the host is not wearing any other clothes. That's really convenient. Then I can really go out naked on weekdays. I only need to put on the combat suit with one click, and I don't need to wear anything else. Chen Mo decided to wear a combat suit when he goes out from today and use the appearance change ball to change it. While Chen Mo was tinkering with the reward, Duzixi was chatting with him casually. During the chat, Duzixi found that, although Chen Mo was famous, he was not arrogant at all. He was as relaxed as ordinary boys of the same age when chatting. This made Duzixi's original aura of Chen Mo relax a little. After all, Chen Mo's ability is here. She is afraid that she will offend or neglect Chen Mo if she says or does something wrong. But after seeing that Chen Mo is so easy to get along with, her mood is also relaxed. It is also more relaxed and pleasant to chat. During the chat, Chen Mo learned that Duzixi was the same age as him and was a sophomore at Magic City University, but she was studying management. Chen Mo also understood her major. After all, the King Gang was so big, it was still very useful to learn some management. Although Duzixi had no idea of inheriting the family business, considering that there might be something at home that needed his help in the future, studying this line was also a preparation in advance. Duzixi was quite surprised to learn that Chen Mo was studying in the Department of Finance. She thought that a genius doctor like Chen Mo should be more interested in medicine or go towards scientific research. She never thought that he actually wanted to join the financial industry. Duzixi said in surprise, I think with your medical skills, you should not have to worry about income in the future. Why do you want to do finance? It's not difficult to make money by treating people, but it's not necessarily easy to become the richest man. If you understand finance and figure out the tricks, you may become the richest man in the world in the future. Chen Mo joked. The end of the world will come in half a year. It's useless to learn anything now. Why do you care about learning anything? I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can come to us. We will definitely help you if we can. Definitely. The two had just chatted a little more familiarly when the car drove to the Du family. The residential area of my Du family is in front. This area is all yours? Chen Mo looked at the community in surprise. There were at least a dozen luxury villas. Well, we have booked this area. The houses here are all ours. My father lives in the villa in the center. The houses of our 5 children are around him. The houses on the periphery are used to entertain guests. It's worthy of the Du family. They are really generous. They have prepared so many villas just to entertain guests. Excuse me, please come this way. After parking the car, Du Zixi immediately stepped forward to lead the way for Chen Mo. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Mo immediately noticed that there were many security forces patrolling back and forth in the entire Du family's sphere of influence. But this is only what can be seen on the surface. There are still many security forces hidden in the dark. Feeling the Du family's double defense, one bright and one dark, Chen Mo couldn't help but admire the defense minds of these big men. In this way, even if they can avoid the defense forces in the open, it is not easy for the invading enemies to avoid the defense forces in the dark, unless they all have such a keen perception like Chen Mo. Without paying attention to the Du family's defense formation, Chen Mo followed Du Zixi and walked straight to the villa in the middle that occupied a large area. The appearance of this villa is luxurious and majestic, and you can tell at a glance that it is extraordinary. The walls of the villa are made of precious stones, which are carefully carved and smooth like a mirror. The roof is paved with glazed tiles, which sparkle charmingly in the sun. 2 huge white marble statues stand on both sides of the gate, majestic and noble. The eaves above the porch are raised high, like a rock flapping its wings to fly, symbolizing the glory and bright future of the family. Walking into the villa, the first thing Chen Mo saw was a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the hall. This huge crystal chandelier is inlaid with thousands of rare gems, which is dazzling. The walls are bordered with mahogany, and the carpet is woven with the finest wool. It feels soft when you walk on it, as if you are in the clouds. There are also many spacious and bright rooms in the villa, each of which is decorated magnificently. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can enjoy the beautiful garden outside and the lake and mountains in the distance, which are picturesque. This villa not only shows the wealth and status of the Du family, but also highlights the taste and pursuit of the owner. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh that this is the real life of a wealthy family. As Du Zixi walked all the way to the second floor of the villa, Chen Mo was soon taken to a relatively plainly decorated room by her. Unexpectedly, this most plain room is Du Renyuan's residence. My father's room is in front. Please come in, Dr. Chen. Du Zixi bowed to Chen Mo. Although the two chatted well as peers on the road, when they got home, in front of his father and brother, Du Zixi still showed respect for Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the room. As soon as he saw Chen Mo, Du Zixi immediately stood up with a smile and walked over to him and said, Dr. Chen, you just came, and I haven't had time to give you a cup of tea. Xiaoxi, go and pour a cup of tea for Dr. Chen. No, let's see the doctor first. I haven't eaten yet, so I don't need to drink tea. Just treat me to a meal after the doctor. Chen Mo smiled. Hearing Chen Mo's joking words, the 3 of them immediately showed a relaxed smile. They also saw that Chen Mo was not arrogant and was a person who was easy to communicate with. That's for sure. Just tell me what you want to eat later. I'm sorry for your concern for my father's illness. Du Zixi made way and invited Chen Mo into the house. Chen Mo took a look at Du Renyuan's condition. He was indeed seriously ill and definitely didn't have much time left. But he didn't expect that he could survive for half a year. No, he should have lived for a year. Of course, Chen Mo guessed that the reason why he could live for a year was related to the arrival of the apocalypse in half a year, or he had come into contact with a mysterious biochemical drug produced by a mysterious biotechnology in advance. Otherwise he should not have been able to live for a year after the apocalypse. At this time, the mark on Du Renyuan's head was the 9th level Corpse King. If other 9th level units were lucky or had other reasons, Chen Mo always felt that Du Renyuan could become a 9th level Corpse King. If they were interested in feeding Du Renyuan, they might really feed him into a 9th level Corpse King. Although the brothers and sisters of the Du family were all called adopted children, their filial piety was well known. Many people thought they were acting, but only they themselves knew how good Du Renyuan was to them, and they were all truly filial. If this was true, then after the apocalypse, when they saw their father's changes, they were probably more in a protective mood. At the same time, Chen Mo suddenly thought of Wei Changfeng. His body looked stronger than Duranian, but he died before the end of the world began. This was a bit strange. Could it be that he died directly after taking the biochemical drugs of the mysterious technology company? After saving him, Wei Changfeng became a 9th level corpse king after the timeline was corrected. He and Duranian had similar status in their own fields, and the alien species and levels they became were also the same. Chen Mo always felt that the fact that these two people could become 9th level corpse kings and Lin Xinru, the 9th level corpse king, were completely different concepts. Wei Changfeng and Duranian were more likely to be artificially cultivated 9th level corpse kings. Lin Xinru was a 9th level corpse king who evolved purely by luck. Seeing that Duranian was a 9th level corpse king, Chen Mo still felt a little sorry. After all, according to the system evaluation, corpse kings had no emotional receptors. No matter how good they were, it was useless. It was difficult to get any good rewards by improving their favorability. However, curing a 9th level corpse king should be a means to get rewards. Chen Mo watched Duranian thinking about his 9th order corpse king title, but in the eyes of Duranian, Du Zheng and Du Zixi, Chen Mo was currently in the observation stage of the 4 major medical practices of observation, smelling, asking and palpation. Drive Chen, how is it? Is there any difficulty? Du Zheng saw Chen Mo looking at Duranian without saying anything, and he was a little anxious, so he asked out loud. At this time, Chen Mo came back to his senses, smiled and said, "No, it's not a big problem, it can be cured." As soon as Chen Mo said this, the 3 people in the room all looked relieved. This was what they wanted to hear from Chen Mo the most. It's good that it can be cured. It's good that it can be cured. If there is anything we need to prepare, just tell me. Du Zheng said excitedly. No, I have prepared it myself. You just need to bring alcohol to disinfect it. Upon hearing this, Du Zixi immediately ran to find the medicine box, took out the alcohol from it, and handed it to Chen Mo. Duranian, Du Zheng, and Du Zixi were originally curious about how Chen Mo would treat them, but they saw Chen Mo took out an acupuncture bag, took out a thin needle from it, wiped it with alcohol cotton and disinfected it, and said, "I will use the power of Tai magic needle to activate the self-repair ability of your whole body cells to help you repair yourself. You just need to relax during the process." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Duranian, Du Zheng, and Du Zixi were all shocked. They had heard about Chen Mo's miraculous diagnosis and treatment, but they had never learned about Chen Mo's complete treatment process. Because the first time at the Liu family, Chen Mo treated him behind closed doors. The second time at the Wei family, only Ling Feng and Wang Juan saw it. When Wei Changfeng forbade them to spread the matter casually, they kept their mouths shut and did not say anything. If Wei Changfeng himself had not appeared the next day in great health, no one would have known that it was Chen Mo who treated him. So everyone only knows that Chen Mo has extremely strong medical skills. The people he cured not only have all their old diseases cured, but the more abnormal thing is that they can get out of bed immediately and be full of energy. This is what makes people marvel. So everyone has always been curious about how he did it. Even the mysterious biotechnology company can only guess whether Chen Mo used some secret medicine to achieve this level. No one has ever thought that Chen Mo completed the most difficult and incredible treatment with just an acupuncture bag. Under the incredible gaze of the 3 people, Chen Mo disinfected a silver needle and stabbed Duranian with one. After stabbing 7 needles in his scalp and chest respectively, Chen Mo reached out to Duranian's heart and said, "This move of mine will completely activate the effect of Tai Divine Needle. Your body cells will be directly activated to heal yourself at the fastest speed. Get ready." The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, he had already activated the healing light and sacred purification skills at the same time. As the skills were activated, Chen Mo's mental power immediately poured out of his body like encountering a black hole. Duranian's condition is no different from Liu Yuanzhang's. Both are terminal illnesses that will lead to death. In order to cure it, Chen Mo still needs to use up his mental strength with 5 points of full mental strength. With the huge loss of mental strength, his spirit obviously became listless. This change is extremely obvious. Just now Chen Mo was full of energy and spirit, but in a short moment, he was no longer energetic. With the eyesight of Du Zheng, Du Zixi and Du Renyan, they can still see the difference in his state at once. Drive Chen, are you okay? Don't force yourself. Du Renyan said nervously first. He was afraid that Chen Mo would collapse before curing him. Du Zheng and Du Zixi also looked at Chen Mo with worry. Such a good doctor who is not arrogant and easy to communicate and make friends with is the guarantee of the health of the family members. They don't want Chen Mo to get into trouble at all. It's okay. Mr. Du's condition is too serious. In order to treat him, I have consumed a lot of my vitality. I just need to rest for a while. Zixi, help your father remove the needle. His illness has been cured. I will close my eyes and rest for a minute. After Chen Mo finished speaking to Du Zixi, he closed his eyes and rested. In fact, he had activated the super speed recovery skill and began to quickly restore his mental strength. Chapter 60 Back to the original form, 2-in-1, 25. Seeing Chen Mo closing his eyes to rest, Du Zixi and Du Zheng did not dare to disturb him. Du Zixi could only pull out all the silver needles on Du Renyan's body according to Chen Mo's instructions. After disinfecting, he put them back into the acupuncture bag for Chen Mo. Will Dr. Chen be okay? Du Zixi said with some concern. He finished treating Liu Yuanzhang yesterday and rested for a long time because his vitality was greatly damaged. I was waiting at Liu's house yesterday and saw with my own eyes that Dr. Chen came out after a long time of recovery. When he came out, he was still in low spirits. It can be seen that, in order to cure a seriously ill patient, Dr. Chen must have lost a lot of vitality. Du Zheng recalled and said, Zixi, go get a blanket and cover Dr. Chen. People with greatly damaged vitality are weak. Letting him rest like this may catch a cold. Du Renyan and Liu Yuanzhang still know how to take care of people. Yesterday, Liu Yuanzhang also found a blanket to cover Chen Mo directly, fearing that he would catch a cold. Du Zixi understood and immediately prepared to get a blanket, but her little hand was suddenly pulled by someone. She turned her head and saw that it was Chen Mo who opened his eyes. No, I can recover after a minute of rest. Seeing this, the three of them didn't say anything. They could only stand by quietly. After seeing that Chen Mo was fine, Du Zixi and Du Zheng immediately turned their eyes to Du Renyan. As if asking about his physical condition, Du Renyan smiled knowingly, stood up directly from the bed, and showed them. Seeing that Du Renyan's whole person went from being seriously ill and listless to being energetic now was overturned by Chen Mo in just a short time. Du Zheng and Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo with a look of shock on their faces. They had only heard about it before, but now they have witnessed Chen Mo's medical skills with their own eyes. This medical skill is too shocking. Treating a terminally ill patient can be so simple and efficient. It even has the effect of strengthening the body and replenishing the essence. Let a seriously ill patient come alive directly. This was really unbelievable to the two, but they were naturally happy that their father could recover from a serious illness. While the three members of the Du family were happy for Du Renyan's recovery, Chen Mo, who was resting, was listening to the system's broadcast. System prompt. It was detected that the host dared to risk his life to cure the 9th level Corpse King. It was amazing. Hereby rewarded 1000 survival points. System prompt. It was detected that the 9th level Corpse King was suffering from a terminal illness. This disease could have increased the combat effectiveness of the 9th level Corpse King by 50%, but after being cured by you, the combat effectiveness of the 9th level Corpse King has therefore dropped back to normal levels. The host successfully weakened the enhanced 9th level Corpse King without bloodshed and beat it back to its original form. The means were extraordinary and shocking. Hereby a special reward is awarded to the host. Congratulations to the host for winning the SSS level gift package. Chen Mo had expected that curing the 9th level Corpse King would bring him a certain reward, but he never expected that he could get a special reward in this way. It seems that if Du Renyan's terminal illness can survive until the end of the world and turn into a corpse monster, it will become his helper and the main reason for his combat power increase, allowing him to eventually evolve into an enhanced 9th level Corpse King. But now that he has been cured by himself, the strengthening effect has been directly cleared, and he has turned back into an ordinary Corpse King. This is something Chen Mo never expected. However, Chen Mo is naturally happy to get the SSS level gift package reward for free. After all, it is converted according to the survival points reward. If he buys so many copies of this SSS level gift package, I don't know how many billions of survival points he will have to spend. Now he has got so many for free. In addition to triggering the special reward, Chen Mo also gained the favorability of Duranian, Duzeheng, and Duzixi. Of course, Duranian is a corpse king, so his favorability is useless. Duzeheng is a low-level psychic, so his favorability is not very useful. The main reason is that Duzixi's favorability is more useful. She is a 5th order weirdo. A weirdo is an alien with human rationality. It is only after deep alienation that they may lose their rationality, so their favorability is still useful. System prompt: due to your act of curing Duranian, you have gained 20 points of favorability from the 3rd order mutant Duzeheng. The current favorability is 80 points, reaching respect. You have gained 20 points of favorability from the 5th order weirdo Duzixi, reached respect. You have gained 20 points of liking from the 5th order weirdo Duzixi. Her liking for you has increased to liking. You have gained 20 points of favorability from the 9th order corpse king Duranian, reached respect. Since the 9th order corpse king has completely lost his humanity and has no emotional receptors, his favorability towards you is considered invalid. This is still the current improvement. When the news of Duranian's recovery spreads, Chen Mo will also gain the favorability of Duranian's other 3 children, as well as the favorability of people who are on good terms with Duranian. Just like after Wei Changfeng was cured. But in the same way, this kind of favorability that is increased by saving people is only a kind of favorability that is obtained through kindness, and it cannot reach the depth of a life and death friendship. Chen Mo did not care about the favorability of others, as long as Duzixi's favorability was increased. Since the favorability was only increased to the level of liking, and not yet to the level of admiration, the system did not immediately issue a reward to Chen Mo. It seems that it is difficult to get a reward if the favorability is less than 90 points. Chen Mo did not care much, as the liking degree had already reached 80 points. Just a slight increase is enough. After checking the income, Chen Mo was able to use super speed recovery to recover his spirit. After confirming that he was now fully recovered, Chen Mo stood up and pretended to finish his exercise, saying, "I have recovered a lot after practicing my energy." After that, he looked at Duranian and said, "How is it? Mr. Du, how is your recovery?" Duranian excitedly held Chen Mo's hand and said, "Drive Chen is really worthy of his reputation. He is truly the best doctor in the world. After your treatment, not only did I recover from my serious illness, but I also found that all my old injuries were healed. Now I feel energetic all over my body, and I'm very lively. I can't be better." "That's good." Chen Mo smiled and nodded. At this time, Duranian immediately glanced at Duzeheng, who immediately understood, and handed Chen Mo a check. "Drive Chen, this is a check for 100 million yuan. Please accept it as a token of our gratitude." 100 million? Isn't that a bit too much? Chen Mo knew that Kingsh was doing well in the Magic City, but he didn't know that Kingsh was so rich. This is 100 million, and it was given directly. Chen Mo originally thought that they gave a few million. Not much, not much, not much at all. Compared with my father's life, 100 million is nothing. You saved his life, and this 100 million is just a token of appreciation. In the future, in the Magic City, as long as you have any instructions, Arkingsh will go through fire and water without hesitation. And all the industries of Arkingsh are open to you for free. This is Arkingsh's Supreme Gold Card. Please keep it. Holding this card to enter any industry of Arkingsh is equivalent to my father's personal arrival. They will definitely provide you with the best service. After speaking, Duzeheng handed Chen Mo a gold card that was made of pure gold at first glance. It was very beautiful. "Then I will accept all of them without hesitation." Chen Mo took the check and the gold card and said, "If you don't make money, you are a bastard. If you don't want to take the free money, you should not miss it. We are really afraid that you will be polite. If you can accept it, it will be the greatest face for us." Duranian smiled aside. But to be honest, let alone 100 million, Chen Mo didn't even know what 1 million meant. Anyway, the money now simply represented a string of numbers to him. The end of the world would come in half a year, so it would be useless to save more money. Accumulating money now was just a capital for climbing up. At the same time, Chen Mo also considered building a survival fortress before the end of the world, which also required money accumulation. If you want to build a survival fortress that is not afraid of nuclear bombs, it is not something that can be done with 100 million or 200 million. But before doing this, he now wants to obtain information about the mysterious biotechnology company that caused the global biochemical crisis. After Chen Mo accepted the money, Du Renyuan immediately said, "Drive Chen, you are so anxious to make this trip in the middle of the day. Since you haven't had lunch yet, it's just right. The Du Yuan restaurant under my name has a former state banquet chef working there. His cooking skills are pretty good. Why don't you have a meal there at noon? I will hold a thank you banquet for you in the future to thank you well. Farewell. I'm not good at socializing. What I hate most is crowded occasions. Just go to a nearby restaurant for a meal." Chen Mo refused the thank you banquet in the future. Although attending such banquets can increase one's social aspects, Chen Mo doesn't want to show himself too cheaply. The reason why he agreed to help all 3 times. The first time, Liu Yuanzhang was Liu Qinlan's grandfather, and they were considered friends. His friend's grandfather was seriously ill and about to die, so Chen Mo naturally couldn't help but treat him. The second time, Wei Lao was a hero who had shed blood and been injured for the country. Now that the country can be stable, it is inevitable that those martyrs sacrifice their lives. Chen Mo will naturally not forget the kindness of the martyrs, so since Wei Lao's matter has come to him, it is naturally his duty. The third time was Du Renyuan. Du Renyuan's identity is special. Chen Mo is determined to win this relationship. In addition, Du Zhehong has also been asked for help before, and Zhao Yu can get close to Du Renyuan because of his action this time, which can be regarded as directly combining the 2 major forces in the Magic City. This has a great impact, and it has laid the foundation for Chen Mo's future path of continuous advancement. So he rescued these 3 without discussing any conditions. But it will be difficult for those dignitaries to ask him to help next time. If he doesn't raise the price, everyone will think he is a medical kit that can be called at any time. People have to understand his preciousness so that they will cherish him more. Therefore, Chen Mo did not want to attend this kind of banquet. He did not want to put himself in front of these people too early and socialize casually. If you want to socialize with him, you have to rely on your relationship. Seeing that although Chen Mo refused the banquet, he still agreed to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Du Renyuan immediately took out his phone with a smile and called the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant, asking him to quickly prepare a table of sumptuous dishes for his distinguished guests. Du Renyuan had not been on stage for a long time. Many people said that he had a terminal illness and was dying. The general manager of Du Yuan restaurant suddenly received a call from Du Renyuan saying that he had to prepare a sumptuous meal to entertain the distinguished guests. It was really a bit confusing for him. Some people said that Mr. Du deliberately pretended to be sick and was ready to liquidate some disobedient people in the company. Could it be that he has already locked the target, so he just stopped pretending and is going to come out? Thinking of this possibility, the general manager naturally did not dare to neglect it. At this time, he was also quite curious about who the distinguished guest Du Renyuan was talking about. Generally speaking, even if Du Renyuan wanted to entertain someone, it was usually Du Zhehong and his children who called him and asked him to prepare the private room and dishes. It was rare for Du Renyuan to call on his own initiative, not to mention that Du Renyuan personally said the word distinguished guest in a respectful tone. The general manager really couldn't imagine who could be so valued by Du Renyuan. Could it be someone from the imperial capital? If so, he really couldn't be neglected. He immediately agreed, and then quickly rushed to the VIP kitchen and said, "A distinguished guest is coming soon. Everyone, mobilize and prepare the banquet dishes according to the highest guests of our restaurant." The VIP kitchen is rarely used, because only when Du Renyuan and his children need to entertain people will they use this kitchen to prepare dishes. This kitchen usually prepares some kung fu dishes, and serves them directly when needed. If they are not used on the same day, all the ingredients will be replaced in the lower kitchen. This kitchen must always maintain the highest standards and the freshest ingredients every day. In Du Renion's bedroom, Du Renion smiled. As soon as he finished the call, Dr. Chen, the restaurant has already given instructions. When we drive over, we should be able to eat. That's pretty fast. I'm just hungry. I'm really sorry for letting you come to see the doctor on an empty stomach. Didn't I call you myself? It's not you who asked me to come at this time. It's not your fault. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. After saying the polite words, Du Renion immediately said to Chen Mo with a serious look, Dr. Chen, I heard that there have been some unusual movements in the Tang group recently. The Han family has assigned a lot of people to keep an eye on our King Shintu Anpeo Club to ensure that we have no unusual movements. They seem to have something to do with Yang Liuxin, and they also called a group of people in from outside. Recently, they have been in close contact with the Imperial capital. Some forces in the Imperial capital have already restlessly inserted their hands into the Magic City. These families and groups are intertwined with many family groups in the Magic City. If they work together, they can really cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 61 Those who are willing to take the bait. 35. Du Renion first mentioned Yang Liuxin's crisis, and then continued, I received news that this Tang family kid seems to have the idea of dealing with you. Although Zhao has nominated to protect you, Zhao of the Yellow Robe Society has no real power now. The entire Yellow Robe Society is in disunity. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to implement Zhao's requirements. We and the Green Gang do have many experts in protecting people. I can send you a team of presidential level bodyguards to protect you at any time and secretly arrange a group of additional good bodyguards to protect your safety. What do you think? It must be said that Zhao acted very well. Even Du Renion and the others were all deceived. Chen Mo was a little surprised after hearing what Du Renion said. He didn't know much about the situation of the Yellow Robe Society. Since Du Renion said so, Zhao's status in the society might be a little embarrassing. Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder if he should use his ability to help her gain control of the power in the society. As for Du Renion's bodyguards, Chen Mo said immediately, I'm flattered by Mr. Du's care, but it's not necessary. Since the Tang family has such an idea, let them try. I just happen to have some arrangements waiting for them. If you protect me perfectly, it will be difficult for them to act, and they may not be able to show their true colors, which is not good. Oh, you have made careful arrangements? Yes, absolutely careful, so Mr. Du does not need to worry about my safety. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Du Zheng suddenly understood and looked at Du Renion and said, Father, have you forgotten that Dr. Chen just cured Elder Wei yesterday? With such an achievement, do you think the military? As soon as these words came out, Du Renion immediately understood and said, I forgot about this. It seems that the protection force around Dr. Chen is indeed quite sufficient. Compared with protection and counter-reconnaissance, our people are naturally not as good as the military. It's unnecessary for me to do so. Although Du Renion misunderstood, Chen Mo didn't have anything to explain. Anyway, it was good that they were willing to misunderstand like this. It was better for him not to have any protection around him, so that he could catch fish. It was also a good opportunity to test his skills. As the three of them left the villa, while chatting and laughing, Du Renion glanced at Du Zixi and said, Xiaoxi, your brother's sports car has only 2 seats. I will take your brother's car, and you take Chen Doctor to the restaurant. Du Zixi understood and said, okay, Chen Doctor, let's go. When they got in the car, Du Zixi thanked Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, thank you for your help this time. We all thought that there was no hope for my father's illness, but we didn't expect you to cure him so easily. I will definitely repay this kindness. Chen Mo smiled and said, how do you repay me? How do you want to repay me? Du Zixi stretched out her little hand to hold the hair by her ear and looked at Chen Mo with a smile. That depends on you. Chen Mo smiled. You can repay me in any way you want. Du Zixi threw the topic back to Chen Mo again. If you say so, aren't you afraid that I will make unreasonable demands? Chen Mo smiled and said, after all, Miss Du looks like a man who can't control herself. Then do you want to make unreasonable demands on me? Duzixi exhaled like orchids and leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and said, I dare not even think about it. After all, you are the eldest lady of the King Gang. I'm very scared. Chen Mo pretended to be afraid. This made Duzixi smile and said, you are the great benefactor of our King Gang. Even the eldest lady of the King Gang dare not do anything to you. Chen Mo smiled and said, if you say so, I will be relieved. Duzixi smiled and said, if you are relieved, then take action quickly. It would be a good thing for the Du family to have a son-in-law like you. As expected of the eldest lady of the King Gang, you speak more directly than ordinary people like us. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Does Dr. Chen have this intention? Duzixi looked at Chen Mo with an expectant expression. If I want to get close to the young lady of the King Gang, I still have this intention. Who told the young lady of the King Gang to be so incomparable? Any normal man would want to get close to her, but I haven't thought about being the son-in-law of the Du family yet. You want to take advantage, but don't want to take responsibility. I didn't expect you, Dr. Chen, to be so bad. Duzixi pretended to roll his eyes at Chen Mo. But I'm usually very bad and direct. Jiang Taegan fishes and those who are willing to take the bait will take the bait. Chen Mo smiled faintly. After saying this, Duzixi smiled and said, then let this fish think about whether to bite this hook first. Talk about the hook but not, cough, then I will wait for good news. Chen Mo coughed lightly. Accustomed to seeing the bad jokes on the internet, Chen Mo subconsciously said half a sentence, but thought that the young lady didn't understand this, so he quickly stopped talking. As a result, the young lady was also an internet user, and she repeated with a wry smile, then let this fish think about whether to bite this hook. She also added an emphasis to the last word, and rolled her eyes at Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, so the young lady also likes surfing the internet. Do you think that young ladies are like in the movies, busy scheming with others in real life? Duzixi said with a smile. I do think so. Sir, the times have changed. Duzixi shook his head and smiled. While the two were talking and laughing, Chen Mo also learned from Duzixi some of the current ways to resolve conflicts between various forces. Forced resolution is very rare, and most of them are still based on mediation and economic warfare by various forces. For example, fighting for territory in the old society is no longer the case now. It all depends on who can spend more money and gather some key relationships. Only in very rare cases will force be used. After inadvertently understanding some behavioral logic, Chen Mo also understood why there are so many forces mediating in the Magic City, but it is still so peaceful. It feels like everyone is living a stable life under mutual restraint, just like in the Cold War. Those who can use their brains will never use their hands. Anyone who still resorts to violence in this era are basically low-end people who are not presentable. During the chat, Chen Mo also learned more about the temperament of this young lady of the youth society. He felt that she was a person who was easy to get along with and worth making friends with. Chen Mo originally came to improve Duzixi's favorability, but he didn't expect that she would improve his favorability in the opposite way. While chatting and laughing, the two soon arrived at Du Yuan restaurant. As soon as Chen Mo and Duzixi got out of the car, someone came over to take over the car keys and parked the car for Duzixi. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a big back hair immediately walked over and said, Miss, President Du and Master Zheng have already said that if you arrive first, they will take you up first, and you don't have to wait for them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. One dares to follow, the other dares to lead. 2 in 1. 55. Hearing the manager say this, Chen Mo glanced at Duzixi and said, it won't become a meal for two, will it? Duzixi smiled and said, it shouldn't be. If my father had this intention, he would have informed me in advance. This is his thank you dinner for you, and he won't have any other intentions. That's good. Chen Mo nodded. From what you said, it seems that you don't want to have a meal for two with me. Duzixi pretended to be angry. After getting familiar with Chen Mo, she still respected Chen Mo, but she no longer had the kind of restraint that she had to be awkward and polite when getting along with him, which seemed a bit distant. So she just got along with Chen Mo like she usually did with friends, and occasionally joked with Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and said, "How could that be? How could I not want the opportunity to get close to a beautiful woman? I'm just afraid that you guys have surveillance cameras installed here. If I behave rudely and get photographed, I'll be screwed. PFFT, be careful." Although Chen Mo said it carefully, it sounded like he was joking. Du Zixi and the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant beside her didn't take it seriously at all and just smiled aside. At this time, the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant already knew Chen Mo's identity. Just now, Du Yuan called him again to tell him in advance, just because he was afraid that he would be inappropriate and neglect Chen Mo. Since he knew Chen Mo's identity and found that his eldest daughter was very close to this miracle doctor, the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant naturally didn't dare to neglect him. At this time, he already regarded Chen Mo as the son-in-law of the Du family, and he was a son-in-law with great prestige, not an ordinary son-in-law who came to live with him. So he was also very respectful to Chen Mo. As Chen Mo entered the hotel, the system prompt did not make any strange noises this time, which shows that there should not be many people in the hotel at this time, and there should be very few high-level units inside. Chen Mo did not care much about this. Soon, the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant led Chen Mo to the designated exclusive private room. This private room is only open when the Du family comes. The interior decoration of the private room adopts a typical Chinese style, elegant and solemn. Landscape paintings and calligraphy works are hung on the four walls, and the strong cultural heritage is revealed in the brush strokes. The mahogany furniture is finely carved and looks simple and grand. The whole private room is filled with a light wood fragrance and ink fragrance, which is a natural fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. A huge mahogany dining table is placed in the center of the room, covered with exquisite porcelain and silver chopsticks. Flowers and incense burners are placed on the table, adding a bit of zen. The whole private room is full of the charm of Chinese style. Every detail has been carefully designed and selected, showing elegant taste and connotation. The general manager of Du Yuan restaurant stopped at the door and gestured to Chen Mo and Du Zixi to come in. After they entered the door, he followed them in and pointed out the seat for Chen Mo. This seat is located in the west of the room, facing east, and is the guest's seat of honor. Only distinguished guests are arranged in this position. As Chen Mo took his seat, Du Zixi looked at the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant and said, "Manager Fang, you can tell the kitchen to start serving the dishes." If it were usual, Fang Ping would definitely be confused about why Du Yuan hadn't come yet, so he started serving the dishes. But today he had received Du Yuan's letter in advance, and everything was based on entertaining Chen Mo. Chen Mo hadn't eaten lunch yet, so he must be starving at this point, so there was no need to wait for him and Du Zixi to arrive, and he could start serving the dishes directly. Fang Ping also nodded immediately and said, "Okay, I'll go and tell the kitchen right away." Not long after Fang Ping left, Du Yuan and Du Zixi also arrived, and after them, another man came in. "Drive Chen, it's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Du Zixi. I'm my father's second child. I heard that you cured my father's chronic illness with your miraculous hands. I'm not very good at speaking, so I don't have much to say and thanks. I'll just drink here to show my respect." After saying that, Du Zixi poured a glass of mayote and drank it all. Chen Mo glanced at Du Zixi's appearance. It must be said that the children adopted by Du Yuan are all good looking. Du Zixi is quite handsome, a kind of decent handsomeness. The temperament revealed by the whole person is the temperament of a reliable man who can be trusted. But Du Zixi is different. His handsomeness is a kind of ruffian handsomeness. From his words and behavior just now, it can be seen that he has some ruffian personality, which is quite consistent with his appearance. "Zixi, what are you talking about? My father hasn't even toasted to thank me yet, and Dr. Chen hasn't even taken a sip of wine, but you drank it first." Du Zixi scolded Du Zixi. "Big brother is right. I was abrupt. Please don't take offense, Dr. Chen." "Nothing. I admire brother Zixi's character," Chen Mo said with a smile. While talking, Chen Mo glanced at the label on Du Zitting's head. He was another superpower. There was not much profit to be made. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Seeing that Chen Mo was not angry, Du Zitting was relieved. As the three of them sat down, he explained, "I'm sorry, there are only 4 of us in the Magic City, and 2 brothers and sisters are outside, so they can't come. They are also very grateful for your treatment of our father. It doesn't matter. I don't care about these false formalities. Just be casual. You don't have to treat me as a distinguished guest. I'm more used to being casual. Just eat and drink, like you do with your family." As soon as Chen Mo said this, the 3 people in the room immediately looked at Du Zixi. They were all used to speaking with implicit meanings. Chen Mo's words seemed to mean that he wanted to be a family. Naturally, they turned their eyes to Du Zixi. If Du Zixi is helpful, then Chen Mo will be the good son-in-law of their Du family. Of course, they are not really going to sacrifice Du Zixi for the sake of family interests. Du Reniyuan said a long time ago that his children are free to fall in love, and he will not let them marry anyone for the sake of interests, but the character of the person they freely choose must be confirmed by him first. Chen Mo's level is naturally deeply appreciated and satisfied by Du Reniyuan, and seeing that Du Zixi is not at all repulsive to Chen Mo, Du Reniyuan naturally wants to help him. In this way, Du Zixi has found a good home, and the Du family has received a lot of help. Where can you find such a good thing? So the family of 3 all think that Du Zixi can seize the opportunity this time. Du Zixi saw the expressions of the 3 people, smiled helplessly and said, "Why are you looking at me? Get ready to eat." As soon as this was said, the 3 people understood that there was no hidden meaning in Chen Mo's words, but he was really not used to them being too polite. The 3 people then behaved quite peacefully towards Chen Mo. In this way, after a meal, it can be regarded as a happy meal for both the host and the guests. After lunch, Du Reniyuan's family treated Chen Mo to afternoon tea and a chat. Time passed quickly, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Mo prepared to leave. This time he went out to improve Du Zixi's favorability and unexpectedly received an SSS level gift package. It was not a wasted trip. During the meal, Chen Mo tasted the high quality fruits provided by the restaurant and thought they tasted good. Thinking of the fruits he needed for his daily tasks, he said directly to Fang Ping before leaving, "Manager Fang, do you still have these fruits here? I want to take 2 kilograms away." Hearing Chen Mo's request, Manager Fang was stunned at first, but when Du Reniyuan's eyes swept over, he immediately smiled and said, "Of course there are plenty, not to mention 2 kilograms. There are 20 kilograms. No need for so much, I only want 2 kilograms. Okay, I'll ask someone to wash it for you and pack it." After getting the fruits for free from Du Yuan's restaurant, Chen Mo didn't have to buy them outside anymore. The restaurant usually prepared fresh high quality fruits. Chen Mo asked them to pack 2 kilograms of high quality fruits and take them home directly. There was also Muziao at home. She had never eaten good food in her life. Chen Mo thought it was just right to take these luxurious fruits home for her to taste. "Since you like to eat these, come to me anytime in the future, and I'll take you to eat every day," Du Zixi said with a smile. "With a beautiful woman treating us, the fruits should become sweeter." Chen Mo replied with a smile. Seeing that the 2 were chatting a little bit ambiguous, Du Reniyuan, Du Zeheng, and Du Ziting all looked at Chen Mo with a smile on their face, as if they were the son-in-law of the Du family. If they continue chatting like this, there will definitely be something going on. After Fang Ping ordered someone to prepare 2 kilograms of washed fruits, Chen Mo was driven home by Du Zixi. After Chen Mo left, Du Reniyuan returned to his dominant attitude from his previous good-natured appearance. "I heard that many people gave you a hard time while I was lying down, right?" He looked at Du Zeheng and Du Ziting beside him and said, "Some uncles and aunts are more cautious and have repeatedly checked some steps, but it is also to make each procedure run more in accordance with the rules. There is no excessive obstacle. I think we should just forget about it," Du Zeheng said. "HMPH, do they dare to try something more extreme? It's impossible. It's fine that your father can't stand on the stage. Now that your father has stood up, I will get back any grievances you have suffered. The children are so filial to their father, and the father naturally loves his children." Duranion's awe-inspiring attitude is still quite impressive. That night, there was a turbulent trend within the King Gang. As for Chen Mo, there was a faint trend of opening a Shura field. At this time, there were 2 girls in his home. In Zhaoyu's yard in Mingguan community, Liu Qinlan was also waiting for him to come back. All of a sudden, all 5 women were crowded together. After Du Zixi sent Chen Mo back, he was originally going to visit Chen Mo's house, so he said he was thirsty and wanted to go to his house for a glass of water. Chen Mo didn't refuse. After all, he thought there was only Mu Xiao at home. They had met at noon, so it didn't matter if they met again. As a result, just as he was walking home with Du Zixi, he saw Zhaoyu and Liu Qinlan talking in Zhaoyu's yard. When they saw Chen Mo coming back, before they had time to greet Chen Mo, they saw a beautiful woman following behind Chen Mo. Zhaoyu must have known this beautiful woman for a long time, and with Liu Qinlan's identity, she would naturally know Du Zixi. Seeing Chen Mo walking back with Du Zixi, both of them were stunned for a moment. Good Momo, you are really capable. You went out for a trip and really brought the Du family's jewel back to me. Zhaoyu is the big sister after all, and she has the right to speak first to anyone. She immediately stepped forward and pinched Chen Mo's cheek. After all, she just said in the morning that Chen Mo went to treat Duranion, which might lead to the beautiful daughter of the family, to repay him with her body, and it came true in the evening. But she was just joking, and she never thought that one dared to follow, and the other dared to bring. Chen Mo explained with a wry smile, Miss Du sent me back. I was just thirsty and wanted to drink a glass of water. Nothing else. Hello, Sister Zhao. Seeing Zhaoyu, Du Zixi still felt a little inferior to her. Just call me Sister Yu. Calling me sister makes me look old. So I'm thirsty. My sister's house has the best spring water. Come to my sister's house to drink. Zhaoyu let go of Chen Mo and said with a smile. Seeing that he met Zhaoyu, as soon as he entered the door, Du Zixi felt that it was not good to stay here today, so he immediately said, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a bottle of mineral water in my car. I won't bother Sister Yu. I'll leave first. By the way, my father told me in advance when I came here that there were many projects that our 2 families could cooperate on that were shelved before. I hope to talk about these aspects again in the future. I hope Sister Yu can tell this to the uncles and aunts of the Yellow Robe Society. Duranion is not a fool. With Zhaoyu protecting Chen Mo like this, he knows that the relationship between the 2 is extraordinary. Some things that happened between the 2 of them were also easy to investigate. He found that Chen Mo was very low-key when he first came to the Magic City. He did not show the demeanor of the current miracle doctor at all. Instead, he worked odd jobs everywhere and even got bullied and deducted wages because he was an outsider. It was Zhaoyu who stood up for him, gave him a cheap house to live in, and took good care of him. You have to know that Chen Mo did not show any ability at that time. Duranion couldn't help but admire Zhaoyu's ability to judge people. If he had a good relationship with this miracle Dr. Chen so early, wouldn't it be easy to be deeply bound to him now? But obviously, it's too late for anyone to come now. At present, Zhaoyu is the only one in the entire Magic City who is deeply bound to him. Then getting along with Zhaoyu is the same as getting along with Chen Mo. Zhaoyu took care of Chen Mo so much because she used to have a younger brother who later died of a serious illness. Chen Mo and her brother are somewhat similar, so from the moment she saw Chen Mo, she took very special care of Chen Mo. But in the process of taking care of her, she found that Chen Mo would be more shy when she accidentally exposed some of her erotic features. As a naughty person, she began to develop a daily routine of teasing Chen Mo. From a caring elder sister, she became a caring elder sister who was good at teasing. Chen Mo mainly respected Zhaoyu's mentality and did not dare to treat her as a woman who could be fantasized about in his mind. Therefore, he did not treat her like an ordinary beauty and took advantage of her. Instead, every time he took advantage of her, he tried his best to control himself and avoid her. As a result, one of them became more and more fond of teasing, and the other avoided her more and more like a tiger and a wolf. Chapter 63, Shock the Ninth Order Corpse King. 2 in 1. Zhaoyu naturally understood Du Zixi's words of goodwill. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll talk to my uncles about this tonight. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. I hope that our two families will have the opportunity to cooperate in depth in the future." Duzixi said, waved to Chen Mo, and left in a graceful manner. Seeing Duzixi walking away, Xiaoyu smiled and walked to Chen Mo and said, "Mo, you have brought back a good client for your sister." Chen Mo recalled that Du Renyuan had mentioned the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society. It seemed that Xiaoyu did not have much say in the society. He immediately said, "I don't know what those people in the society think about this matter. Sister Yu, if you have any trouble in the society, tell me at any time. I can help you deal with it. Good brother has made progress and knows how to take care of your sister. Finally, your sister's love for you is not in vain. Just having your words is enough." Xiaoyu said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I can handle the affairs of the society. You don't need to use up the favors and connections you have just accumulated so quickly." From Xiaoyu's perspective, Chen Mo can say such words, obviously because he has just obtained the favors of Wei Leo and Du Renyuan, and has the capital to help her. But Chen Mo actually meant that as long as Xiaoyu needed it, he could help her solve some unstable factors in the society. Seeing Xiaoyu said she didn't need help, Chen Mo didn't say much. Although this beautiful sister usually behaved carelessly, Chen Mo could always see an unusual calmness in her. This calmness made people feel very safe around her. Since Xiaoyu could say she didn't need help, Chen Mo felt that Xiaoyu should have her own considerations. After happily stroking Chen Mo's back, Xiaoyu looked at Liu Qinlan and said, "You left in a hurry yesterday." After entertaining the guests, Mr. Liu was ready to thank you very much, but he found out that you were already gone, so he blamed Qinlan. Qinlan came here with a thank you gift, and by the way, asked when you are free. The Liu family wants to set up a thank you banquet and prepare to thank you very much. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Liu Qinlan immediately handed over a check with a face value of 5 million and said, "Chen Mo, this check is Grandpa's way of saying thank you for your medical expenses. Recently, our Liu family has had some problems. My second uncle has torn Yang Liux into pieces. Grandpa taught him a lesson yesterday, but the family's industry has big problems, and it will take a lot of time to repair, so I can't come up with too much money. I hope you don't mind. When our Yang Liuxin recovers from this period, we will thank you separately." Chen Mo didn't care about Du Renyuan's check and took it as he said, but he pushed Liu Qinlan's check back. It's not that he thinks 5 million is too little. In the environment he has lived in for so many years, 1 million is a huge sum of money, let alone 5 million. He will never think it's too little. But this time, he went to treat Liu Yuanzhang out of friendship, and accepting money would be a bit strange. So Chen Mo pushed the check back and said, "Qinlan, I went with you to see Mr. Liu yesterday as a friend, not as a doctor, so let's not ask for a thank you gift." Chen Mo's words moved Liu Qinlan. "But you still have to accept this money. My grandfather has repeatedly told me to hand it over to you. You were exhausted yesterday. Obviously, this treatment process is not easy for you. I can't let you work in vain." Liu Qinlan recalled Chen Mo's weak appearance yesterday and felt that he had worked hard for him. Obviously, he couldn't take back the check. "I just said that I'm doing this out of friendship. It's not about how hard it is to help a friend. If you insist on giving me this check, it means that you think we haven't known each other for long, and we are not friends. We are still estranged." After Chen Mo said this, Liu Qinlan couldn't continue to hand out checks. But she was more grateful for the friendship shown by Chen Mo. After Liu Yuanzhang came back yesterday, he also mentioned that Chen Mo gave him a longevity pill to help him live longer. Liu Qinlan didn't know about this before, and she was even more grateful to Chen Mo after she realized it. Today, she heard Chen Mo's words of friendship, and her gratitude and love for Chen Mo went a step further. Then the system prompt rang in Chen Mo's ears. System prompt. It is detected that the host has successfully conquered the 5th level demon with his invincible personality charm, and his favorability towards you has increased to 100 points. The current favorability is love. Demons are special mutants with overflowing negative energy. You can raise the favorability of a demon to 100 points, which is an incredible creative act. However, the demon is of a lower level and has a shallow demonic nature. It is not representative enough to issue you a special reward. Therefore, 100,000 survival points are issued as a reward instead. If the host subsequently raises the favorability of any demon below level 9 to 100 points, he will no longer receive a special reward. If the host can later raise the favorability of a level 9 demon to 100 points, the host will still have the opportunity to trigger a special reward. Maximizing the favorability of a level 5 demon can actually get a reward of 100,000 survival points. This is too awesome. However, this kind of favorability reward can generally only be obtained from the first unit. According to the system introduction, this kind of reward will not be issued repeatedly for subsequent similar units. Therefore, Chen Mo was not too surprised that the system awarded more survival points. It was still very cool to get 100,000 survival points in just a few words. Since you said so, then okay, when are you free? Tell me so that I can go back and arrange the thank you banquet. You can't refuse this again. Liu Qinlan pursed her lips. Chen Mo smiled and said, there is a big meal for me to eat. It would be a waste not to eat it. How could I refuse it? I may have something to do tomorrow. Wednesday afternoon or evening is fine. Okay, I'll go back and talk to my grandfather to see what time it is arranged. I will notify you immediately if there is any news. Okay. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. At this time, Zhao Yu said, okay, we've said everything that needs to be said. It's time for dinner soon. I was only going to cook for 2 people, but since Qinlan is here, let's stay and eat together. Zhao Yu saw the 2 kilograms of fruit in Chen Mo's hand and said, did you buy this fruit for me? Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, of course not. I took it home to prepare for myself. You usually eat so well, and you still want to ask me for some fruit. You are such a heartless person. Your sister is reluctant to eat some of your fruit. Then go home and wait. I will call you when the meal is ready. Zhao Yu poked Chen Mo and said, by the way, sister Yu, cook more. There should be a friend at home who is helping me take care of the puppy. Since you are cooking dinner, you can do it by the way. Oh, boyfriend or girlfriend? Zhao Yu approached Chen Mo with a teasing expression. It's just an ordinary female friend. She has encountered some problems recently and has some difficulties. I want to help her, but don't mention these things for a while. After hearing what Chen Mo said, Zhao Yu's expression became more serious. Okay, I'll cook more. Anyway, it doesn't matter how many people eat. It's more lively with more people. Zhao Yu just smiled and didn't care much about Chen Mo's female friend coming home, but Liu Qinlan on the side couldn't help but look at Chen Mo's house twice more. What are you looking at, little girl? Are you afraid that someone will steal your boyfriend? Zhao Yu deliberately teased Liu Qinlan. Sister Yu, what are you talking about? It was just pretending before. The matter is over. Where can I get a boyfriend? Liu Qinlan blushed. Momo is still a little pretty. I think you want to make the fake play real. Zhao Yu smiled. That depends on whether she is willing. Liu Qinlan said with a blushing face. That's not easy. Sister will ask for you. Zhao Yu said with a smile. No, sometimes it's better not to know the answer. Liu Qinlan refused, and then she immediately said, don't talk about this. Start cooking quickly. I'm hungry. After that, she pulled Zhao Yu to run home, not giving her a chance to continue talking. Zhao Yu smiled and stopped teasing Liu Qinlan. Not to mention that Chen Mo is not a biological brother. Even if he is a biological brother, Zhao Yu will not interfere with his emotional problems, so this matter may really be as Liu Qinlan said. It may be better not to know the answer than to ask. After all, we don't know what Chen Mo thinks at present, and we can still have some thoughts. Just now, he was still walking home with the beautiful Du Zixi. In terms of appearance, figure, family background, and temperament, Du Zixi is not inferior to Liu Qinlan at all, and even higher than Liu Qinlan in family background and temperament. In Zhao Yu's opinion, if Du Zixi is willing to compete, Liu Qinlan's chances of winning are really not high. In this regard, Zhao Yu is not good at interfering too much. When Zhao Yu took Liu Qinlan home to cook, Chen Mo was already rushing home with 2 kilograms of fruit. At this time, the 2 girls at home stayed in silence for a long time. If it weren't for Xiao Huang playing between the two of them so that they could play with the dog from time to time, I'm afraid the atmosphere in the room would have been awkward. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, Chen Mo's keen sense of smell had already smelled something wrong in the room. There were the smells of 3 creatures in the room. In addition to Xiao Huang and Xiao Yu, there is also Xiao Ru. Chen Mo was a little surprised. How could Xiao Ru have time to come here today? He immediately opened the door and walked in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 girls who were originally sitting opposite each other in the room immediately stood up and looked at the door. Brother Mo, you're back. Seeing Chen Mo coming back, Lin Xinru immediately rushed over and hugged Chen Mo's neck with joy. System prompt. Warning. Warning. It is detected that the 9th level Corpse King is attacking you. Please evade immediately. System prompt. Warning. You have been strangled by the 9th order Corpse King. Please break free immediately. Be careful not to be bitten or scratched by the other party, otherwise you will be infected with corpse poison and assimilated into a corpse monster. Hearing the system's warning, Chen Mo was speechless and turned the system to silent. Seeing that Lin Xinru could be so close to Chen Mo so naturally, Mu Xiaoyu, who was watching from the side, was a little envious and at a loss. However, she didn't know what the relationship between Chen Mo and Lin Xinru was. After all, Lin Xinru called Chen Mo brother, and they had a brief exchange before. Lin Xinru was a year younger than her, and was considered a junior. In Mu Xiaoyu's opinion, Lin Xinru might just be Chen Mo's cousin or something. In her heart, she also wanted to do the same with Lin Xinru, but the reality was that she could only stand there, grabbing her clothes, and forcing a smile, saying, Chen Mo, you're back. Well, thank you for your hard work, Xiao. I brought you some fruits. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xinru and said, Xiao, how come you have time to come here today? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen that you have hidden such a beautiful and charming senior sister in your golden house. Lin Xinru looked at Mu Xiaoyu and said with a smile, what golden house hidden beauty? Xiao is my friend. I recently bought a puppy and no one takes care of it. I asked her to help me take care of it for an afternoon. Don't talk nonsense in front of others. Chen Mo was submissive to Xiaoyu, but he hit Lin Xinru hard. He immediately patted her, but in a subtle way, to prevent her from talking nonsense. After Chen Mo put the fruit on the table, he immediately smiled and said, these fruits have been cleaned. You can eat them directly. They are all very good and precious fruits. It's not common to see them normally. Chen Mo called the 2 to sit down and eat the fruit. At the same time, he scanned the system prompt. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the daily task 4 and bringing back an extra pound of fruit. You have exceeded the daily task and this reward is doubled. You have received 2000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. System prompt. The host is detected to be extremely powerful. With a light blow, he broke free from the attack of the 9th level Corpse King, and after scaring the 9th level Corpse King away, he easily shocked the 9th level Corpse King with a backhand blow, making it retreat to the side and dare not act rashly again. This performance is no less than the host's fighting the 9th level Corpse King until he was exhausted. For the host's extraordinary performance in shocking the 9th level Corpse King, the host is hereby rewarded with 5000 survival points and an A-level gift pack. A pat on the butt is considered a shock strike. You are really good, but the 9th order Tree King that I shocked before was still and was awarded an SSS level reward, so it is reasonable to give an S level reward for shocking the 9th order Corpse King. System prompt. The 9th order Tree King is evaluated based on the combat power of half a step to the 10th order, and this is the first time that the host has completed a special behavior of shocking a strong person with a low level cultivation, so an SSS level gift package is awarded as an exception. This time, the host is only facing a 9th order Corpse King, and it is not the first special behavior, so the reward is only 5000 survival points and an A-level gift package. It seems that you are still very clear about the division. Chen Mo found that this system will calculate very carefully when it comes to settling accounts. When giving rewards at ordinary times, Sometimes it will give rewards more casually due to some unexpected reasons. Chen Mo sat down and was still checking the system prompts, and Xiao Huang had already jumped directly onto his legs and rubbed against him intimately. Chapter 64. It is indeed a walking reward bank. 2 in 1. Chen Mo smiled and touched Xiao Huang's head, then looked at Mu Xiao and said, Xiao, this little guy is asking questions, isn't he? Mu Xiao smiled and looked at Xiao Huang and said, no, he is very well behaved, and you have trained him very well. He will find the sandbox and go to the toilet by himself, and he is easy to take care of. Chen Mo smiled. Of course, he has trained him well, and he can communicate with Xiao Huang directly. Whatever you want to teach him, he will understand instantly. After eating a few bites of fruit, Mu Xiao stood up and said, since you are back, and it is getting late, I will not disturb you anymore. I'm leaving first. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave, but was stopped by Chen Mo and said, what are you talking about? Didn't I say I would help you rent a house? How can you leave in a hurry? Besides, I have just told Sister Yu in advance that I will cook for you and ask you to stay for dinner in the evening. Sister Yu is the landlord of this area. She is very easy to talk to. I will talk to her about your rent in the evening, and I will help you with the rent and other things. While speaking, Chen Mo remembered that he had forgotten to count Lin Xinru. He immediately looked at Lin Xinru and said, Xiao, are you going to stay here to play in the evening? If so, I will ask Sister Yu to cook for you as well. No, I came here to treat you to dinner tomorrow afternoon. Why do you suddenly think of treating me to dinner? Didn't you say last weekend that I wouldn't treat you to a meal? When I went to collect folk songs with my friends on the weekend, I drew a painting that was favored by a boss. The boss spent 10,000 yuan to buy it. The boss said that he wanted me to order another painting for him later. I made money and the first thing I thought of was to share it with you. Lin Xinru said happily. It can be seen that she was very happy that her paintings were recognized by others. But Chen Mo felt a little strange when he heard it. He had seen Lin Xinru's paintings, and they were indeed good, but they were just the level of normal art students, and obviously not at the level that could be sold separately for 10,000 yuan per painting. This boss not only bought one painting, but also planned to order another painting. Chen Mo naturally felt strange, no matter how he thought about it. He immediately asked, did this boss say when he would ask you to do the second painting? He said that his family has a rare flower from the western regions, and he wanted me to paint the scene of the flower blooming. He is still waiting for the flower to bloom. When the flower blooms, he will call me and ask me to come over to paint. Lin Xinru said with a smile. Really? Then when he calls you, you can take me to see this rare flower. I want to see it too. Okay, I'll tell him then. Yeah. Chen Mo nodded. He hoped that he was just overthinking. After all, he was happy for Lin Xinru to see her talent being recognized by others, but if the other party had any bad intentions, he would not sit idly by. Okay, let's make it like this. I'll treat you to a good meal tomorrow afternoon. I'll leave first. Yeah, be careful on the road. I know. After Lin Xinru finished speaking to Chen Mo, she stood up and waved to Mu Xiao and said with a smile, Sister Xiao, I'll leave first. Mu Xiao responded with an awkward smile. After Lin Xinru left, Mu Xiao tried to say, is this your sister? She's really beautiful. Chen Mo smiled and said, I guess so, but she's a little bit defenseless and easy to be deceived. After saying this, Mu Xiao remembered what Lin Xinru had just said, and she also felt that this matter was a little strange. However, she was not familiar with Lin Xinru's painting skills, so she would not casually think that Lin Xinru's paintings were worth more than 10,000 yuan. By the way, Xiao, you said at noon that your aunt fell ill. How is she now? She is just too tired. It was caused by excessive fatigue. The doctor said that, as long as she takes good care of herself and recuperates for a few months, she will be fine. It's just that the nutrition fee, medical expenses, etc. need to be paid continuously in the next few months, so I said I have no money to pay the rent. When my mother's illness is cured, you can help me rent a house. Mu Xiao said this not to cry poor to Chen Mo, but to express simply that she was not deliberately trying to please him, but the family situation did not allow it, so she could only wait. Chen Mo nodded and said, if your aunt is in good health, you can ask her to come to the Magic City directly. I know medical skills and can help her recuperate quickly. The fare for her to come to the Magic City must be much cheaper than the nutrition fee, medical expenses, etc. for a long time. Ah, you know medical skills? Muziayu looked at Chen Mo in surprise. You don't believe it? I can treat you right now. You've been working for years, and your body is not in good condition. Do you often have sore shoulders and necks? As soon as these words came out, Muziayu nodded and said, indeed. That's right. If you don't believe that I have medical skills, I will give you massage treatment right now, and you will feel comfortable in your neck soon. Chen Mo's words were like a trick to trick girls into having physical contact. Muziayu looked at the empty room, where only the two of them were alone in the room, and her face turned slightly red. But she still didn't refuse, and said in a mosquito-like voice, then I'll leave it to you. Chen Mo smiled and said, that's offensive. As he spoke, Chen Mo's hands had already gently fallen on Muziayu's shoulders. Originally, Muziayu thought that boys needing movements would be heavier, but after really feeling Chen Mo's strength, she found that Chen Mo's technique was very gentle, and pressing on the sore parts of the shoulders and neck was even particularly comfortable. However, this is just Chen Mo's regular massage technique. He used to massage his mother and father when he was at home, so he has mastered this technique and is naturally proficient. If his parents had not gone out to sea to fish and could not be contacted for a while, Chen Mo would have taken them to the Magic City to enjoy their lives after awakening his ability. According to the last phone call, his parents had said that they would be home for at least a month. It is impossible for a fishing boat to come back immediately, and Chen Mo could not contact them for the time being. He could only wait for them to come back and call him to inform him before he could tell him what he was doing. After Chen Mo massaged his parents in the past, they felt much more relaxed, but this technique only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. It was just a gesture to make people feel a little more relaxed. After pressing for a while, making Muziayu mistakenly think that he was really massaging, Chen Mo suddenly activated his skills. With the activation of the healing light and the sacred purification skills, Muziayu only felt a stream of warm currents from Chen Mo's hands on her shoulders entering her body and flowing through her whole body. The next moment, she felt that her whole body suddenly became extremely relaxed, and all the uncomfortable feelings disappeared without a trace in an instant. How is it? Do you feel a little relieved? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Muziayu looked at Chen Mo with a surprised expression and said, it's more than a little relieved. I feel like a whole new person. How is it? Now you believe in my medical skills. You can rest assured to call your aunt over. I will treat her, and I guarantee that her body will recover as well as you. With the personal experience just now, Muziayu naturally no longer doubted it. But she was very curious about what kind of treatment method Chen Mo used, which was so magical. She took out her mobile phone and called her mother. Hello, Mom. Are you feeling better now? Oh, I mean, if you feel better, you can come directly to Shanghai. I have a friend who studies medicine and has superb medical skills. He said he can quickly cure your disease. No, he's not from a big hospital. He's my friend. He's treating you privately. It's not very expensive. Don't worry, he's not a liar. Yes, just buy a ticket and come over. When you arrive in Shanghai, just call me and I'll pick you up. Okay, everything is fine here. Don't worry. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Muziayu looked at Chen Mo gratefully and said, Chen Mo, thank you. My mother's health has always made me very worried. If you can really cure her, I really don't know how to thank you. There's no need to say these things between good friends. It seems too distant. Okay, your mother's matter has been settled. Now you can rent a house with confidence, right? Well, but the houses here are so high-end. The rent should not be cheap. It's okay, don't worry, the landlord is a very good sister. The price she offers to us college students is not very expensive, but she doesn't rent to ordinary people. She only rents to people who like her. She doesn't care much about the rent. Even if she offers you a high price, it doesn't matter. I recently helped a local tyrant to treat his illness and made a lot of money. I can help you pay some. How can that be possible? How can I use your money? Musayu hurriedly shook her head and refused. What's wrong with this? You are a top student at Modu University. You will definitely have a good future. I'm just investing first. When you go out into society and have better ability to make money, you can pay me back. Isn't it the same? I can charge you more interest at that time. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Musayu didn't object. As the two were talking, Chen Mo suddenly heard a system prompt. System prompt. Due to your words and deeds, the 9th level demon Musayu's favorability towards you has increased. Her current favorability towards you is 95 points, which has reached the admiration level. Ah. I didn't say anything. How comes Ayao's favorability towards me suddenly jumped to 95 points? How many points did the system just increase Musayu's favorability towards me? Musayu's favorability towards you just increased by 5 points. Originally, Musayu's favorability towards you was 90 points, which is at the level of liking. System prompt. It is detected that the host can actually increase the favorability of the 9th level demon with overflowing negative energy from liking to admiring. The host's stunning charm is truly unrivaled in the world. Hereby reward the host with 10,000 survival points, an S-level gift pack, and 10 points of charm. Good guy. This 9th level demon is worthy of being a walking reward library. He only increased his favorability to 95 points and gave him 10,000 survival points and an S-level gift pack. This is already a reward comparable to killing a 9th level powerful enemy. It seems that in the judgment of the system, it is as difficult to get the admiration of a 9th level demon as to cross the level and kill a 9th level powerful enemy. Chen Mo looked at the rewards given by the system and felt that Musayu was really a big treasure. But what surprised him was that Musayu's favorability towards him was already as high as 90 points. He didn't see it at all. When did Sayao fall in love with me? I don't think I have much contact with her. After working together last time, we haven't been in touch again. I only met her once again in Sister Sua's tea house. Chen Mo really didn't figure out how he made Musayu fall in love with him. However, although the system's detection had a disclaimer saying that it could not be completely accurate, it should not be a random detection. Chen Mo didn't think about it anymore, but looked at Musayu and said, I'll take you to a few empty houses nearby first. You can see which one you like first. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Musayu asked, do you have any empty houses nearby? There are no empty houses near my house, but there is an empty house next to it. Then choose this one. There are acquaintances living nearby, and it's more reassuring. Musayu said with a smile. Okay, since the decoration of Sister Yu's house is basically the same, let's choose that one. I'll ask Sister Yu about the rent later. After the two of them rested and chatted for a while, Zaoyu called to urge them to eat. Chen Mo immediately brought Musayu to Zaoyu's house. As soon as the door was opened, a fragrant smell of dishes wafted over. Wow, it smells so good. Sister Yu's cooking skills are still so good. Chen Mo immediately ran over happily, ready to steal a piece of meat first. Eating the dishes cooked by Zaoyu made Chen Mo feel more hungry than eating those so-called expensive delicacies. But before he could steal a bite, Zaoyu slapped his hand away. Smelly boy, did you wash your hands before you steal a bite? Chen Mo immediately ran to wash his hands obediently, and at this time Musayu walked in with a restrained look on her face. Excuse me, hello, Sister Yu. I'm Chen Mo's friend Musayu. You can just call me Zaoyu. I'm really sorry to bother you. No, you're Mo's friend, so we're all family. You don't have to be restrained when you come to my place. There are never any rules in our family. Come, don't be polite, go wash your hands and sit down to eat. Zaoyu smiled and welcomed Musayu into the house. As the four of them sat down and started to eat, Liu Kinlan's eyes kept sweeping over Musayu. Zaoyu asked about the relationship between the two indirectly. After learning that the two of them met as co-workers, Zaoyu also understood why Chen Mo took such good care of Musayu. After all, Chen Mo had also experienced firsthand how difficult it was for such a work-study child to work as a temporary worker everywhere. After tasting Zaoyu's cooking, Musayu immediately exclaimed, Sister Yu's dishes are really delicious. Zhao picked up a few more dishes for Muziayu and said with a smile, "It's like being at home when you're at sister's house. Eat more if you think it's delicious." During dinner, Chen Mo also asked about the rent. Zhao was naturally very generous and gave a super low price. Such a good house, rented to one person, only 300 yuan a month, almost the same as living there for free. This caused Muziayu to be grateful. After dinner, Chen Mo looked at Zhao and said, "Sister Yu, I have to go home and do some things first. You should digest it first. I will come to help you with the treatment in 2 hours." Zhao asked Chen Mo to help her with the treatment during the day, and Chen Mo naturally remembered it in his heart. He still had a daily task of strength training that he had not completed today, so he needed to go home to complete it first. By the way, he could take the time to open the A level, S level, SSS level and daily gift packs he got before to see what good stuff there was. Chapter 65, Blood Clan. 5,000 words. After returning home, Chen Mo prepared Zhao Huang's dinner and immediately started strength training. Although his current attributes do not need much training to improve, it is not bad to stretch his muscles and bones to make himself more controlled by his body. After spending a full hour, Chen Mo finally heard the system prompt. System prompt. It is detected that you have done 1 hour of strength training and exceeded the daily tasks. The reward is doubled this time. You have obtained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. Finally, all the daily tasks were completed. Chen Mo immediately took a shower and then he was too lazy to put on his clothes. He put on the S-level infinite combat suit that he had opened before. With the combat suit on, Chen Mo unexpectedly found that this combat suit that looked like a rubber suit did not have the tight feeling he imagined. After putting it on, it was as if a layer of skin was directly put on the body, and there was no feeling of wearing clothes at all. This made him move very easily. At the same time, he also tried to activate the combat suit's strength enhancing effect. As his mind moved, the combat suit immediately lit up a faint light. Chen Mo only felt that his muscles became stronger under the influence of the combat suit. He came to the fist force tester that he had bought through the system before. Without using the special energy, he just threw a punch with the current strength plus the increase of the combat suit. He only heard a very fast sound of breaking through the air. Chen Mo's punch was so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. From Chen Mo's punch to hitting the target, it took less than 0.05 seconds. He only felt a fist shadow flash by and then heard a dull bang from the target. Fortunately, the things sold by the system are still very resistant to beating. If this was a fist force tester on the market, I'm afraid it would be directly destroyed by Chen Mo's punch. And this set of fist force tester gave a good feedback on Chen Mo's right fist force. Chen Mo, who had only 2 points of strength attribute before, had a right fist force of 800 kilograms. Now, Chen Mo, whose strength is 4 points, theoretically should have a punching force of about 1,600 kilograms. However, the punching speed will affect the impact force when the fist hits the target, so Chen Mo, whose agility has also increased by 2 points, will definitely not have a punching force of only 1,600 kilograms this time. As he punched hard on the target, a loud noise like a giant collision was heard, and Chen Mo's punching force immediately began to roll on the punching force tester. The final punching force test result stopped at 100 tons. 100 tons of punching force is equal to 100,000 kilograms. What a terrifying force. This is no longer something that a living creature can do. If Chen Mo didn't have this combat suit, he would rely on his own strength to punch this level of punching force. With his current physical fitness, I'm afraid that his entire arm would be directly broken by the reaction force. This force is comparable to the force of a high-speed car hitting at high speed without braking at all. The impact surface of the car and the impact surface of Chen Mo's fist are obviously different. Chen Mo's fist is more focused. If he is hit by his 100-ton fist, even if the opponent is wearing a helmet, a hole will be directly smashed, and the person's head will be smashed. This is a terrible increase of this combat suit. After Chen Mo cancelled the increase effect of the combat suit, he punched again, and this time the punch force was only 2,000 kilograms, or 2 tons. Such power can still be achieved by living things. For example, elephants and rhinos are terrifying power type characters. But 100 tons of abnormal power is difficult to achieve even for giants like elephants and rhinos. It can be seen how powerful the S-level infinite combat suit is. After wearing it, it can not only provide extremely strong defense capabilities, but also significantly improve the attack capabilities. From 2 tons to 100 tons, this is a 50-fold increase in strength. After putting on his clothes, and using the shape-changing ball, to change his appearance into a daily outfit, Chen Mo sat on the sofa, and opened the system warehouse interface to check today's gains. He first opened the 4 daily gift packs that had not been opened. With the opening of the 4 daily gift packs, Chen Mo obtained 3 daily supplies and a small reconnaissance aircraft. Silent small reconnaissance aircraft. This reconnaissance aircraft can fly silently in the outside world to help you detect whether the surrounding environment is safe. It is an extremely reliable partner in the end of the world survival environment. This thing seems to be somewhat useful. Chen Mo glanced at the description of this set of silent small reconnaissance aircraft and was quite satisfied. At least it is better than the useless daily supplies. After putting away the reconnaissance aircraft, Chen Mo immediately opened the A-level gift pack. System prompt: the gift pack has been opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level points gift pack. What is this? Chen Mo immediately checked the gift pack description. A-level points package. Opening this package has a chance to get 10,000 to 500,000 survival points, or you can directly get 100,000 survival points. You can choose freely. Wow, there is such a points package. If you look at the expected value, it seems that random is better. After all, 10,000 to 100,000 only accounts for 20% of the probability. If you get any of the other 80% probability, you will earn money. Although he has calculated the probability clearly in his mind, Chen Mo still needs to figure out the probability distribution problem to avoid being cheated. System: will the probability of opening this gift package for points be lower the more survival points you have? System prompt: yes. Opening this gift package has a 1% chance of getting 400,000 to 500,000 survival points, a 4% chance of getting 300,000 to 400,000 survival points, a 10% chance of getting 200,000 to 300,000 survival points, a 20% chance of getting 100,000 to 200,000 survival points, and a 65% chance of getting less than 100,000 survival points. Good fellow, there is indeed a pitfall. There is a 65% probability of opening below 100,000, so there is only a 1/3 chance that you may make money. Chen Mo thought about it and felt that it was better not to gamble. A steady harvest of 100,000 survival points was already a good return. There was no need to gamble. If he gambled for 1 survival point, where would he cry? Just open 100,000 survival points, no randomness. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully opening 100,000 survival points from the A-level points gift package. The current host survival points are 249,904 points. The A-level gift package opened 100,000 survival points, which is also considered to be quite satisfactory. After all, according to the value of the gift package, the SSS level gift package system has clearly stated that it is worth 100 million survival points. The SS level gift package is estimated to be worth 10 million survival points, the S level gift package is estimated to be worth 1 million survival points, and the A level gift package is worth 100,000 survival points. It is still quite reasonable. As long as you don't lose money, everything will be fine. After opening the A-level gift package, Chen Mo immediately took out the S-level gift package. System prompt: the gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the additional bloodline, blood clan. Oh, I finally drew a bloodline. It seems that I have good luck in opening the package this time. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel happy. The bloodline is also a good bloodline. Of course, the premise is to remove the messy weaknesses of the bloodline. The bloodline produced by the system just happened to help deal with these weaknesses. Adding the bloodline. System prompt: attachment completed. You have obtained the 4 bloodline abilities of super healing, immortal body, super night vision, and blood worship. Super healing. As long as you are not fatally injured, you can heal at a very fast speed, but the healing speed depends on the quality and quantity of blood in your body. The lower the blood quality and the smaller the quantity, the slower the healing speed. Immortal body, you have an almost infinite lifespan, and as long as your head is not destroyed or cut off, you will not die from any other fatal injuries. However, this ability cannot block some destructive attack effects. At the same time, if your blood is seriously lost, your lifespan will still return to normal, but when your blood returns to normal, your body will also return to normal. Super night vision. Even in a dark environment, you can still see everything around you. Blood worship. You have a very strong blood perception ability, and can track and sense the smell of any drop of blood within a radius of 100 miles. At the same time, if you drink blood, your combat effectiveness and recovery ability will be temporarily improved according to the quality of the blood you drink. System prompt. Because you have merged a new bloodline, your total attribute limit has been improved. The current total attribute limit has been increased to 10 points. Because you have merged the bloodline of the vampire, you have increased your basic energy by an additional 20 points. Finally, Chen Mo successfully extracted a bloodline after a long time, and Chen Mo was quite happy. The key is that the bloodlines produced by the system have all had their side effects removed, which is what makes it so powerful. Originally, the regular bloodlines of werewolves and vampires could not be ranked at the S level, but the system has removed all their fatal side effects, so it can be ranked. The remaining ones are all very powerful effects. However, one of the 4 major abilities of the vampires is repeated with the werewolf's ability, which is equivalent to losing one ability, which is a bit of a pity. The last of the 4 major abilities of the vampires really made Chen Mo a little bit unbearable. He needs to drink blood to be able to exert the strength of this ability, but blood is generally very fishy, and normal humans certainly can't drink it. But when it really comes to a critical moment, you still have to drink it, and improving combat effectiveness is everything. As the bloodline of the vampires was integrated, Chen Mo only felt an indescribable youthful vitality all over his body. It was as if the aging of the body cells had stopped directly. Is this the feeling of immortality? It's even clearer than the effect of the anti-aging pill I took. Chen Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little anxious to eat before, and wasted her anti-aging pill. After integrating the blood of the vampires, she has perfectly achieved the effect of keeping her face young forever. At this time, Chen Mo checked his attributes. Host, Chen Mo age 20, immortality, eternal beauty, bloodline, werewolf, 20 points of supernatural energy, plus vampire, 20 points of supernatural energy, superpowers, SSS level time and space confinement plus S level object control plus S level gravity manipulation, skills, 6/6, healing light A level, shadow step A level, holy purification S level, super speed recovery S level, perfect copy SSS level passive, mind reading SSS level, basic attributes constitution. 4/10 equals 30 points of supernatural energy, strength 4/10 equals 30 points of supernatural energy, agility 4/10 equals 30 points of supernatural energy, mental power 5/10 equals 50 points of supernatural energy. The attributes of adults are between 0.75-1.5. Host's current supernatural level, first level, host's current supernatural energy. 180 points plus 180 points plus 180 points, 540 points are close to the third level, survival points. 249,904 points sure enough, with the fusion of the bloodline of the Blood Clan. Chen Mo found that the suffix introduction of his age column has become immortality and eternal beauty. Although it is said that the ES peer does not need to worry about the lifespan as the level of the ES peer is constantly improved, it is more satisfying to solve the problem once and for all. However, this immortality has a prerequisite, that is, blood. Since it is called the Blood Clan, everything is naturally related to blood. It can be seen that among the 4 abilities of the Blood Clan, except for the night vision ability, the other 3 abilities are all related to blood. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the opening of this S-level gift package. After opening the S-level gift package, and feeling the state of his body at this time, Chen Mo then looked at the SSS level gift package. He was thinking about whether to open it now. After all, the SSS level gift package can be kept to use the special reward extraction opportunity to specify the desired things according to the situation. Considering his current combat power, Chen Mo decided to keep the SSS level gift package first and see the situation later. After sorting out all the proceeds, Chen Mo opened the door and walked out refreshed, heading towards Zhao Yu's home. At the same time, in an unknown underground area in Bird Country, a blonde, blue-eyed woman with a very hot body looked at the man beside her who was seriously checking the large amount of information in front of him and said, "Director, we have investigated clearly. No one in the institute has left recently, let alone anyone who has contact with China. It is impossible for the special biological sample to be leaked. Moreover, no unknown meteorites have been detected falling into China recently. It is probably impossible for a second meteorite carrying special biological samples to land in China and provide special biological samples to China. Really? It seems that Kivas is worrying too much, but in this case, I'm a little curious. The case of the man named Liu Yuanzhang sent by Kivas is obviously terminally ill and there is no cure for the current technology. How did the young man save him? Our East District experimental subject number 7 does not have such a healing ability. That was before. Recently, after adding a dose of Group B new medicine to experiment number 7, her healing ability has been greatly improved. In the morning, a rabbit that had just been killed was sent to her. Although she seemed to have lost a lot of physical strength, she still managed to revive the rabbit whose head was smashed. Impossible. How could her ability be improved so much? Can she revive dead things? That's not entirely true. We did a control. She couldn't revive rabbits that had been dead for more than 1 minute. She could revive those that died within 1 minute. It's just that with her current physical strength, she can only revive 3 rabbits in a row before fainting. Interesting. It seems that the research on this Group B new medicine has some signs. The director said with satisfaction. Not entirely true. The side effects of Group B new medicine are still relatively large. Many experimental subjects died of brain explosions not long after taking them. Only a very small number of them can adapt. The blonde shook her head and said with a look of regret, Group B new drugs are inherently difficult to handle. After all, they involve superpowers. Keep researching and observing, and don't be impatient. The key is how effective Group A new drugs are now. If Group A new drugs are well developed, we can directly sell them to rich and powerful people around the world, making it easier for us to raise a lot of funds and sponsorship. The director took out an experimental report on Group A new drugs, looked through it, and asked, "Speaking of Group A new drugs," the blonde beauty hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Group A new drugs still have some side effects that have not been figured out, and the current medicinal strength has not yet reached its peak. Although it can solve most diseases, it still cannot be completely effective for all diseases. And there is a big problem with one of the side effects of this drug. We secretly found some seriously ill patients to try the drug. As a result, one of the seriously ill patients suddenly had veins bulging all over his body, his eyes were red, and he became mad like a wild beast, biting everyone he saw. How could such a thing happen? How is the patient now? Has he been caught? No, he was shot dead on the spot. Asshole, how can such an abnormal drug user be killed directly? This is such an important research material. How do your people do things?" The director said angrily. "I have already criticized them, but that guy was so crazy at the time that the people around him were subconsciously afraid and had no choice but to shoot him. What about the body? We brought the body back and studied it, but I don't know if it's because he was shot dead. The cells in his body have inexplicably decayed, and we can't detect any useful information. We can only hope that the next abnormal person who took the drug will appear. The new drugs in Group A are supposed to be good healing drugs. How could they cause the human body to go crazy? What's the problem? Can someone study it carefully? I've ordered them to study it as soon as possible. I will notify you as soon as there is news." Very good. By the way, the new drug test subject in Group B number 17 has been very stable after taking the medicine, but has he awakened any superpowers? Not yet. I don't know if he deliberately concealed it. Anyway, when I asked him, he just said he didn't know. As the two were talking, the red lights in the four corners of the office suddenly flashed, and a series of rapid alarms rang out. Warning. Warning. Subject 17 has been detected missing from the lab for unknown reasons. Please conduct an immediate search throughout the institute. Warning. Warning. Subject 17 has been detected. What's going on? I just went to see Subject 17, and he's still fine in the lab, the blonde beauty said in surprise. When the director heard her say that, he immediately calmed down and said with a smile, notify everyone not to open the door of the lab easily and have someone bring a thermal imaging device over. Chapter 66. Is there such a good thing? 3,000 words. At this time, the experimental room of subject number 17 was already empty. Many researchers and administrators were gathered in front of the experimental room, waiting for the director to arrive. When did you find out that he was missing? Before the director could speak, the blonde beauty beside him immediately asked the person in charge of this area. Miss Louise, I saw him just 3 minutes ago, but I just glanced at the surveillance and found that his room was empty. The person in charge wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, where can a person go in just 3 minutes? Some people around were puzzled. You idiots, use your brains to think carefully. This is a person who has taken the new drug in Group B. Don't think with ordinary people's behavioral logic. The director snorted coldly and asked the staff behind him to push the thermal imaging instrument over. As the thermal imager was directed into the room, everyone soon saw a special heat group similar to a human figure appear in experimental room number 17 on the display screen of the thermal imager. You little brat, you want to play tricks on us just because you have the ability to become invisible. After the director knocked on the special glass of the laboratory, a young boy reappeared in the laboratory. He was giggling at this time, and he seemed to be very happy that he had played tricks on everyone. Tommy's ability to become invisible may be of great use in the future. Pay more attention to his training and observation, okay? The director smiled and glanced at Tommy, then said to the blonde beauty Louise beside him. Louise nodded immediately and said, I understand. Okay, these are all small matters. The uncertainty of the new drugs in Group B is too great, and the research cycle is too long. Remember that the new drugs in Group A are our top priority. Yes, I will urge them to speed up the development of drug A. By the way, if you have a chance, investigate the mysterious boy in China. According to the information sent back by Kivis, it is incredible that the disease of the man named Liu Yuanzhan can be cured. Go and find out the means of that mysterious boy. I understand. I will ask Kivis to arrange people. Well, in extraordinary times, any abnormal things cannot be let go. Chen Mo was still thinking about improving his reputation step by step to attract the attention of the mysterious biotechnology company so that he could get special biochemical drugs from them for research. As a result, he never thought that they had already set their sights on him. At this time, at Zhao Yu's home, Zhao Yu had washed the dishes with the help of Liu Qinlun and Mu Ziyu, and was watching TV leisurely. Sister Yu, are you upstairs? Chen Mo came to Zhao Yu's house and saw that Liu Qinlun and Mu Ziyu were no longer downstairs, indicating that they should have gone back. Well, I'm watching TV in the room upstairs. Come up. Zhao Yu's soft, delicate, and gentle voice came from upstairs. Although Chen Mo has been to Zhao Yu's house many times, he has never been to Zhao Yu's room. Hearing Zhao Yu say this, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, but still went upstairs. In his heart, he recalled the fear of being teased by Zhao Yu every other day, and he didn't know if she was dressed too casually in her room. When Chen Mo came to Zhao Yu's bedroom on the second floor, he saw Zhao Yu wearing a black gauze tight dress, sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling at him. Sister Yu, why are you standing at the door? Come in. Zhao Yu leaned back slightly and said with a breath as sweet as orchid. Looking at the other party's natural seductive posture, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable heat in his body. He walked into the room slowly, carefully keeping a distance from Zhao Yu. Seeing him being as cautious as a lamb entering a wolf's den, Zhao Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you doing, little brat? I'm not a big bad wolf. Why are you hiding so far from me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? It's still daylight. If I want to eat you, it'll be dark. You need to treat me, so come quickly. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's going to be dark soon. You lie down first, and I'll go over. Can I attack you suddenly?" Zhao Yu smiled helplessly, then lay on the bed, and turned to look at Chen Mo with a charming face and said, "Let's start the treatment." Sometimes Zhao Yu wasn't really seducing Chen Mo, but she was born with a seductive body, and her every move had the ability to seduce people. Seeing that Zhao Yu was lying down obediently, she shouldn't tease herself anymore, so Chen Mo slowly came to her side. Don't blame the brother for being too careful, just blame the sister for being too worried. After coming to Zhao Yu's side, Chen Mo carefully checked Zhao Yu's physical condition again. Zhao Yu basically has no major problems. If there are any, there are some minor problems. But those are common to all human beings. After all, they are active every day, and there will always be changes in some joints. Generally speaking, as long as there is no further damage, it will not affect normal life, and there will not even be discomfort. But since it is here, let's cure it all at once. Sister Yu, then I'm going to start. After Chen Mo finished speaking, his hands gently fell on Zhao Yu's back and gently massaged her back and shoulders, which gave Zhao Yu a soothing feeling on her shoulders and back. Smelly boy, you have some skills. Zhao Yu squinted her eyes in enjoyment and smiled with her thin lips slightly raised. This is just a warm-up. I'm going to use my power next. Chen Mo said with a smile. After speaking, he began to activate his treatment skills, preparing to treat Zhao Yu's discomfort caused by the upcoming menstrual period. His massage just now only slightly relieved the superficial discomfort caused by Zhao Yu's daily habits. At the moment, when Chen Mo activated the skills, the system prompt suddenly rang. System prompt. The other party's current discomfort is detected, partly due to the normal physiological factors of being a female human being. If this part is to be treated, it may bring some physiological effects to the other party. Should the relevant parties be forced to undergo treatment? Hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo was a little curious. He asked the system in his heart, what kind of effects will it bring? System prompt. Normal female physiological activities occur normally for conception. If forcibly interfered with, it may cause the woman to be unable to conceive. So serious? Permanent? System prompt. Because the host's treatment is not a conventional treatment behavior, it is not a permanent effect, but a staged effect. Each stage will cause the other party's physiological behavior to stop within 1 month, which means that the other party will be unable to conceive within 1 month. Oh my god, there is such a good thing. Chen Mo was stunned after hearing this. This is equivalent to allowing the other party to avoid the trouble of menstruation for a month without any harm. This is an excellent treatment plan. Moreover, after this treatment, if there is a need for in-depth communication with a certain target, there is no need to worry about some unexpected events. Are you sure there are no other disadvantages, and it will not adversely affect the normal physiological activities of the body in the future? System prompt. Please rest assured, host, no, the neutralization of special treatment is a very healthy treatment behavior. The only disadvantage is that the woman will not be able to conceive during the period when the effect is effective. That's good. Although the system promised that there were no dangers and disadvantages, the current user was Zhao Yu, so Chen Mo did not dare to make his own decision. Although he had not heard that Zhao Yu had a boyfriend or anything, let alone that she had a pregnancy plan recently, he still had to ask the other party's opinion first. But it was really a bit difficult to ask, and he felt that he would be beaten. After organizing his words, Chen Mo said, Sister Yu, what's wrong? It's just that there may be some things I need to ask about this treatment process. Huh? Sister, do you have a very difficult disease? Hearing what Chen Mo said, Zhao Yu, who was just enjoying it and squinting her eyes, turned her head and looked at him in fear. After all, Chen Mo was a person who could even cure an incurable disease like Liu Yuanzang. This sudden treatment for her was so casual that Zhao Yu was naturally afraid of asking something. Chen Mo quickly comforted her, don't worry, it's not a big problem. I just have some small questions to ask. Don't hit me. Hearing this, Zhao Yu became interested. She looked at Chen Mo with a smile and said, what's the problem? Do you have any plans to get pregnant in the next month? Chen Mo organized his words, but in the end he couldn't make sense. so he asked directly. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Xiaoyu immediately pinched Chen Mo's cheek with her fair little hand. Stinky boy, what question are you asking? I'm a virgin and don't have a boyfriend. How can I have a plan to get pregnant? After saying that, she looked at Chen Mo with a teasing expression and then smiled and teased. You boy, you won't suddenly be greedy for your body, right? If you beg me, I can reluctantly accept it. Chen Mo smiled bitterly and said, no, I just need treatment. I can make you not have the trouble caused by menstruation in the next month, but the price is that you can't get pregnant in a month, so I have to ask you clearly first. So that's the case. Will it have any impact in the future? Xiaoyu is more concerned about the follow-up issues. No, it will only affect 1 month each time. Then what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and treat it. There is such a good thing. Then I will subscribe to your treatment business on a monthly basis in the future and use your rent to offset it. Xiaoyu said happily. Being a woman, you don't have a good impression of menstruation. I hope it won't come at all, but I'm afraid it won't come suddenly. Now Chen Mo has a way to avoid a month of related troubles. Xiaoyu is simply asking for it. Seeing Xiaoyu say this, Chen Mo didn't say anything more and directly activated the skill to start the forced treatment effect. Soon Xiaoyu felt 2 warm currents from Chen Mo's hands behind her flowing into her back and finally flowing through her whole body, making her whole body become extremely comfortable in an instant. When treating Xiaoyu, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of Lin Xinru. He didn't expect that his treatment ability would have this benefit. Then he could do things more safely and without obstacles in the future. Chapter 67 Damn Charm. 2 in 1. While Chen Mo was treating Xiaoyu, he took the opportunity to ask, Sister Yu, what do you think would happen if the top forces in the Magic City suddenly had internal chaos? Why do you suddenly have this idea? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo strangely. In her impression, Chen Mo was not very interested in the so-called upper class. Just asking, if this is the case, will Huang Pao be able to profit from it? It's hard to say. The forces of all parties affect all industries, and if there is a big chaos, I'm afraid it will be a shock to the entire Magic City economy. It's not a single force that can easily profit. Xiaoyu said seriously. Chen Mo thought about it carefully. There is still half a year before the end of the world. He has only 2 most important things now. The first is to find out the situation of the mysterious technology company. If he can master their biotechnology technology, he may be able to mass produce his relatives and friends into high-level superpowers. Don't look at what kind of demons, corpse kings, and weirdos they are now. Chen Mo doesn't want them to be in this identity when the end of the world really comes. He wants to upgrade everyone to serious superpowers, not monsters. Now that he couldn't find the location of this possible mysterious technology company, he needed to increase his fame to lure the other party to find him. But he couldn't show it too much, otherwise he would scare them, and they would hide very deeply. The second thing was that Chen Mo wanted to build a solid fortress that could provide a good living environment even in the end of the world. To do these 2 things, he had to continuously improve his public status. Otherwise, how could he collect a lot of resources to build a survival fortress? How could he let the mysterious biotechnology company take the initiative to contact him? In this way, he was ready to participate in the melee of various forces in the Magic City, stir up the situation and profit from it. I think if possible, we can form a larger alliance, integrate together, and eat this piece of fat together. Chen Mo said, after thinking for a while. Xiaoyu smiled and said, it's rare that my MOMO has such an idea, but this alliance can't be formed just like that. The top 10 forces in Magic City are all dissatisfied with each other. It may be difficult to determine who will listen to whom at that time. That's the problem. We need a character who can calm everyone down, to go out and mediate. We need to think about it again. By the way, Sister Yu, don't blame me for being talkative. Today, I heard Duraniuan talk about the situation of your yellow robe society. It seems that there is not much harmony within. You have to pay more attention to this matter. Listening to Chen Mo's caring words, Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes moved. She looked at him seriously, moved her red lips, but in the end she didn't say it. She just stood up and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder with a smile and said, I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Leo-san and the others said that they were driven back by you. I'm really not used to being followed by others. I'm sorry to waste your kindness. Chen Mo said embarrassedly. Xiaoyu smiled and touched Chen Mo's cheek and said, silly boy, why waste your sister's kindness? Your own safety is the most important. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable knowing that someone was following you. I heard from them that you seem to be quite capable. I know that you are a sensible person and will not take risks casually, but are you sure you really don't need someone to follow and protect you? Even if someone in the military secretly protects you, it does not prevent you from having more protection behind you. It can be seen that Xiaoyu still cares about the safety of this cheap brother. After all, she was the one who started the matter, so naturally she didn't want Chen Mo to be in danger. She had made preparations for defense, but in the end, all her people were inexplicably discovered by Chen Mo and driven away. If Chen Mo was in danger, she would not accept it. It's okay, Sister Yu. I deliberately asked Leo-san and the others not to follow me. I have already made special arrangements in secret. I'm not afraid of the Tang family taking action, but I'm afraid that the Tang family won't take action. Chen Mo smiled and grabbed Xiaoyu's hand that was stroking his cheek and said, just relax. Well, that's good. Regarding your recent emergence, you must learn the principle of making the most of rare goods. You must no longer casually provide treatment to celebrities and nobles, otherwise they will think you are too cheap. You must learn to build yourself. I see. I have such plans recently, so when Du Renyuan wanted to hold a banquet for me, I directly refused. Grandpa Kinlan's thank you banquet should not have any social attributes, so I agreed. It seems that you have analyzed everything very clearly, and it's my sister who is worrying too much. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Sister Yu, you don't have to worry too much about my affairs. On the contrary, if you need any help, just tell me, and I will do my best. Stinky boy, when I first met you, I didn't think you were so capable. Did you suddenly meet some otherworldly master who made you enlightened? Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and said goodbye without saying much. Then I'll leave first. Sister Yu, you should rest early. Watching Chen Mo leave, Xiaoyu stretched her body lazily like a cat, then stood up and went to the window. Seeing Chen Mo walking towards her home, she went downstairs, locked the door, and then went back upstairs to enter a secret room. In today's video conference, she mentioned to the uncles and uncles of the Yellow Robe Society that the King Society was interested in cooperation. This surprised everyone in the Yellow Robe Society. Du Renyuan has been missing for so long, and it is rumored that he is seriously ill and dying. This is something that most of the upper class people in the Magic City know. But today he suddenly stood up, and he suddenly wanted to cooperate with the Yellow Robe Society. Soon everyone thought of the person Xiaoyu nominated for protection by the Yellow Robe Society the day before. Chen Mo's name was already very famous among the upper class of the Magic City. Xiaoyu, although many people have been saying that Du Renyuan was seriously ill, some people have also been saying that he was faking illness and hiding. Even the people in Kingsh did not dare to act rashly. Today, he suddenly stood up and started to do things. And for the first time, he actually took the initiative to discuss cooperation with us. Is it that kid named Chen Mo who is playing a role? Yes, I guess Du Renyuan is really sick. I received news yesterday that Du Zhen went to Liu Yuanzong's house. He should want to ask Chen Mo to treat his father, but some people say that he is just acting through this incident. But no matter what, judging from Du Renyuan's reaction, when he suddenly came out today, he was probably really sick before, and now he has been cured by Chen Mo. Didn't old son say that Chen Mo was taken away by Du Zixi when he came back to report today? No matter how powerful his means are in Kingsh, it is difficult for him to follow to the Du family residential area, so he can only come back to report in advance. I think this matter is already very clear. Listening to the conversation of the uncles and aunts, Xiaoyu smiled and said, yes, Du Renyuan was indeed seriously ill before, but after being rescued by Chen Mo, he is now full of energy, so the King Society will definitely reshuffle some of the cards. Because of some previous things recently, he is good at centralizing power, and the King Society will only be more condensed in the future. He is now willing to send out signals that he wants to be on good terms with us and wants to reach multifaceted cooperation with us. Do you think we should angle him first or directly agree to cooperate with him? He obviously wants to get close to Chen Mo by cooperating with us. There's nothing wrong with win-win cooperation. I think we can agree directly. No matter what his original purpose is, as long as we cooperate for a long time, everyone will gain something, and then there will naturally be more cooperation in the future, and the relationship will be better. It doesn't matter what their original purpose was. Well, I agree with Liu Zhang. I have no objection either. Our current development has reached a bottleneck. Expanding a powerful ally will only benefit us, not harm us. I agree. As all the uncles voted, Xiao Yu nodded and said, since all the uncles have no objection, then let's cooperate. Tomorrow you just need to send a signal to Kingsh, and I won't show up. This time is interesting. Kingsh suddenly cooperates with us. Doesn't this feel like accelerating our internal division? We have to show that we are scrambling to get the cooperation leader, and then use this cooperation to directly create the illusion that the internal division has basically been formed. At that time, the Han family and some families in the imperial capital will definitely want to win you over separately. Now we can see clearly how many hands the imperial capital has inserted. It's also a good opportunity to mix some people into the Han family's circle of influence and see what the Tang family is doing with the company in Bird Country recently. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, several uncles immediately praised her for her quick thinking. They just thought that cooperating with Kingsh could strengthen the Yellow Robe Society, but they never thought that Xiao Yu would regard this cooperation as an opportunity to accelerate the division of the Yellow Robe Society. If this person didn't remember the drama he was acting in, he would definitely not be able to reverse his thinking for a while. Everyone couldn't help but admire the old president for giving birth to a good daughter who was so scheming and calculating. In fact, Xiao Yu didn't care much about the Tang family and the Han family. The main reason was that the forces in the imperial capital had too many hands in the magic city, which had already stirred up the instability among the various forces in the magic city. If they didn't find their hands and feet in advance and remove them, and after they made all preparations, they began to reshuffle the brands in the original circle of the magic city, then the forces that were not deeply bound to the various forces in the imperial capital would inevitably be greatly affected. And obviously, the Huang Pao Club had no connection with any family Qibal forces in the imperial capital. At that time, they would inevitably be hit hard. This matter had to be resolved quickly. The Tang family's move on the Liu family always made Xiao Yu feel that the Tang family had a lot of connections with the family force in the imperial capital. Xiao Yu had heard before that there were 3 big families in the imperial capital that had in-depth cooperation with some big companies in the Bird Country. The Tang family also had in-depth cooperation with big companies in the Bird Country. With the help of a middleman, it was not surprising that they had hooked up at some point. Xiao Yu deliberately pulled the Tang family to find clues about the imperial capital's involvement in the magic city. Originally, the Tang family had to take action against the Liu family, and they would definitely need external help. Unfortunately, who would have thought that the Liu family had a stupid Liu Changfeng? The Tang family did not need any external help, but only relied on themselves to make the Liu family a mess. Liu Changfeng was fooled by the Tang family and didn't know east, west, south, north, and north. He thought that the Tang family really supported him to take the position in the Liu family. He was so obedient to the Tang family that he ended up signing countless pitfall contracts. Now even if Liu Yuanzhang stood up again, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Originally, with the help of the Tang family's attempt to swallow up the Liu family, as long as they create more trouble for the Tang family, they may use some of their relationships with the family forces in the imperial capital to induce some hidden hands in the magic city to exert a little force to help themselves and help them take down the Liu family. In this way, Xiao Yu can easily find the hidden line. At that time, while breaking the hidden line, directly rescue the Liu family. But now, the Tang family is very comfortable, and it is temporarily impossible to see the hidden line behind them through them. We can only wait for Mr. Liu to revive the Liu family and fight with the Tang family for a while. If Liu Yuanzhang really fell yesterday, then Zhao Yu's Huangpao Club would have to take action in advance to help the Liu family stabilize the basic situation. But Liu Yuanzhang not only did not fall, but was also pulled up. After he eloquently won the help of the Su group, he no longer needed the help of the Huangpao Club to temporarily stabilize, so that Zhao Yu could continue to lie dormant, which still made Zhao Yu feel more comfortable. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh that Chen Mo had made a great contribution this time. Liu Yuanzhang and Du Renian, who he rescued, played a key role in her layout. Saving Liu Yuanzhang meant that she didn't need to treat the Liu family in advance, and she could expose fewer means. Saving Du Renian directly allowed her to accelerate the surface split of the Yellow Robe Society and attract more people with ulterior motives to absorb them. This was equivalent to accelerating the formation of her plan. Although I don't need your help, your indirect behavior has helped my sister a lot. After closing the conference video, Zhao Yu came to the window with a coffee cup and looked at Chen Mo's residential area. Zhao Yu, who had originally favored Chen Mo just because Chen Mo looked like her deceased brother, thought carefully and realized that she had unconsciously and subconsciously treated Chen Mo as her own family. This family member was indeed not recognized in vain. Although Zhao Yu was kind to Chen Mo at the beginning, she did not have the slightest idea of seeking any return from him. She just liked him and treated him well. However, she never thought that good deeds would bring good results. Now the fruits have ushered in an unexpected bumper harvest. This is indeed beyond Zhao Yu's expectations. Despite this, Zhao Yu still treats Chen Mo with the same mentality as before. After pulling down the curtains and taking a comfortable bath, Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh and laugh. Mo's treatment is really something. I usually feel a little bit of blood stasis, but today I don't feel it at all. After taking a bath and lying on the bed, recalling the scene where Chen Mo gave her a massage not long ago, Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's really strange. I don't know what happened recently. The more I look at this kid, the more upset I am. I always can't help but want to take this kid down. In fact, this is no wonder. After all, Chen Mo has experienced several rounds of charm value improvement. People who have a good impression of Chen Mo will only like Chen Mo more and more and want to get close to him, especially the opposite sex, who will find it more difficult to resist his charm improvement. This can only be blamed on the damn charm. Although Zhao Yu has always taken care of Chen Mo as a sister, the two are mature young men and women who have no blood relationship after all. They have a good impression of each other and care about each other very much. The attraction between them is still very large. Both of them were bound by their established identities and did not dare to think deeply about other relationships. After returning home, Chen Mo was busy all day. Although he was still energetic and did not need to sleep, he had developed a habit of sleeping. Since he had nothing to do at night, he washed up and went to bed. Of course, he did not forget to turn off the system's 0 o'clock reward reminder sound. He even set the system to mute this time permanently. It was not until 8 o'clock the next morning that he was woken up by the system's daily task announcement. Chapter 68 Saving one person attracted two murderous intentions. 3 in 1. The harmonious beast descended upon this world. The three major forces blessed by the beast may be renamed Duoan Group, Zhao Group, and Hangan Group. Chen Mo slept soundly last night, but the Magic City was not peaceful last night. Early in the morning, angry roars were heard from the Tang family. Tang Sun looked at the report sent back by his subordinates, and he was furious. I thought it would be okay to delay him for a day and let him jump around for a day, but it turned out to be such a big trouble for me. Tang Sun regretted that he did not immediately send out the foreign aid he had found yesterday to solve Chen Mo. After Du Renian's strange retreat, their Tang family and Han family tried every means to infiltrate Qingsh. After all the hard work, they have become a little bit successful now, but Du Renian suddenly came to the front, making all their efforts go to waste. How could he not be angry? Qingsh is not like other groups. Du Renian has already centralized power in his group. As long as he can stand up, he can easily clear all the troubles in the group with the force of thunder and firmly take power. And that was the case last night. The first thing Du Renyuan did after he stood up was to clean up the Kingsh. In just one night, the Kingsh has once again become Du Renyuan's one-man show. This is the benefit of his prestige accumulated from his previous extreme centralization. Before, the Tang family actually didn't know whether Du Renyuan was really in trouble or pretending to be sick, so the erosion of Kingsh was still cautious and slow. But after Chen Mo went to Du's house yesterday, Du Renyuan stood up immediately. It can be seen that Du Renyuan had fallen ill before. If Tangsun got rid of Chen Mo in advance, Du Renyuan would not have the possibility of standing up again. Then their Tang family and Han family can almost swallow up at least a quarter of Kingsh's industry. Although Du Renyuan has 5 adopted children, just because they are adopted children, and their generation is too different from those uncles and uncles in Kingsh. Once Du Renyuan falls, it is actually difficult for the 5 of them to control the right to speak in Kingsh. After all, Du Renyuan's concentration of power relies on his own prestige. If he falls, his children will not have any prestige to suppress the situation. As long as he does not fall, even if he just retreats behind the scenes, he can easily calm the situation with his remaining prestige. Because although Du Zhehong and others have no prestige, as long as they add a sentence before they act, this is a father's explanation, this is a father's idea, this is a father's arrangement. These few short words are enough to raise the weight of every word they say in front of their uncles and uncles. After all, as long as Du Renyuan is not dead, they say this, which means that their identity is just Du Renyuan's mouthpiece. Every word that follows is Du Renyuan's own meaning. Naturally, everyone dares not disobey. Even if someone is skeptical, Du Zhehong and others can directly call Du Renyuan on the spot to verify. Although Du Renyuan retreated behind the scenes and blocked the news because he was seriously ill and looked bad, he didn't want people to know whether he was really sick or not. But he didn't need to hide when he made video calls. Even every time he made a video call, he didn't even put on a little makeup to make his complexion look better, and he answered the video call directly with the most real sickness. Who is Du Renyuan? The people of Kingsh knew him very well. Such a shrewd character would actually take the initiative to expose his extremely weak appearance. No one is stupid, and they will suspect that Du Renyuan is putting on a show. After all, he has been playing this trick for a day or two. He had played the trick of pretending to be sick once before. This time it was more direct. On the surface, he hid and didn't let anyone find out whether he was sick or not. On the other hand, during the video call, he didn't hide his sickness at all. What is the purpose of this? So the more sick he showed himself, the less people believed that he was really sick. With this trick of pretending to be real, Du Renyuan could easily continue to control Kingsh behind the scenes. This is Du Renyuan's method, but it is limited to his own method. As long as he falls down and the news of his death is clear, his deterrent power will be gone. Du Zhehong and his 5 brothers and sisters cannot inherit a bit of their father's prestige. So even though Du Zhehong and his brothers can continue to run Kingsh as the leader after Du Renyuan fell ill, in fact, they still rely on Du Renyuan as a symbol to exist. As long as Du Renyuan dies of illness, Kingsh will be leaderless immediately, and it will be easy to take advantage of Kingsh. But now, the original good plan, which was a painstaking arrangement that would reap a lot of benefits as long as the news of Du Renyuan's death came out, was completely destroyed by Chen Mo's casual move. Tangsun naturally regretted it. At this moment, he wanted to kill Chen Mo even more. This kind of miracle doctor who is not used by himself, but only by his enemies, is more threatening than imagined. If he is not eliminated early, there will be endless troubles. Someone, tell those guys to start doing something, and do it to the end. Thinking of how Chen Mo ruined his family's plan, Tangsun couldn't help but feel angry. The first time this guy revived Liu Yuanzhang, his plan to annex the Liu family was greatly hindered. The second time he revived Du Renyuan, his plan to get a piece of the pie from Kingsh was completely bankrupt. And he also received news that Kingsh and Huan Pao suddenly wanted to cooperate. This made him even more angry. If these two guys suddenly got together, what would happen in the future? Aren't 70% of the things in the underground world of Demon City decided by them? He immediately ran to find his father Tang Xian Hao and said, "Father, last night the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society seemed to have the intention of deepening their contact. This is troublesome. I don't know where Zhao got this pretty boy, but he is so powerful. Through him, the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society are now connected. With the influence of that boy, Zhao wants to take back the control of the Yellow Robe Society. I'm afraid it's just around the corner. We have to take advantage of the internal instability of the Yellow Robe Society and accelerate their split. Tang Xianhao, who was drinking a glass of milk, smiled and glanced at Tangsun and said, I have ordered people to do it. The deepening of contact between the Green Society and the Yellow Robe Society is not a good thing for the Yellow Robe Society. These people are already at odds with each other, fighting for their own interests. Now that they are cooperating with the Green Society, they all want to eat such a big piece of fat. I heard that these people were arguing fiercely last night. Do you think their combination will make the Yellow Robe Society stable? I think this time's cooperation with the Green Society is just an opportunity to accelerate their split. How long has Zhao given up power? The guys in the Yellow Robe Society are all self-interested, so are they willing to give power back to her? If they want to eat the meat of the Green Society, they must be friendly with Zhao, but if they are friendly with Zhao, they are reluctant to give up the power, so they can't be friendly with Zhao. These two contradictory results are bound to make the Yellow Robe Society more chaotic. Let's join forces with the Imperial capital to add fuel to the fire, and the split of the Yellow Robe Society is just around the corner. Hearing his father's analysis, Tangsun couldn't help but brighten his eyes and smiled. So you can see it this way. You are worthy of being a father. You see it better than me. Yuan. You still have a lot to learn, but I didn't expect that Duran Yuan would actually stand up. I suspected that he was really going to fail this time. I thought we could swallow up a part of Kingsh first, but I didn't expect that the opportunity for Huangpao Society to split came first. That kid named Chen Mo is quite something. In just 2 days, he saved 2 seriously ill people in a row, and they were both able to jump to the front of the stage immediately. Is this person really impossible to win over as you said? Tang Xianhao looked at Tangsun and asked. Absolutely, although he came here with Liu Qinlan to ruin the date and give me face, it was just a small matter, but it was still a grudge. In addition, we are now attacking the Liu family. He and Liu Qinlan have a close relationship. I'm afraid that we will become mortal enemies. There is absolutely no chance to win them over. Isn't it just a woman? Although Liu Qinlan is not bad, our Tang family is not without beauties. Let Tang Xing go and get in touch with her. Tang Xianhao still thought that it would be the best result to win over Chen Mo. After all, who can guarantee that he will not get sick for the rest of his life? It's very difficult. Although cousin Tang Xing is very pretty, she can't compare to Zhao. That woman is naturally charming. Any man can't walk when he sees her. It's easy to lure that boy away from Liu Qinlan, but I can't think of any woman who can lure that boy away from Zhao. I heard that Duran Yuan deliberately let Du Zixi get closer to that boy, but it doesn't seem to have any significant effect. A beauty of Du Zixi's level can't shake him. I think any man who has been close to Zhao, even if he can be temporarily moved by other women, it's probably difficult to shake his position. Tangsun felt that it was impossible. In that case, then I'll do as you said, but it's a pity for such a talent. Tang Xianhao sighed and shook his head. A peerless talent that can't be obtained is a peerless disaster. I have ordered people to take action, and I think there will be results soon. Tang San's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't underestimate his influence now. The Yellow Robe Society, the Green Society, and the military are 3 groups protecting him. It's not that easy to attack him. Tang Xianhao reminded. I understand, so I added a set of insurance. I have found a terminally ill person and gave him a settlement fee. I don't believe that any defense force can save an ordinary person who commits suicide attack without close protection. Tangsun sneered. I still trust you to do things, but we have to do a good job of post-processing. After all, if we anger these people, we will have to bear a lot of anger. Tang Xianhao took a sip of milk and said, the Imperial capital has already let us go with confidence. They will speed up the deployment here. In addition, the Yellow Robe Society you mentioned has already fallen apart. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. The military belongs to the country, not to certain people. Even if we anger some of the existences in it, they can't do anything to us. Tangson analyzed. Well, we still need to make some preparations, but you don't have to worry about these things. Your father will handle them himself. On the other side, at the Du family, Du Zhen reported to his father with some surprise. Father, we seem to have done something bad with good intentions, because the cooperation deal we proposed has caused the people in the Yellow Robe Society to want to take the lion's share. They quarreled for a long time last night and finally seem to have parted unhappily. If this continues, the Yellow Robe Society will probably split internally. Looking at the report sent back by Du Zhen, Du Renewal pondered for a moment. Although Zhao has given up power, it is impossible that he has no foundation at all. After all, the Yellow Robe Society started with loyalty and righteousness. Try to contact the faction that is closer to the Zhao family and let them make adjustments. We can also develop more channels for cooperation evenly. Understood. I'll do it right away. As Du Zhen left, Du Renewal couldn't help but ponder. Combined with the recent changes in various groups in the Magic City, he always felt that the clouds over the Magic City were a little messy. Inside the Magic City University, Chu Mingao, who finally returned to the dormitory after a crazy night, appeared. The two girls, who had been restless and unable to sleep all night, immediately pulled her and anxiously talked about what happened yesterday afternoon. What? How could Muziayu know a boy who could have an intersection with Du Zixi? You wouldn't have recognized the wrong person, right? How is it possible? Du Zixi looks so recognizable, we can't have recognized him wrongly. If you don't believe me, you can go and adjust the surveillance at the door later. It's really absolutely correct. That's right, and that boy looks like he has an extraordinary identity. Du Zixi is very respectful to him. As soon as the two girls said this, Chu Mingao suddenly had a possibility in her mind. She hurriedly asked, do you know what the boy's name is? The two girls immediately recalled and said, it seems to be Chen Mo. As soon as this name came out, Chu Mingao immediately believed what the two said. After all, their Chu family is also mixed in the upper class of the Magic City. How could they not know that Chen Mo rescued Liu Yuanzong and later treated Wei Liao? I even heard that Du Zhen went to ask him for help. Then Du Zixi probably did it for the same thing yesterday. She immediately took out her phone and searched it. Sure enough, she soon found a message. Du Renewal, the chairman of the Duoan group, who had not appeared for many days and was rumored to be seriously ill in bed, had miraculously recovered yesterday and stood on the stage again. Chu Mingao was completely convinced. At this time, the two girls around her hurriedly talked about Chen Mo's words of settling accounts. This made Chu Mingao's mind suddenly buzz and explode. Damn it, where on earth did Muziayu get the ability to hook up with such a person? Seeing Chu Mingao's shocked look, the two girls around her were even more scared. They cried hurriedly, Mingao, what do you think we should do now? We treated Xiaoyu so well before. If we settle all the accounts, we will be finished. What should we do? Cold. Don't cry, he hasn't done anything yet. You are afraid first. Wait for me to discuss with Ahong and see how to deal with it. Ahong in Chu Mingao's mouth is Kang Hong, that is, Kang Shao mentioned by the two girls before. Chu Mingao never expected that things would turn out to this extent. I thought she was just a poor country girl who had no power, no status, no connections and could be bullied at will. But she never thought that she would be able to curry favor with such a difficult guy. At this time, Chu Mingao was also very scared. However, he didn't know the relationship between Muziayu and Chen Mo, so he didn't know to what extent Chen Mo would retaliate for Muziayu. She felt that there might be room for maneuver. At worst, she could compensate Muziayu with some money. This girl's family was very poor, and she went out to work as a temporary worker every day. As long as she was willing to give her money, she should be able to get her forgiveness. Problems that can be solved with money are not a big problem for Chu Mingao. Soon Kang Shao's phone was connected. He just went home to wash and go to bed, and he received a call from his girlfriend. He smiled and said, "What's wrong, baby? Didn't I feed you last night? Why did you call me again after just a while apart?" Ahong, something happened. I accidentally offended someone I couldn't afford to offend. Now I don't know what to do. Chu Mingyao said with tears in her eyes. Just after saying that the two women around her were crib babies, she started a drama herself. Hearing Chu Mingyao say this, Kang Hang was also shocked. What is Chu Mingyao's identity? A lady from the Chu Group, which is one of the top 20 companies in the Magic City, and someone she can't afford to offend? Then it can only be the top few. He asked hurriedly, how could it be? Which of those people above you don't know? How could you offend them? What's the matter? Tell me clearly. Chu Mingyao quickly told the previous things. Of course, the plot of her bullying Mu Xiao has been exaggerated by her to make Mu Xiao wrong. After listening to what Chu Mingyao said, Kang Han pondered for a moment and said, although Chen Mo saved Du Renian and has a debt of gratitude to the Du family, it is just a favor. The Du family will not go crazy and destroy your entire Chu family for him. Although your Chu family is not as good as their Du family, it is definitely not easy to defeat you. I'm afraid the Du family will have to bear considerable losses. That's true, but after all, he saved Du Renian. This favor is too great. It is still possible to persuade the Du family to repay him at all costs. I'm really scared. Chu Mingyao said, crying. Since that's the case, we can only go and apologize. According to what you said, the girl's family doesn't have much money, so it's just a matter of paying some money. Don't worry, I still have a few million pocket money. If you don't have enough money, I'll make it up for you. Find a time to make an appointment with Mu Xiao you mentioned, and let her show her our attitude. Anyway, Chen Mo only wants to deal with us because of her. As long as we appease her, Chen Mo will have no reason to take action. If we can't handle a capable person like Chen Mo with our words, can we handle a country girl like Mu Xiao? If our words still can't handle it in the end, then we will use our actions to make Chen Mo disappear first. Kang Hang immediately analyzed and said. After hearing his words, Chu Mingyao felt much better. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Mu Xiao's empty bed and asked, where is Mu Xiao? I heard from that handsome guy named Chen Mo that he would rent a house for her outside. I guess she has already moved into the house outside. After all, she has taken most of her things in the dormitory with her. The quilt and other things are all wet. It's useless for her to take them back, and there's nothing to bring back. Find a way to contact her and find a chance to apologize to her and give her some compensation. After Chu Mingyao finished speaking, the two girls immediately said, we have her phone number. Yesterday at noon, they followed Mu Xiao to her part-time job, worked hard to help her, and also gained some goodwill from Mu Xiao, and took the opportunity to ask for Mu Xiao's phone number. Mu Xiao is actually a girl who doesn't hold grudges. After the two girls showed obvious repentance, Mu Xiao no longer held a grudge against them. After getting Mu Xiao's phone number, Chu Mingyao called her immediately. Although there was no class in the morning, Mu Xiao still got up very early, went out to buy some vegetables, and just went home to cook some porridge, thinking that when Chen Mo got up, she could invite him to her house to drink porridge and eat breakfast. Suddenly she received a call from a stranger, and she picked it up out of curiosity. Hello, is that Xiao? Hearing a familiar voice, Mu Xiao asked curiously, who are you? I'm Mingyao, Xiao. I was ignorant before, so I treated you like that. I want to find a chance to apologize to you. Can you give me such a chance? Hearing Chu Mingyao's words, Mu Xiao's mind immediately flashed through Chu Mingyao's previous actions. She didn't understand Chu Mingyao's intention in making this call. It sounded more like a mockery, so she hung up the phone directly. This time, Chu Mingyao couldn't be fooled. It's over, she hung up on me. Chu Mingyao was very panicked at this time. If the group that Chen Mo was trying to curry favor with was a little weaker, she wouldn't be so panicked. Even if the group he is trying to curry favor with is not weak, as long as it is not the kind of group that has the final say, and the whole group will not obey orders and charge forward regardless of the consequences, just because of one person, she is not afraid. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. There are all kinds of opinions within many groups, because of interest issues. So basically no big group will go all out to destroy a group like the Chu family that is not weak. But Du Renian is different. This guy is a pure representative of the one-man rule. No one in the entire Duoan group dares to disobey him. If he says who to kill, even if the whole group uses its strength, they will kill that group. This is the real reason why Chumingayo is afraid. Chen Mo is too fierce to save people. She has to be afraid. Seeing that there was no hope of apologizing, she immediately said to the two girls around her, "You said that you helped her yesterday, and she didn't drive you away, and even gave you her mobile phone number. It seems that she doesn't hate you too much. Find a chance to ask her out today, and I will apologize to her in person." Chumingayo is now determined to ask for forgiveness, otherwise her whole family may be finished with her. She is very scared. However, she is afraid, but she has a more ruthless plan in her mind. If Muziayu still refuses to forgive, then she can only find a way to make the man surnamed Chen disappear directly, as Kang Hong said. His threat is only because he holds a huge favor that Du Ranyuan has to repay. If he is gone, then Du Ranyuan's favor does not need to be repaid, and then the source of her fear will no longer exist. Chen Mo didn't expect that he saved Du Ranyuan, but he was determined to kill himself. At this time, he had just gotten up, washed up, and was checking his daily rewards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, A Mission Against All Odds. 2-in-1. Clicking on the system interface, the first thing Chen Mo saw was the daily task settlement report at midnight last night. System prompt: since you have successfully completed all daily tasks today, the daily task completion rate has reached 100%. You can get an additional 10,000 survival points as a reward, and you can get a chance to draw a special reward. System prompt: it is detected that all your daily tasks today have been completed in excess. You can get an additional 10,000 survival points, and you will get an additional chance to draw a special reward. System prompt: it is detected that you have exceeded the daily tasks for 3 consecutive days. You will be able to increase the difficulty of the daily tasks today by yourself. The number of tasks that can be increased is 1. After Chen Mo glanced at the system prompt at 0 o'clock, he immediately looked at today's daily tasks. System prompt: at 8 o'clock in the morning, the daily tasks will be released. Daily task: 2-star difficulty task. As a man of blood, hiding every day is not a problem. Find a unit with a higher realm than yourself and kill it. You can also complete it by repelling it. When repelling it, it will be regarded as a 1-star difficulty task. Daily task: 2nd, 1-star difficulty task. A man's demeanor. Even if it is the end of the world, you must find a member of the opposite sex, any species, to enjoy primitive happiness. If you really can't find it, you can also release it yourself in an open environment, and the reward will be regarded as a normal task reward. Daily task: 3rd, you can't always go out without a means of transportation every day. Find a means of transportation. When you go out, the vehicle must be able to reach a speed of at least 100 km/h. If you can complete all daily tasks, you will be able to get extra rewards. Against the sky. After reading today's daily tasks, Chen Mo couldn't find any other words except the word against the sky, especially the second daily task. Can the system be more against the sky? No species limit? If I really receive this task in the end of the world, and I can't find the opposite sex, and I can't accept the condition of no species limit, wouldn't I have to release it in an open environment? The motherland is the crescent moon sky-chang, right? Chen Mo was speechless about the system's daily tasks. This 1-star difficulty task is actually mainly difficult to find a female companion in the end of the world. But after all, it also gave me the opportunity to complete it alone. The system is actually quite conscientious, but the opportunity to complete it is really a bit pitfall. Because the second task is too difficult, Chen Mo dare not increase the difficulty of this task. God knows what it will increase. It will be pitfalls. If it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chen Mo looked at the first and third tasks and decided to increase the difficulty of the first task. It is estimated that increasing the difficulty by 1 star means killing an enemy to levels higher than himself. With the current system's brain seizure and miscalculation of time, he may kill a mouse that is several levels higher than his level, and the difficulty of completing it is very low. So Chen Mo chose to increase the difficulty of daily task 1. System, I want to apply today's task difficulty, increase authority to daily tasks 1. System prompt, the current task difficulty is already 2 stars. If the difficulty is further increased, it may be difficult to complete. Please consider it carefully. Don't think about it, just increase it. If you can increase it to 5 stars, it's fine. System prompt, the current host only has the authority to increase the difficulty by 1 star. If the host can continue to exceed the total difficulty today, the host will be given the authority to gamble on daily tasks for multiple days. Gambling authority? What's this new feature? System prompt, after opening the authority to gamble on daily tasks for multiple days, the host will be able to place multiple day bets in advance before the second day's tasks are released. For example, the host can bet on the daily tasks for the next 7 days. At that time, 3 daily tasks with full star difficulty will be directly released on the second day. If the host completes all of them, it will be deemed that the host has completed 3 daily tasks with full star difficulty for 7 consecutive days. If the host fails to complete any of them, all task rewards for that day will not be issued, and the host's daily tasks for the next 6 days will not be released, and there will be no related rewards. Oh. Interesting. That is to say, if I bet that I can complete all of tomorrow's tasks, if I fail to complete any of them at the end, I will lose a daily task income for 7 days. If I can complete all of them, I only need to complete tomorrow's daily tasks to directly obtain the daily task income for 7 days including tomorrow. This permission is good, once and for all. Can the system only be opened for 7 days? Can I bet for a longer time? System prompt, the previous introduction is just a metaphor for the host. If the host wants to open more days of gambling contracts, he needs to complete as many daily tasks as possible. At that time, more days of gambling contracts will be open to the host. When the gambling contract is open for the first time, the maximum gambling time is only 3 days, not 7 days. Good guy, it turns out that there is not even 7 days. It's really stingy, but 3 days is not bad. At least you can get 2 days of income for free by doing 1 day. It's a good deal. After asking about the gambling authority, Chen Mo continued to confirm the difficulty of task 1. System prompt, the difficulty of daily task 1 has been increased. The current difficulty is a 3-star difficulty task. Please check again. Daily tasks, 3-star difficulty task, as a man of blood. Hiding every day is not a problem. Find a unit with a realm higher than yours by 2 levels and kill it. You can also complete it by repelling it. When repelling it, it will be regarded as a 1-star difficulty task. Sure enough, it has become 2 levels higher than me. Seeing that it was the same as he guessed, Chen Mo temporarily ignored the daily tasks. These 3 daily tasks are relatively easy to complete. The first daily task is to kill a unit 2 levels higher than yourself. With the help of perspective glasses, you can easily find a high level mouse to complete it. The second daily task is not difficult either. I have an appointment with Zioru today. I have to fight well in the evening. In addition, I mastered the secret technique of being safe and worry-free without safety measures yesterday, which makes me feel more at ease. The task requires you to enjoy happiness once, so if you enjoy it a few more times, you will exceed the target. The third daily task is even easier, 100 km/h, doubled to 200 km/h. Basically any car can run there, just buy a luxury car when you go out, and it's done. Duran Yuan gave a check of 100 million yuan. However, Chen Mo remembered his capsule motorcycle and asked the system, can my capsule motorcycle be used to complete daily task 3? System prompt, all things produced by the system cannot be regarded as materials for submitting tasks and cannot be calculated. Seeing the system's answer, Chen Mo also understood. He just asked casually, and he had basically expected this matter. Originally, the system gave so many daily necessities every day, and sometimes you have to go out to find fruits, vegetables, meals, etc. If you use the things in the daily gift package to make up the number, wouldn't it be a cycle? It can be seen that the system still has restrictions on this. After understanding today's tasks, Chen Mo prepared to get up and eat. However, he glanced at his muted mobile phone and saw that Muziu had sent a message, so he immediately clicked it to check. Xiaoyu, Chen Mo, have you gotten up and eaten? I sent you a message because I saw that your phone couldn't get through. I cooked some porridge and some breakfast. If you haven't had breakfast, come and eat together. Seeing Muziu's message, Chen Mo immediately called back with a smile. Sorry, I'm used to muting my phone when I sleep. I'll come right away. Okay, I sent you a message in advance. The food has just been cooked for a while. Come quickly. Chen Mo hung up the phone with a smile, got some food for Xiao Huang, and then went out to Muziu's house. As soon as he went out, he saw Xiaoyu also went out at this time. Xiaoyu asked you to have breakfast. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Well, it seems that she also called you, Sister Yu. Chen Mo smiled. This girl is not bad. She can think of cooking breakfast for her sister as soon as she came. Xiaoyu said happily. As the two came to Muziu's house, the three of them looked like a family of three, sitting together and eating a hot breakfast. Xiaoyu, you don't have to go out to work as a temporary worker in the future. You have good cooking skills. Sister will make breakfast for her. If you are free at noon and in the evening, it would be best to leave all 3 meals to you. Of course, I will cook together when I'm free. How about it? Are you willing? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Hearing Xiaoyu taking care of her like this, Muziu was still very grateful. Of course I'm willing, as long as Sister Yu is willing to eat. Well, how about I pay you 100 yuan a day? Okay, just give it as you see fit. Muziu smiled happily. It's much more reassuring to have a stable job without having to find the next one after the last one. Moreover, Xiaoyu is a good person, and Chen Mo lives nearby. If I cook for him, he will have the opportunity to come and eat often. When Muziu thought of this, she felt that this job was quite good. She was naturally happy. After enjoying breakfast, Chen Mo was about to go out to school when he felt something was wrong nearby. But that hostile feeling was still far away from him. Chen Mo suspected that it was because there were more than a dozen expert bodyguards of Xiaoyu guarding the Mingyuan community at all times, so those people did not dare to get too close. In this way, it is unlikely that these people were sent by a certain force to protect themselves. He persuaded the people of the Yellow Robe Society to withdraw, and he also persuaded the people of the military to withdraw. The only people who could be sent to protect him were the Green Society. But when Du Renyuan proposed it before, he had clearly refused it. I thought he would not send people here on his own initiative. After ruling out everything, there must be no one else left except the Tang family. Humph, I was going to go out and find a high-level rat to kill, but I met you big rats first. I want to see what kind of troops are sent to me. Chen Mo pretended that he didn't sense anything and went out as usual and walked towards the school. But in terms of route selection, he chose the remote residential alley that no one walked on like last time. As soon as he came here, Chen Mo's perception became clearer. 5 people, quite a lot of them, and they are actually approaching me. They want to take action in the early morning. They can't even wait until the evening. Chen Mo smiled immediately, ignoring the 5 people he sensed, and continued to go deep into the alley of the residential area. It's not that they can't wait until night, but every night Chen Mo is either in the sphere of influence of some big shot, or directly returns to Mingyuan community. No matter where he is, there are masters protecting him, so it's not easy for them to touch Chen Mo. After investigating clearly that Chen Mo is not used to the nightlife outside, they have to adopt the strategy of taking action immediately when they encounter an opportunity. These 5 people are not random. They are all professionals. Before coming to deal with Chen Mo, although they were not called by Tangsun to do things immediately yesterday, they had already received the order. Naturally, they have scouted all the surrounding areas in detail in advance to confirm possible changes in the surroundings. and they also asked the Tang family for a general situation of the activities of the people nearby. After learning most of the situation, they were ordered by the Tang family to do things early this morning, so they were able to go to the place immediately and start their work. In fact, there was one thing they were a little curious about after they started to act: why the Tang family said that there might be at least 3 defense forces around Chen Mo. When they first arrived in Mingyuan community, they did find a good defense force. But since Chen Mo left Mingyuan community, there is no defense force around. This is very strange. Captain, what should we do? There is an old saying in China that something unusual must be wrong. This matter is a bit strange. This person is obviously an extremely important person, but there is no defense force around him. I can't figure it out. Could it be a trap? Indeed, and he obviously has a normal road to go to Magic City University. Why did he deliberately go to this remote path? It doesn't make sense. Hearing the 2 teammates say this in the headset, the white man called the captain pondered for a moment and said, "Then Lauren, you go over and try to contact him first. Just walk past him casually to test whether there is really an ambush around." Understood. As Chen Mo gradually went deeper into the alleys of the residential area, he unexpectedly discovered that the 5 people who had been following him all the time, but suddenly 4 of them stopped moving and only sent one of them to quickly approach him. "What do you mean? Are you planning to kill me by yourself? Or are you planning to send someone to test my background first?" Not quite sure what the other party was thinking. Chen Mo was now wearing an S-level infinite combat suit and an A-level all-purpose protective shield around his neck. The passive defense power was so strong that he didn't care, even if someone came to attack him with a sniper rifle. He wanted to see what the other party was going to do. As Chen Mo was walking, he saw a black-haired Latin American woman who looked a bit pretty in front of him. The woman simply glanced at Chen Mo and pretended not to care and walked towards him. It looked like a passerby who happened to walk into an alley. Chapter 70. An Ordinary Master. 2 in 1. Magic City is also an international metropolis. It is very normal for any race to appear in Magic City, so there is nothing to doubt about Lauren's appearance, provided that Chen Mo is an ordinary person. But it is obvious that Chen Mo is not an ordinary person. However, the other party does not know Chen Mo's specific details. They only know that he is a very good doctor. The Tang family did not give any useful information in other aspects, but only speculated that he was at the level of an ordinary person. So when Lauren walked towards Chen Mo, she did not pay much attention. The moment she saw Lauren, Chen Mo immediately glanced at the mark on her head. 6th level elite zombie. System prompt. Warning. Warning. A 6th level elite zombie was detected in the alley. The host has a huge level gap with the other party, and the surrounding environment is relatively closed. Once a head-on collision occurs, the host's mortality rate is as high as 99%. Please flee immediately. System. What the hell is an elite zombie? System prompt. Elite zombies have stronger bodies than ordinary zombies. They are zombies that have undergone special evolution. It is more difficult to kill them than regular zombies. So that's how it is. Then is there a higher reward than the ordinary 6th level? System prompt. After the battle power estimation, the host can be settled according to the reward for killing the 7th level monster. You are quite smart. Not bad. After getting the system's answer, Chen Mo didn't care, pretending not to see Lauren, and continued to walk forward. Just as the two were about to pass by, Lauren suddenly made a similar attacking motion to Chen Mo. Her right hand was like a finger sword piercing straight out, and her sharp middle finger seemed to be ready to pierce Chen Mo's throat with one blow. This speed was so fast that anyone who was watching around would think she was going to kill. The system thought so too, and the system warning was almost broken. System prompt. Warning. Warning. The 6th level elite zombie has come to your side and is attacking you. Please flee quickly. Please flee quickly. But unfortunately, there was no one lurking around, so no one watched her performance, and Chen Mo was also a person with extremely keen perception. He didn't feel any murderous aura from this attack, so he knew that the other party was just testing. As expected, Lauren looked very quick to move, but just before she reached Chen Mo's throat, she suddenly changed her action to patting his shoulder and then said in a poor Chinese, "Excuse me, I want to ask you for directions, but the navigation doesn't show it. I don't know if it's convenient." As she spoke, her fingers were already typing Morse code on the intercom, trying to get relevant information from the captain. She wanted to know if there were any unusual movements around after her fake move just now. Chen Mo listened to the other party's poor pronunciation and smiled. "Where do you want to go?" "Wait for me. I want to. How to pronounce that place?" As she said that, Lauren immediately pretended to fiddle with her mobile phone and search for the place name in the notebook. In fact, she was just stalling for time. At this time, her captain had already received her Morse code inquiry. "Have you guys noticed any unusual movements around?" The captain had already dispersed the remaining people to the other 3 directions around to check if there was anything unusual around. After receiving reports from his 3 men that there was really nothing unusual around him, he immediately replied to Lauren, "Lauren, if you had already made a move just now, and it was enough to attract other people's attention, then I think there really is no vigilance around us. Because from the time you made the move just now to now, there has been no abnormality around us." "Really?" Lauren typed Morse code again. "Really, I can't feel any abnormality at all. Although I also think this situation is very strange. Such an important person. No one, whether it is the Yellow Robe Society, the Green Society or the military, has sent people to protect him. This matter itself is indeed extremely strange. But the fact is that there is no unusual movement around, or the posture you just made, is not enough for people to judge that you have the intention to attack. Impossible. I was just a little bit away from piercing his throat and killing him directly. If there is really someone around him who is secretly protecting him, it is impossible that he can't tell, unless those who are secretly protecting him are too lazy." Lauren excitedly typed a long string of Morse code back, thinking that this matter was quite incredible. Although she had a chance to succeed just now, they came to make money, not to die with others. If there were strong defense forces hiding in the dark around Chen Mo, she would not be able to escape if she dared to kill Chen Mo. So even if she had a chance to succeed at that moment, she just kept trying. "Don't doubt it, just kill him directly. We will finish the task and call it a day." Seeing the captain say this, Lauren also put aside her doubts. She was still flipping through the non-existent place name on her phone in the last second, and the next second, when Chen Mo looked at her phone and seemed distracted, she suddenly stabbed Chen Mo with her right hand. This time she came with full murderous intent, and Chen Mo sensed it clearly. He smiled and grabbed her right hand directly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand casually, and the half-meter long blade on his right hand immediately popped out. As the ring blade pierced into Lauren's right leg pocket, it directly pierced the walkie-talkie in her pocket. At the same time, Chen Mo immediately took out the super signal jammer from the system. As the super signal jammer was turned on, the intercoms of other Seagull teams could no longer communicate with each other. Lauren was stunned by Chen Mo's smooth movements. She never thought that an ordinary person who looked ordinary would have such extraordinary skills. Just now, this guy was clearly exposed, but he was still looking at her mobile phone screen. There was no defensive or defensive action at all. She suddenly attacked him. How did he react in such a short time? And he grabbed her right hand accurately and quickly. This lightning fast reaction speed and action speed really shocked Lauren, who had been on the edge of a knife for many years. She couldn't imagine where a young man who was still in school could have such skills. What was even more surprising was that he even destroyed the intercom in her trouser pocket with great accuracy, which meant that the other party had obviously understood her identity and the fact that she was communicating just now. It turns out that this guy was just hiding his weakness. After experiencing Chen Mo's amazing speed and sharp insight, Lauren wanted to quickly get away, but she found that Chen Mo's left hand was as strong as a vice. After her right hand was pinched by his left hand, there was no chance to get rid of it. But this guy is also a ruthless character who doesn't talk much. Seeing that she couldn't beat Chen Mo, she didn't even have the idea of continuing to attack and sneak attack Chen Mo. She reached behind her with her left hand and suddenly took out an extremely sharp dagger and prepared to chop it off at her right wrist. Fortunately, Chen Mo reacted quickly. As soon as he activated the super signal blocker, he immediately stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lauren's left hand holding the knife, preventing her from trying to escape like a gecko cutting off its tail. You are such a beautiful lady, why are you so cruel to yourself? The hand is a non-regenerative part. If you cut it with this knife, your right hand will be gone in the future. Listening to Chen Mo's words, Lauren's originally poor accent suddenly became extremely fluent. She looked at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes and said, "Since I have fallen into your hands, there is nothing to say. What do you want to do? Oh, why are you suddenly able to speak fluently? What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. I just want to get some information from you." Looking at Chen Mo's playful expression, Lauren's mind was racing at this time, thinking about how to escape. But after thinking about it, in the end, only her captain and 4 people came to save her. This is the only possibility. But the premise is that there is really no hidden power around this kid to protect him secretly, otherwise she will not be able to escape today, and her captain and 4 people may have abandoned her and run away because they found the surrounding protection power. Just when thousands of thoughts were floating in her mind, she suddenly felt a pain in her right hand. It turned out that her right hand was being squeezed flat by the opponent's left hand. The pain made her forehead sweat immediately. Finally I came back to my senses. I'm talking to you. You can't think about anything else. Who are you? You're not a student at all. How can a student have such skills? Are you the legendary Dragon Group agent secretly trained by China? At this time, the other party still dared to ask him questions. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. HMPH, interesting, you dare to ask me back. The Tang family didn't look for you guys in vain. You seem to be quite brave. Tell me, what are your origins? You can kill me, or cut me up as you please. It's impossible to get information from me. Lauren snorted coldly. Really? Then let me try and see if it's impossible. Chen Mo's left hand exerted force again, and Lauren's right hand, which was still held in his hand, had been crushed to pieces. After Chen Mo's strength was increased to this level, coupled with the increase in the combat suit, his strength was so terrifying that even human bones could be crushed easily. Seeing her right hand being pinched to the point of being deformed, and the bones being crushed, Lauren was in a cold sweat from the intense pain. But she still didn't want to say a word. Unfortunately, it was useless for her to refuse to say anything. Chen Mo had already activated the mind reading technique. He gave Lauren pain just to make her concentrate and not think about other things, so that she would easily come up with the corresponding answer in her mind when Chen Mo asked. Otherwise, like just now, her thoughts were flying around, and it was tiring to read the mind reading technique. Through the mind reading technique, Chen Mo learned the origins of this group of people. There are 20 people in total, and you 5 seem to be just appetizers. Hearing Chen Mo's self-questioning and answering, Lauren looked at Chen Mo with a ghostly expression. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the demon city from somewhere else? While Chen Mo was asking questions, Lauren kept silent, but even if she kept silent, Chen Mo still asked and answered himself. Oh, the Tang family is really ruthless. If the business war fails, they want to play dirty? Chen Mo used the secret technique of mind reading to find out that this group of people came to help the Tang family in order to secretly eliminate some difficult people when the Tang family needed it. The reason why the Tang family did not use the local masters of the magic city, the Han family, was because they knew that some things were too shameful to do, and they were embarrassed to use their own people, so they could only find some people from outside to help. Even if something went wrong, they could quickly shirk responsibility. After all, the people were not found by them, but they contacted the forces in the imperial capital, and found them through the forces in the imperial capital as intermediaries. So even if something really happened, they could quickly distance themselves from it. Then they could follow the clues and find them, no matter how hard they tried. Although the Tang family is greedy, before they were greedy, the Tang family knew how to protect themselves. Lauren couldn't help but panic when she found that, even if she didn't answer, the other party would immediately come up with the correct answer when asking a question. Because she couldn't figure out what was going on now. How could the other party master the mind reading technique? The look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Mo had changed from the initial doubt and vigilance to the current fear. This person is too abnormal. Do you know the various plans and arrangements of the Tang family? As Chen Mo asked this question, the answer he got in the end was that only Lauren's captain might know the relevant information. He immediately lost interest in Lauren. The information this woman knew was still relatively limited. Since she was no longer useful, Chen Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He directly moved his mind and used gravity control to reduce Lauren's gravity and lift her into the air, and then activated gravity again, causing Lauren to fall to the ground at a very fast speed. In this process, Lauren's expression finally changed from fear to astonishment. She couldn't imagine what kind of situation she was going through now. Before she could figure it out, she had already flown into the air. At this time, she only had time to shout run, and then she fell rapidly. Chen Mo, who had already walked forward, did not look back. He only heard a dull bang sound of a heavy object falling to the ground behind him, and the system prompt in his ear had already sounded. System prompt: the host has successfully killed a level 6 elite zombie with level 1 strength. Since the monster's combat power is comparable to that of a level 7, the host's trip is equivalent to killing a level 7 enemy alone. The host's courage is beyond imagination. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-level gift package. There is an A-level gift package and 5,000 points. It seems that, as long as you cross levels enough, killing level 7 and level 9 is incredible in the eyes of the system, but only level 9 has the opportunity to touch the S-level reward. System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing the daily task, 3-star difficulty task, and even killing enemies above level 6, exceeding the daily task. This time the reward is doubled. You have obtained 10,000 survival points and 2 3-star super daily gift packages. PS. Starting from this chapter, the protagonist will open the limiter. It's the end of the month. The monthly ticket will expire if you don't use it. Classmates, oh crazy hint. Chapter 71, Team Wiped Out. 2 in 1. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Chen Mo also smelled a sweet smell of blood at the same time. He soon realized that something was wrong. Why did the smell of blood become sweet to him? Instantly, he thought of his bloodline. System, didn't you say that there are no side effects of fusion bloodline? Why do I feel that the smell of blood is so sweet? System prompts: feeling sweet is not a side effect. Real bloodlines have a morbid desire for blood. Once they have not eaten blood for a long time, they will not be able to suppress the urge to eat after smelling the blood. The bloodline of the host fusion no longer has this side effect. It is just that the blood smell is sweet, and it will not cause addiction or the urge to eat. Hearing the system say this, Chen Mo didn't have much to complain about. Indeed, although the smell of blood is sweet, it is just that. Now he is just equivalent to smelling a pretty good food, and he doesn't have the urge to eat it very much. In this way, this is a good thing instead of a side effect. Originally, after he merged with the Blood Clan bloodline, his fourth ability, Blood Worship, required eating blood to further enhance his combat effectiveness. If you think blood smells fishy, it will definitely be a burden to drink. But if the taste of blood changes from fishy to sweet, then the burden of drinking it can be much less. However, at this time, Chen Mo didn't care about the smell of blood, but started to go in the direction of the 4 people according to his own perception. Although the 4 people in the Seagull team had lost communication, they were all well-trained professionals. According to the plan formulated in the past to gather in a predetermined direction, when abnormal communication occurs, they have begun to gather in one direction. At this time, they have clearly felt that something is wrong. Why did our walkie-talkie suddenly fail? Something is strange. It can make our military-grade walkie-talkie fail. There is indeed someone secretly protecting Chen Mo. We may have been discovered. Where is Lauren? Why can't I see her? The teammates immediately looked around. It seems that something has happened to her. The white man, the captain, immediately realized that something was wrong. Quickly retreat. Since they had discovered that something was wrong, they could not stay here for long. However, just as they were about to leave, the short knife that Lauren had originally held suddenly flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. What is that? Before the 4 of them could react, they saw something flying by quickly. In a short moment, 3 heads were cut off neatly. the captain of the Seagull team only felt a terrifying gust of wind coming towards him, and the next moment, a strong and powerful palm pinched his jaw. As the palm suddenly exerted force, his jaw was immediately shattered, and his entire mouth was broken in half. It was already difficult to speak easily. At the same time, he only felt that he was lifted by a huge force and went to a nearby alley. At this time, he finally saw who had done it. Who else could this familiar young man in front of him be but Chen Mo? He approached stealthily with the shadow step and used the ability to control objects to quickly kill the other 3 members of the Seagull squad with a flying knife. Finally, the captain was captured alive and dragged directly into a nearby alley in order to interrogate the captain. Seeing that he was so easily controlled by a young boy, the captain of the Seagull squad was obviously incredible. He immediately reached out from behind and took out a sharp dagger that was exactly the same as the dagger Lauren carried with him and was about to chop it down at Chen Mo in front of him. But before he could raise the knife to exert force, he suddenly felt a pain in his left hand. When he turned around, he saw that his left hand was crushed by the right hand of the seemingly powerless little white-faced boy in front of him. Even the handle of the knife in his hand was severely deformed. At this time, the captain of the Seagull squad, whose jaw was broken and unable to speak, could not even make a cry of pain except for gasping wildly in pain. If you were a little more obedient, you could have suffered less, but you are not obedient. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he had already stretched out his hand and crushed Captain Seagull's right hand again. This time, Captain Seagull's hands were completely disabled by Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo did such a thing for the first time today, he did not feel any fear or discomfort at all. This was partly because he himself was not very interested in these things, but the bigger reason why he could now be so calm and deal with the enemy with thunderous means was definitely due to his high spiritual attribute support. People with strong spirits will not be easily affected by various uncomfortable feelings. In addition, Chen Mo has merged the blood of the Blood Clan, obtained the ability to worship blood, and has a good impression of blood, so he will naturally not feel uncomfortable. So his handling at this time looks extremely mature and sophisticated. It's as if he is a veteran who often mixes in this line of work with a stable mentality. This is also what makes the captain of the Seagull team amazed. He was very surprised that a young student would have such a temperament and ruthless means. Okay, there shouldn't be many people passing by here. Now, I'll ask you questions and answer them. Chen Mo looked at the captain of the Seagull squad and said with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo's smile, the captain of the Seagull squad seemed to see the devil laughing. You ask me questions and answer them? You crushed my mouth and crushed my hands, saying that I can't speak or write. What do you want me to answer you? Seeing the other party looking at him with an expression as if he was crazy, Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, just listen to my questions. As for how you answer, you don't need to worry about it. Chen Mo, who had already turned on the mind reading skill, naturally read the other party's thoughts. Soon Chen Mo began to ask more about the Tang family's plans and the general direction of their cooperation with the Tang family. Sure enough, as the captain of the team, he knew a little more than the team members. But this captain of the Seagull squad named Gold was not the captain of the 20 people who came to the Magic City this time. The captain this time was called Lance, a guy with quite good strength. According to Gold's concept, Lance is very good at assassination skills, so this time the Tang family asked them to assassinate certain important figures of certain forces. Chen Mo has also learned a small part of these forces. Among them, at least 3 of the top 10 groups and the top 100 groups in the Magic City are within the sniper range of the Tang family. However, their assassination plan is not without reason. They first won over one of the factions, and then promised to help them take control of the group, and help them get rid of another faction. In the meantime, they will let the people of that faction do some dirty work. After obtaining their evidence, everyone will be officially on the same boat, and will not easily betray each other in the future. In general, except for the founder of the world, once the large group is passed down, various factions will appear uncontrollably. Only a very small number of successors with outstanding abilities like Duranian are able to hold the foundation passed down by their ancestors tightly in their own hands, and can also be extremely centralized and controlled, and even change the group to their own name. The Tang family and some forces in the imperial capital had the opportunity to intervene because they had spotted the internal factional disputes of many groups in the Magic City. If there were any particularly tough enemies, they would need to take some dishonorable means to deal with them. The Seagull Squad was used to do this kind of thing. However, the Tang family did not tell the Seagull Squad all the specific targets at once, but only listed a few targets for them to know, so that they could prepare in advance. For example, Tang San gave the target Chen Mo to the Seagull Squad in advance, but he gave them in advance just to let them check the location first, so that they could prepare for the mission quickly in the future. He did not let them do anything directly. As a result, Chen Mo rescued Du Renyuan yesterday, which made Tang San angry, and activated them in advance. Originally, they had to at least check it out more, and make more sufficient and complete plans before taking action. Since the Tang family did not reveal many targets, Chen Mo could not get much information from gold. Seeing that gold was of no use, Chen Mo lost interest. The same way as Lauren, he used gravity to lift him into the air, and then in an instant, he increased the gravity so much that he fell to the ground at a very fast speed. In this way, any broken parts of his body can be explained. Suffering such abnormal falling injuries, the moment the whole person fell, he would inevitably have shattered bones all over his body and fell into mud. Gold, who felt himself suddenly flying into the sky, was shocked and his pupils trembled. He simply couldn't imagine that there really were superpowers in the world. How could this be? The Tang family wanted to kill such a monster. How could human power deal with this? Damn it. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. As Gold rose into the air with a horrified face and cursed wildly in his heart, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying gravity pressing on him. The next moment, he fell down at a very fast speed. With a loud bang, his eyes went black, and he fell heavily to the ground without any consciousness. At this time, the ground had been smashed into a big hole by his terrible falling speed. So far, all the members of the Seagull team were wiped out. Lauren and Gold both died from the rapid fall. It naturally had nothing to do with Chen Mo. The other three were killed by Lauren's dagger, and Chen Mo had no direct contact, so it had nothing to do with Chen Mo. It would never be traced to him. After killing these 5 killers, Chen Mo's killing income was quite good this time. Lauren was a 6th level elite zombie, and among the other 4, there were 3 3rd level mutants, and 1 was a 5th level zombie. The reward for killing a 3rd level mutant was 3000 survival points, but because Chen Mo killed by crossing levels, he was given an additional 1000 survival points for each level, so he was given 5000 survival points. Of course, this algorithm is for the system when no gift package is given. In the end, the total income from killing 3 3rd level mutants was 15,000 survival points. The reward for killing a 5th level zombie is 2500 survival points and a B level gift package. After killing 5 killers in a row, Chen Mo received a total of 22,500 survival points, a B level gift package, and an A level gift package. At the same time, he also completed the 3-star difficulty daily task, in excess, and received 10,000 survival points and 2 3-star super daily gift packages. In total, he earned 23,500 survival points, plus 4 gift packages, which is considered a good profit. At this time, Chen Mo's survival points have reached 293,404 points. If it weren't for the fact that keeping the level low can better brush rewards, Chen Mo would have to improve his attributes with so many points. While walking to the school, Chen Mo opened the gift package he had just received. System, the previous super daily gift package will definitely open a prop plus a daily supply. Is there any difference between the 3-star super daily gift package? System prompt, the chance of getting good things in the high-star daily gift package will also be higher, and the number of daily items will also be more. I see, let me see what comes out of it. As the 3-star super daily gift package was opened, Chen Mo received 6 daily supplies, which were useless, so he threw them directly into the system warehouse, but the physical rewards he received were 2 pretty good things. System prompt, successfully opened the 3-star super daily gift package. You received the item super recovery pill. System prompt, successfully opened the 3-star super daily gift package. You received the item damage resistance talisman. Super recovery pill. After taking this pill, you can immediately recover all injuries and energy. All types of energy. Good stuff. This is equivalent to having an extra life. Senzu beans, right? Seeing the effect of this super recovery pill, Chen Mo immediately thought of something called senzu beans. After taking one of this thing, injuries and energy can all be directly restored to their peak state. Eating it when dying is almost the same as directly returning a life. It is definitely an excellent supply item. Damage resistance talisman. Resist any intensity of damage once. Invincible for once, right? Great. After putting away the super recovery pill and the damage resistance talisman, Chen Mo immediately looked at the B-level gift package. System prompt. The gift package was successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level item, storage ring. Storage ring, a ring with an inner space of 100 cubic meters, which can store any object, except living things. Oh. There is also a space ring. Seeing the introduction of the storage ring, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of a wonderful use. Before, in order to make the killer's deaths have nothing to do with him, he was a little hesitant to take action. But with the storage ring, it would be much more convenient. If there are still killers who come to trouble him in the future, then just kill the killers directly and store them in the storage ring, and it will be done. And it will also save various subsequent troubles. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately put the storage ring on his finger happily. Although Chen Mo has a system warehouse, the system warehouse can only receive items produced by the system, but not items from the outside world. The storage ring is different, and the utility is obviously much better. If this thing is used by a thief, it is simply the best stealing prop. After Chen Mo opened the B-level gift package, he was about to open the A-level gift package. He saw some noise coming from the society house, and he immediately looked over there. As Chen Mo left the residential area, the bodies of the 5 killers of the Seagull Squad were soon discovered one after another. At this time, the relevant news spread quickly, because the location of the accident was too close to the Mingyuan community. This is the area where Zhao and Chen Mo live. In addition, the deaths of these 5 people were all extremely bizarre. Whether it was the Yellow Robe Society, the Green Society or the Wei Lao, they all received the news one after another. The Tang family also received the news in time. After all, Tangson was waiting for their good news. Chapter 72. Difficult? Then don't do it. 2 in 1. Now all parties are investigating their identities and motives. Only a few people who knew their identities were shocked. Elder Wei and the Tang family knew the identities of these 5 people. After receiving the news, Elder Wei immediately asked his men to get the detailed cause of death and death report of these 5 people. These 5 people are not ordinary people. They are all experienced masters. How could they be killed in the alley of the residential area near Mingyuan community for no reason, and without attracting anyone's attention? Even if he sent people to deal with these 5 people, I'm afraid it would not be so easy to take them down. There was almost no sign of fighting at the scene. According to the preliminary report, 2 of them fell to their death, and the other 3 were beheaded by a knife. This is too weird. The murder weapon was at the scene, a short knife. If a sharp machete was used to behead one person, it would be understandable. But it is not so easy to behead someone with this short knife. What's more, all 3 people were beheaded in this way. The strangest thing is that there was no sign of fighting at the scene where the 3 people were killed. The old investigators could quickly identify that this scene was the first crime scene. After all, 3 adults could not be moved here without any traces. Since there were no signs of moving here, it was obviously the first crime scene. But the more so, the more shocking and unimaginable the truth was. The first-line personnel at the scene, after carefully investigating the surroundings, were all in a state of confusion. They really couldn't imagine how the 2 people over there who seemed to have jumped from the plane without parachutes and fell to the concrete ground and were smashed into meat paste, and the 3 men who were beheaded without even a trace of fighting, died. The Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society were all shocked by this incident. On the other hand, the Tang family thought that it was Wei Lao, the Yellow Robe Society, and the Green Society who jointly sent people to guard secretly, so this result happened. Tangson looked at Lance in front of him angrily and said, "Mr. Lance, I don't know how those 5 people under you acted. I have already warned them in advance that Chen Mo might be secretly guarded by people from the three major forces. Didn't they even investigate this first, before they took action? Now, they were all killed by others, and 5 people were buried in vain. Impossible. Gold is a professional. It is impossible for him to make such a mistake. There must be something wrong. Lance believed in his men very much, and he had no doubt about Gold's professional ability. If they didn't act rashly, how could they be solved so easily by others? Tang-san snorted. Lance shook his head and said, Mr. Tang-san, think about it carefully. If it was really done by those forces that secretly protected Chen Mo as you said, why did they leave the body behind? With their ability, they can easily clean up the scene very cleanly. Maybe someone just happened to pass by, and it was inconvenient for them to be exposed, so they had to do this. Tang-san was also suspicious when he first got the news, but he thought that it was possible that passers-by happened to pass by and found it, so he didn't think about it anymore. There is a little possibility, but I still think Gold is definitely very stable in leading the team. He usually conducts a wave of tests first. Only after he is sure that everything is correct, he will let people take action. He will never act rashly. It must be said that Lance knows his men very well. Gold conducted a test first. He sent Lauren to do a close-range test. After confirming that there was really no defense force around, he assured Lauren to take action. But in the end, an accident occurred. It's too late to say anything now. If we didn't do it this time, it will be even harder to do it next time. We can only hope that the killing move I planted in the crowd will work. Even if they defend themselves with all their might, they can never defend against an ordinary person who is ready to die. Tang-san snorted coldly and said nothing more. After all, their Tang family still needs to rely on Lance's Seagull squad, and it would not be good if they broke up. As for the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, they all thought of Chen Mo at the first time. Zhao Yu has a strong protection force around her, and she is an iron barrel. In addition, in the eyes of outsiders, she is no longer in power in the Yellow Robe Society. There is no benefit in killing her, and naturally no one wants to deal with her. Then the only reason for the 5 killers to appear nearby is that they are targeting Chen Mo. If these 5 people were intentionally protected and concealed by the Tang family and the Han family, the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society would not have the ability of Wei Liao, and they would not be able to control their specific movements for the time being. But they died outside, and they were still very quick to investigate. After all, who doesn't have some people in various forces? It's not easy to get the news. It was learned that all 5 killers were killed, and they died without any traces of fighting. This would surprise anyone. However, since everyone didn't know that the people on Wei Liao's side were also persuaded by Chen Mo to retreat, so at this time, when they couldn't figure out how these 5 people died, both the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society attributed the reason to Wei Liao sending professionals to protect Chen Mo. In the end, only Wei Liao felt incredible about this matter. He had a wide range of hands and eyes, so he naturally knew that Chen Mo's protection forces, whether from the Yellow Robe Society or the Green Society, were not following him. Then the death of these 5 people was too bizarre. He was now just waiting for the people below to get a detailed report and come back to see the reason. Chen Mo heard the movement in the Suati house and he immediately came over. I saw a yellow-haired man in his 20s with a tiger tattoo on his body leading a few people to make trouble in the store. Sister Suaya, this street is watched over by my brother who I have nothing to do, so I ask my brothers to come to your shop and sit down. I'm afraid your business is not doing well. You have to choose between dating my brother who or paying the money directly. You may become my sister-in-law in the future. There's no need to make things so awkward for everyone. I told you, I've already paid the money once. You agreed to help me watch the place for a month, but Ahei moved to another place, and the month hasn't even ended yet, and you guys replaced Ahu, and you come to ask for it again. I tell you it's impossible. If you want the money, let him ask Ahei for it. Suaya snorted coldly. You also said that Brother Hei was transferred to another place, and his people were also taken other places. It was he who did not leave anyone to help you watch the place. He broke his promise to you and made a profit. He was not trustworthy. How much labor fee you paid to him is also your business to settle with him. Now our brother who is watching the place here, so of course you have to pay our brother who. My brother who brought so many brothers here to work hard to ensure everyone's stable business. Don't they need to pay for their hard work? It is very reasonable and rational for us to charge labor fees. It's no use saying anything. Anyway, in my opinion, one thing is one thing. Ah He and Ah Who are both from the Han family. The money I paid is a labor fee paid to the Han family, not to them personally. Since the money has been paid, it is agreed to be once a month, so it is once a month. Suaya was disdainful of reasoning with the gangster. Sister Suaya, it will be very difficult for us to do this. Otherwise, you should just agree to our brother who. In this way, we are all family, and we don't have to pay the labor fee. In the future, our brothers will not only help you watch the place for free, but also come to your place frequently to stimulate consumption. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The yellow-haired boy continued. Difficult? Then I think you should just give up. As soon as the yellow-haired boy finished speaking, he heard a voice from behind and saw a handsome young man walking slowly towards him. After killing 5 killers and starting a killing spree, the moral limiter in Chen Mo's body also loosened. After all, it has only been a few days since Chen Mo obtained the system and learned that the end of the world is coming. Even if he gradually mastered superhuman power, Chen Mo still adhered to the living habits, personality, and moral concepts of the previous 20 years. In his previous moral concepts, he basically adhered to the attitude of not offending others if they don't offend me. And now, as the limiter gradually opens, Chen Mo feels that sometimes he can't just passively counterattack, but should learn to take the initiative. He had just killed 5 assassins. On the way here, he had been thinking that instead of waiting for the Tang family to send someone to deal with him, he might as well take the initiative to deal with the Tang family. He had already had the intention to kill the Tang family. The Han family and the Tang family were actually in the same boat. Since one of them was to be killed, the other one couldn't escape. He didn't expect that he hadn't even started to deal with their leader yet, but he encountered a blind minion first. As Chen Mo walked into the tea house with an indifferent expression and a sneer on his lips, the yellow-haired boy and the 5 younger brothers around him were all a little shocked by Chen Mo's momentum for a while, and they didn't dare to respond. They had only seen a similar aura of being invincible in the world from their boss, so they were subconsciously suppressed. Suya was not in Chen Mo's range, and did not feel his pressure. Instead, after seeing Chen Mo suddenly come in and provoke these street urchins, she, who had been very calm just now, immediately stood up in panic, ran out of the counter quickly, came to Chen Mo, protected him and said, "Children are ignorant and talk nonsense, don't mind it." After saying that, she immediately wanted to pull Chen Mo away and whispered, "Silly boy, what are you doing? These guys are under the command of Hang Zahu. If you offend them, you will be beaten up. Hurry up and leave." With Suya's rescue, the gangsters who were just intimidated by Chen Mo's momentum suddenly came back to their senses. Especially the yellow-haired boy in the lead, when he thought that he was actually intimidated by the momentum of a little white face just now. He was ashamed and irritated, and suddenly he was furious. He immediately stopped Suya and said, "Wait a minute, go? Where do you want him to go?" After saying that, the yellow-haired boy looked at Chen Mo and said, "What a ghost this morning. Has the kid watched too many superhero movies? Why is he pretending to be rich in front of me? Brothers, take him to the alley next to him to deal with it." As soon as the yellow-haired boy said this, Suya immediately stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, hey Ozzy, I can pay back the money, don't make things difficult for him." "Sister Suya, I'm sorry, now it's not a question of whether you pay the money or not. Now it's a personal grudge between us and this kid, you don't have to worry about it." Heozi glanced at the money Suya took out. At this time, he was quite handsome and didn't take it directly, but let Chen Mo to go outside. As a result, when his hand was about to put on Chen Mo's shoulder, he suddenly screamed ouch. Chen Mo casually broke his hand in the opposite direction. If he used a little more force, his hand would be broken. Heozi was in so much pain that he kept yelling. After all, it was in the commercial street, so Chen Mo didn't do anything particularly cruel. He just smiled and said, "You want to go to the alley? Well, let's go to the alley and have a good chat. Let's go. As he said that, Chen Mo exerted a little force, and Haozi burst into tears of pain and said, don't break it. It will break if you break it again. I'm leaving right now. Brothers, follow me into the alley. Haozi was grimacing in pain, and his hand was held in Chen Mo's hand. He didn't dare to move. Seeing that their big brother was controlled by others, the younger brothers around him naturally didn't dare to move at will, and all followed him into the nearby alley. Suya was worried about Chen Mo's safety and was ready to chase him out, but was persuaded by Chen Mo to go back. Sister Suyan, you don't have to come over. I just want to have a few words with this brother Haozi. You can take care of the store. But, it's okay. Didn't you see that brother Haozi is very polite now? Isn't it, brother Haozi? We should be able to have a good chat. Hey, don't break it, brother. You are my real brother. Whatever you say is what it means. Let's have a good chat. We must have a good chat. At this time, Haozi felt that his hand was almost not his own hand. He even suspected that his hand had been broken now. Seeing that Chen Mo really controlled Haozi, Suya turned around and dispersed the people who were about to come to watch in order to avoid causing chaos around, and returned to the store to watch the entrance of the alley. At this time in the alley, Chen Mo let go of Haozi's hand and said, call your big brother and tell him that I have the final say on this street in the future and he doesn't need to manage it anymore. When these words came out, Haozi couldn't help but be stunned. Brother, you are really not afraid of death. I respect you as a man. Haozi rubbed his almost unconscious hand. After feeling a little recovered, he took out his mobile phone and called his boss. If it was just him and his men, the most they could do was beat up the guy in front of them. But if they offended his boss, then this guy would probably end up in the river as a drifting bottle tomorrow. As Haozi got through on the phone, after hearing what he had said, immediately laughed in anger. Okay, there is still such a courageous guy. Bring him to see me directly. I want to see if he has any superpowers. Chapter 73. I gave you a chance. 2 in 1. After Haozi finished the call, he immediately looked at Chen Mo and cautiously asked, brother, our brother Tiger wants to see you. What do you think? How about going over to meet him? From the moment Chen Mo held his hand, he had already realized that Chen Mo was not easy to mess with. Because he didn't even see Chen Mo make a move, he was already restrained, and he didn't dare to mess with Chen Mo again. Anyway, his boss brother Tiger will deal with him, and he will definitely get back the anger he suffered with interest, so it's better to be honest now. This Haozi is obviously a sly person, otherwise he wouldn't have become the big brother of the gang of street urchins around him at such a young age. Chen Mo thought about it, and thought that it was not convenient to do whatever he wanted in this place with so many people and eyes. It would be better to go to the other party's territory. He nodded and smiled. Okay, then brother Haozi, lead the way. Seeing that Chen Mo actually dared to go, the yellow-haired man named Haozi was also shocked. He didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to fall into the trap and die. The young man in front of him was so confident when he heard that he was going to his brother whose territory. Haozi had already vaguely realized that something was wrong. He had just been thinking about how to get back the money from Chen Mo with interest, but he immediately became very obedient and said, please follow me. Seeing the change in this guy's attitude, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He was scared by a handshake. Is this little gangster so useless? At this time, Suya had been watching the entrance of the alley and listening at the same time. Whenever she heard the slightest sound of fighting, she was ready to come over and stop it immediately. But after listening for a long time, she didn't hear the sound of fighting. Instead, she turned around and saw Haozi leading Chen Mo in front very respectfully. At this moment, Suya was a little confused. What's the situation? When she was stunned, Chen Mo had already walked towards her and said, Sister Suya, the matter has been resolved. My brother Haozi and I have some things to deal with, so we will leave first. Ah, the matter has been resolved. How did you resolve it? Suya was puzzled. Of course it was solved through conversation. Chen Mo smiled. We are all civilized people. Haozi on the side also immediately echoed, yes, yes, we are all civilized people. Of course it was solved in a civilized way. Hearing him say this, Suaya couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and looked at him with an expression of I don't believe you and said, are you really not going to charge labor fees? Look at what you said. You said it has been solved through conversation. Why should you charge labor fees? Haozi immediately replied, Sister Suaya, it's okay, you continue to open the store, we will leave first. Chen Mo kicked Haozi immediately after he finished speaking, and Haozi turned around and led the way. Seeing that Chen Mo seemed to have really controlled Haozi, Suaya was relieved. She was just a little curious about where they were going. She even saw that Chen Mo put his arm around Haozi's shoulders while walking, making the two of them seem to be very familiar with each other. Fuck, brother, so you are the legendary Chen the Divine Doctor. You see, I really don't recognize a great man. Come and have a cigarette. After carefully inquiring about Chen Mo's name, Haozi couldn't help but shudder. He quickly took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Mo in a flattering manner. This guy is a legendary guy who saved Duranian. The entire King owes him a huge favor. No wonder this gentleman is so fearless. With Duranian's support behind him, even if he stands in front of their Han family's senior management, this gentleman can stand up straight and speak. Not to mention that he is just a small regional manager under the Han family. Chen Mo pushed the cigarette back and said, I haven't learned it, I can't. Good habit. Good young people in the new century shouldn't learn this. I will quit it tomorrow. This Haozi's skill in changing his attitude according to the situation is pure and innocent. He can immediately respond to whatever others say. Chen Mo looked at this guy's slick appearance and couldn't help but be amused. He smiled and patted Haozi on the shoulder and said, you are quite interesting. Seeing that Chen Mo's attitude towards him had improved a lot, Haozi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next thing was between him and his boss, Brother Tiger. He couldn't control it, and he didn't dare to control it. Soon Chen Mo followed Haozi to a nearby KTV called Sea of Love. This place was originally managed by Ahei, but Ahei was transferred away, so naturally it was now in the hands of Ahu. Brother Mo, this is it. It's morning and it's not open for business yet. There are not many people around. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Haozi kindly reminded him. He felt that, although Chen Mo had the identity of Duranian's savior, it would be terrible if he really annoyed Brother Tiger and caused him to act impulsively. If Duranian retaliated for this, he would also suffer. After all, he was the one who brought the person here, so of course he was afraid. At this moment, he was the only one who was most afraid that Chen Mo would get into trouble here. Why do we need so many people to talk to each other? Let's go in. Chen Mo put his arm around Haozi's shoulders and took Haozi, whose legs were a little weak at the moment, in. The scene was somewhat funny at this moment, as if the identities of the two people had suddenly swapped. It was as if Chen Mo was brother who's subordinate, with a relaxed attitude, as if he had returned home, and Haozi was the one who was brought in, with a resistant attitude, that he didn't want to go in at all. As the two entered, Chen Mo was soon blocked by two shirtless men. Wait a minute, you can only go in after a body search, the two men said, and prepared to search Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately patted Haozi, and Haozi hurriedly said, no need to search. Is there anything I can't trust about the people I brought? As Haozi said this, the two younger brothers didn't dare to say anything, and immediately made way. Brother Mo, please come in. Seeing that he still showed some power of speech in front of the younger brother, Haozi immediately looked at Chen Mo with an expression, like asking for credit, and said with a smile. Chen Mo smiled, and patted his shoulder and said, very good. Soon the two came to a super large private room in the KTV that was not open to outsiders. The whole private room was as big as entering a basketball court. At this time, a man in his 30s with a face full of flesh, tattoos on both arms, wearing a black vest and black pants, was hugging two women and drinking. Generally, brother who plays from early morning to noon, then sleeps in the afternoon, and gets up at night. At this time, he was still very comfortable, playing with women, singing karaoke, and drinking. Seeing that the door was suddenly opened, he immediately stopped singing. Brother who, the person I just called to talk about is here. With the deafening music accompaniment, Haozi shouted to Brother Who at the top of his voice. Seeing that Haozi brought the person, Brother Who stretched out his hand and gestured to the men nearby. The men were very sensible and immediately turned off the music and the dance hall lighting effects in the private room and turned on the lighting. At this time, the private room was quiet, with only white lights shining down, showing everything clearly. I thought there was some supernatural figure. Boy, do you know what you said before? Brother Who leaned back, rubbing his hands on the thighs of the two beauties around him, and looked at Chen Mo and said, I don't like to repeat what I said. I came here for only one purpose. From now on, I have the final say around Modu University. You and your people should stay away from here, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chen Mo was unceremoniously holding Haozi and found a sofa to sit on. Haozi seemed quite restrained at this time, like a little lady, and was very scared. He couldn't afford to offend these two. Among them, Chen Mo couldn't get into trouble here, because he brought the people here. If he didn't bring ordinary people, he wouldn't be so nervous. It is said that this Chen Mo is also related to Zhao Yu, the eldest lady of the Yellow Robe Society. If this guy got into trouble because he brought him here, he couldn't even think about what would happen to him. So he was too afraid that Chen Mo would anger Brother Tiger and cause him to do something irrational. The reason why Brother Tiger is called Brother Tiger is because this guy is sometimes too fierce, not a normal person. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo came in and was very rude, and he said something that left no room for maneuver. Haozi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Chen Mo with resentment, and couldn't help but say in his heart, brother, he is not Brother Tiger, you are Brother Tiger, you are really a tiger, who can be more fierce than you near the Magic City University? Hearing Chen Mo's impolite words and such a calm and relaxed attitude, even Brother Tiger, who has always acted very fiercely, didn't quite understand Chen Mo's reliance at this time. He narrowed his eyes and said, may I ask where you are from, brother? This is Chen Mo, Brother Mo, that is to say, the Chen doctor that the upper echelons of the Magic City have been talking about recently. Haozi was afraid that Chen Mo would continue to not report his identity and madly provoke Brother Tiger, causing this guy to make a move. So he quickly helped Chen Mo report his identity first. As soon as he said this, Brother Who's pupils trembled, and he was a little shocked. This guy's now a hotshot in the Magic City. He heard that many people want to curry favor with him. But he also heard that the Han family and the Tang family don't like this person, and they seem to think that he can't be won over. But even so, this guy still has Zhao Yu and Duran Yuan to protect him, so he doesn't dare to do anything too reckless. So it's Brother Chen. There are rules for everything. Although you are now protected by the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, the labor work near the Magic City University has always been done by our Han family. It makes sense for us to withdraw without your word, since the other party's identity is complicated. Brother Who can only respond calmly. At this time, Chen Mo smiled and said, Han family? The Han family is about to disappear, and it doesn't matter whether you, the subordinates, continue to work or not. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bomb was thrown directly into the whole room, and with a bang, everyone's brain was blown up. What does it mean? The Han family is going to be gone soon. What is the deep meaning of this sentence? The first possibility that Haozi thought of was that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society might have directly united because of this Chen Shen-ie. Otherwise, how could there be such a sentence that the Han family will be gone soon? If the two families unite and deal with the Han family with all their strength, the Han family will indeed not feel good. But in this way, once these three top forces are entangled, then at that time, those guys who were originally ready to move behind will find an opportunity to get a piece of the pie, which will not be good for anyone. Looking at the shocked expressions of these people, Chen Mo knew that they were thinking wrongly, and he immediately smiled and said, you don't have to understand my words, just give me an attitude. I will give you 5 numbers. If after these 5 numbers, I still can't see your attitude, then I can only deal with it in my own way. By the way, the girls should go out first. After Chen Mo finished speaking, several women in the private room immediately looked at Brother Who, and when they saw him nod, they all left the room. At this time, Chen Mo immediately kicked Haozi and said, "Start counting." Haozi couldn't help but be stunned. "Damn it, brother, you don't count yourself, but you want me to count? You are not asking me to count, you are trying to kill me. This is really a high-end game, I can't play it at all. If I had known that I would have slept in today, I would not go out." Although he felt it was outrageous, Haozi didn't dare to disobey. No matter which one of them, he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only count. But he tried to count slower. 1, 2, 3. Chen Mo didn't care about his deliberate delay and let him play freely. As Haozi counted slowly, brother whose mind was full of thoughts. Chen Mo's words that the Han family was going to be gone almost blew up his CPU. He was suddenly asked to answer in 5 seconds, and he couldn't answer it at all. "Wait a minute, brother Chen, can you let me make a phone call?" "Haozi, who told you to stop?" Chen Mo ignored brother who, but patted Haozi and said. Haozi glanced at brother who, with an expression, as if he was constipated, and uttered "For brother Chen, I give you face, but you shouldn't force me. Even if Miss Sao and President Du are standing behind you, this time you entered a Han family's territory and provoked us. Even if it was you, you are in the wrong." Hearing what brother who said, Haozi was about to cry. He turned his head and looked at Chen Mo. At this time, his expression was uglier than his mother's death. "Go on." After these words came out, Haozi closed his eyes and shouted out the last number, 5. "I'm sorry, I gave you a chance." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, brother whose heart tightened immediately because the man who just looked harmless and spoke in a soft voice and was very easygoing. Suddenly his aura changed, becoming murderous and oppressive. He was always on the edge of a knife, and he knew this murderous intent best. He couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Before Chen Mo came in here, he had already turned on the super signal blocker produced by the system in advance. All the surveillance around the Love CCTV, whether wired or wireless, could not transmit the picture. So he can do whatever he wants here without worry. P.S. It's the last day, please vote for the monthly ticket. If you reach 1000 tickets, there will be a prize draw. You still need 700 tickets. Although it is unlikely to get them all, you should still ask for it. If you can get 500 tickets, I will write 10,000 words every day next month. Chapter 74, Kill with one strike, killing without form. 2 in 1. Brother Mo, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out nicely. Haozi saw that Chen Mo didn't give brother who any chance, and was pushing him to death. He felt that with brother who's tiger-like strength, once he went crazy, Chen Mo would be dead. He quickly stopped him. Chen Mo smiled and said, "The chance to speak has passed. He has no chance anymore." The moment the voice fell, Haozi only felt a silver light flying out in front of him with a whoosh. He didn't even see what the silver light was. Then he heard a bang sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, it was already a terrifying scene. At this time, brother whose head was directly pierced through the forehead by an ordinary fruit knife, provided by their KTV for cutting fruit. The force was so great that brother whose body was nailed to the wall of the private room. From brother whose extremely shocked eyes, we can also see what he felt in his heart at the moment before his death. System advance. The host successfully killed a 3rd level zombie across levels, and hereby rewards the host with 3000 survival points. Brother who is just a 3rd level zombie, and the benefits are not high. Haozi beside Chen Mo is even more of a dead body, and he can't get any bonus points at all. This is also the reason why Chen Mo was too lazy to do anything to Haozi. It would be useless to kill this kid, but keeping him would be useful. This kid can think and talk, and it is still very useful if he is trained well. As Chen Mo killed brother who invisibly, the whole room was silent for a while. "Haozi, you should have seen it. I gave him a chance just now." Chen Mo patted Haozi and smiled. At this time, Haozi was already scared. Let alone him. No one in the whole room saw how the knife was thrown out by Chen Mo just now, and how Yahoo was stabbed to death. How could Haozi dare to answer at this time? He was already scared and dared not move. Brother whose bodyguards and thugs in the room were also a little afraid to move at this time. He can't be the only one in charge of such an area, right? Doesn't he have other capable helpers? After casually killing Ahu, Chen Mo asked Haozi beside him. Brother who has 2 people under him, the second and third in command here. Really? Go get brother who's phone and call those 2 people over. Brother Mo, Haozi, just now I came all the way here. I saw that you are quite smooth, smart, and good at talking. I'm going to give you a chance to climb up. If you don't know how to cherish it, then I will give this opportunity to someone else. As soon as Chen Mo said this, Haozi's already flexible mind immediately turned around. It turned out that brother Mo wanted to recruit him. Then this job is capable. What kind of crappy person am I under brother who? It's insignificant at all. I manage so many people. Although I can be called the big brother, it's just like that. But it's different when I get on brother Mo's boat. This gentleman is a person who has full say in both the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society. He just said that the Han family was finished, so the areas where the Han family had been doing labor services were not all under the control of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society. If brother Mo was willing to promote him, he could even climb directly to brother who's original position. Thinking of the future path of advancement, Haozi's fear was also reduced a lot. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed brother who's mobile phone, tremblingly stretched out his hand to pinch brother who's finger, which was still warm after his death, and pressed it on the screen of the mobile phone. After unlocking the fingerprint lock, he immediately sent a message to the second and third in command under brother who, asking them to come to the exclusive room of the Love CKTV to discuss things. Brother Mo seems to have no signal. Haozi glanced at the phone and said, Chen Mo remembered his super signal jammer. When this thing is turned on, only his communication equipment can have a signal in the surrounding area. He immediately said, bring the phone over. Yes. After Haozi finished speaking, he immediately handed the phone to Chen Mo. Sure enough, as soon as the phone reached Chen Mo's hand, the signal was immediately restored, and the message that Haozi had just edited was also immediately transmitted. At this time, the other people around also recovered, and they couldn't help but look at Chen Mo in unison. The person you want to protect is already dead. If you have to show your loyalty, you are welcome to show your performance. Chen Mo lay on the sofa with a calm expression, looking extremely comfortable. Be smart. This is brother Mo, the person that Miss Zhao of the Yellow Robe Society and President Du of the Green Society want to protect. Who dares to do it? When Haozi said this, the few people who were originally ready to move did not dare to move for a while. If brother who was still there and Chen Mo took action, they would have to intervene to protect him. But brother who is already dead, and it is obviously unwise for them to risk their lives with him now. It's only a few thousand yuan a month. Why bother to play with your life? As everyone in the private room fell silent, Haozi immediately rushed to Chen Mo's side, pinched his shoulders with a flattering look and said, Brother Mo, if you kill brother who and the other 3, there will be a lot of people under your command to deal with and control, otherwise it will be a mess. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, it seems that you have some good ideas. When you say this, I know a few buddies who are in the same position as me. We have a good relationship when we play together. I will unite with them, and I will definitely be able to stabilize the situation here for the time being. It's just that there are quite a few people in this position, and my buddies and I only account for a small part. You are just starting to establish your authority, so they may be afraid for a while, but if no one comes to take care of them for a long time, they will jump up again. So brother Mo, you have to let someone take over the manpower here as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult for us to suppress them for a long time. After all, as the saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than the little devils. It's easy to deal with the boss, but it's hard to properly place the people under his command. Haozi's words touched Chen Mo's heart. The reason why he didn't just attack the Tang and Han families was because of this. When he was communicating with Zhao Yu before, he asked what would happen if the top-ranked groups in the Magic City had problems. Zhao Yu said that it would cause huge turmoil in the Magic City's economy. These business empires are linked to each other. Any bad news that comes out may cause a big shock to the stock market, which may affect a large number of innocent shareholders and cause unrest among the people. So, it is not easy to get rid of someone just because you want to. You have to consider the impact after getting rid of that person, as well as how you can benefit from it in the future, and how to control the situation. This is why the groups in the imperial capital need to take every step carefully and slowly arrange operations to infiltrate the top 100 groups in the Magic City. They are not crazy people who come here to do something thankless and leave a mess behind. They come here to eat up the market share and grab more benefits. So it is not easy to solve everything by just killing the leader of a group. Even if the Tang family had called in the Seagull Squad to deal with an important figure in a certain group, they would have to establish a good relationship with another faction of the other party in advance and make all preparations for taking over. They would ensure that after the target had an accident, they could obtain enough benefits through their previous painstaking arrangements before they would start the secret means. Chen Mo had also considered these things, so he first came to Brother Tiger to test the waters and find experience so that he could better deal with all hostile targets in the future. Otherwise, after killing the target, he would not get any benefits, and he would cause trouble for nothing, and he would also make wedding clothes for others, and even cause unnecessary chaos and turmoil. Wouldn't that be purely in vain? While waiting, Haozi asked, Brother Mo, have you had breakfast? I'll ask the kitchen to make something for you. The chef here was the chef of a 5-star hotel before, and he is still very skilled. No, I've eaten. Are you hungry? Chen Mo smiled and looked at Haozi. No, I'm just worried that you're hungry. Haozi glanced at Brother Hu, whose eyes were closed at this time, and thought to himself, Brother Hu's body is still nailed to the wall. I don't have the appetite to eat here even if I'm hungry. After waiting for a few minutes, the door of the room was soon opened. The man who came was a man of 1.8 meters tall and very strong. This man had a full beard and looked quite fierce. As soon as he came in, he looked for Brother Hu. Seeing Brother Hu standing by the wall, he immediately said to Brother Hu, Brother Hu, what's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? I just picked up 2 very strong women and haven't had time to enjoy them yet. Looking at his carefree appearance of not being afraid of Brother Hu at all, it can be seen that he is indeed the second in command and has a high status. After he finished speaking to Brother Hu, he took a closer look and found something wrong. Brother Hu seemed to have something stuck in his forehead, and the atmosphere inside the whole private room was even more weird. A group of people stood there not daring to move. Only 2 young men sat on the sofa with calm expressions. Haozi, who is this? Chen Mo asked Haozi beside him. Brother Mo, this is the second in command of our tiger group, nicknamed Big Beard. He is a very powerful fighter in our group. If we can subdue him, it will be very helpful for us to subdue the entire tiger group more quickly. Haozi introduced. After seeing Chen Mo's invisible killing methods, Haozi is now afraid of no one except Chen Mo. With this uncle here, whoever comes will die, and now only the matter of surrender is discussed. Big Beard, right? From today on, your tiger group will be under the control of Haozi. He will take over Ahu's position, and you will keep your original position. The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, Big Beard immediately asked curiously, who are you? What happened to Brother Tiger? He approached Brother Tiger and confirmed that Brother Tiger had been killed and was killed with a knife directly in the middle of the eyebrows. This is Brother Mo, the recent celebrity in Magic City, the divine Dr. Chen who saved the president of Kingshtu, and the person who was greeted by the Yellow Robe Society before, Miss Ao, and was strictly protected. Haozi introduced Chen Mo's identity with ease. After hearing this identity, the bearded man was a little shocked for a while. The Green Society, the Yellow Robe Society and our Han family have always been independent and have not cared about other families' affairs. What does it mean that you suddenly came to my Han family and killed the leader of my Han family's tiger group? The bearded man frowned and asked. Now I ask you, not you. This is the last chance. Do you recognize what I said just now or not? Chen Mo lay on the sofa with a calm expression, smiling lightly and looking at the bearded man. Bearded man, Brother Tiger was just killed by our Brother Mo in one move. You'd better think clearly before you speak. The tiger group belongs to the Han family, but your life is your own. Haozi reminded him quickly. If he could accept the bearded man, it would be of great help to him in taking over the tiger group later, so he wanted to persuade him to be smart. Hearing that Chen Mo had defeated Tiger in one move, the bearded man was also a little shocked. He really couldn't imagine how a young man who looked like a student could defeat Tiger, who had rich combat experience, in one move. You know, when Tiger was fighting underground, he was a boxer who could be ranked first. He was not someone that any cat or dog could challenge. Although the bearded man was big, he was defeated by Tiger before, and then joined Tiger. As a result, Haozi told him that Tiger was defeated in one move, and by a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair. How could he believe it? But when he glanced at the thugs around him, he believed it. If it wasn't true, why were these thugs waiting here so obediently, instead of rushing up to subdue the kid? Just as the bearded man was surprised and hesitant, the door of the private room was pushed open again. This time, a thin man came in, who looked frail. The skin and flesh on his face were so thin that they were covered with bones. Seeing him coming, Haozi took the initiative this time. He didn't need Chen Mo to ask him, and immediately introduced him. Brother Mo, this skinny guy is nicknamed Skeleton Ghost. He is the third in command of our Tiger group. Although he looks skinny, he is a tough guy. When fighting, he is very ruthless and very flexible. Moreover, this guy often carries weapons with him, which is quite difficult to deal with. Once you are deceived by his appearance, the consequences will be very serious. As the skeleton ghost entered the private room, his keen intuition instantly detected the unusual atmosphere in the private room. Soon he saw Brother Tiger nailed to the wall, and the big beard standing cramped near Brother Tiger, and Chen Mo and Haozi sitting comfortably on the sofa. The moment he saw Chen Mo, Haozi didn't need to introduce him. He recognized Chen Mo at a glance. He was different from others. He knew who Chen Mo was, because in addition to being the third in command of the Tiger group, he was also a perverted killer who often looked for work on the dark web, not for money, but for excitement. Chen Mo was already a character that had been put into the dark web. The Tang family always sought the cooperation of multiple parties when doing things. Putting Chen Mo on the dark web was to attract more people to take action and disrupt the defense forces around him so that the professionals there ranged could take action more easily. Chapter 75. Can humans be faster than firearms? 15. The moment this thin man nicknamed Skeleton Ghost entered the private room, Chen Mo immediately felt that this person was extraordinary, because he felt a complex bloody smell mixed with this person. Although the bloody smell was already very faint, Chen Mo, who had integrated the ability of the Blood Clan, could still easily smell it. This guy definitely has a lot of lives on his hands. Chen Mo directly activated the secret technique of mind reading and listened to the skeleton ghost's thoughts. Soon he learned that this guy turned out to be a dark web killer. I'm actually on the dark web assassination list. Did the Tang family do it? Are you giving me face like this? Just because of Liu Qinlan's words, there shouldn't be such a big reaction. I saved Liu Yuanzhang and ruined their good deeds. Chen Mo didn't expect that what made the Tang family most angry was not the two things he guessed, but that he saved Du Renyan. This is what made the Tang family most angry. After spending so much effort to arrange it, they just waited for Du Renyan to get into trouble so that they could finish it off. As a result, Du Renyan was directly picked up by Chen Mo. This incident was the main reason why they were determined to kill him. By the way, Chen Mo glanced at the level on the skull ghost's head. This guy's not simple. He is similar to Ding Xiaoyu before. They are both rare high-level psychics. 7th level psychics, so strong. Is there something in the outside world that can accelerate the absorption and improve the rank of psychics? It takes only half a year to reach the 7th level. How fast is the rank upgrade speed? System prompt. After the Sky Demon Star descended on the Earth, a large number of Sky Demon particles spread to the world. It was detected that the host was the first creature on the Earth to absorb the Sky Demon particles. The host had absorbed the Sky Demon particles before accumulating enough points to open the system. However, on the day the system was opened, the host's realm suddenly fell back to the level of a 0-level psychic for some reason, and the Sky Demon particles on his body could not be detected. As long as you absorb the demon particles, you can accelerate the realm breakthrough, but the units that have absorbed the demon particles To break through, the realm can only continue to absorb the demon particles in the future to continue to break through. Most of the high level units that the host has encountered so far, except for some who have taken alienated things to turn themselves into monsters and accelerate the realm breakthrough, the remaining majority are units that have absorbed demon particles, and some are caused by special alienation of biochemical viruses. Good guy. It turns out that in the normal timeline, I first absorbed the devil particles to improve my strength so that I can accumulate enough points to open the system after killing monsters for half a year. Hearing the system questioning the disappearance of his devil particles, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. You ran to the wrong time point. Of course you can't detect the devil particles on me. I don't know how this system ran to this time point half a year before the end of the world. Could it be that after the system was turned on, I mastered some ability to change time and sent the system back in advance? Chen Mo made a random guess. P.S. Since some students have questions about the excessive appearance of high-level units, I will explain some reasons in advance. After learning some of the reasons why high-level strongmen appeared after the end of the world, Chen Mo didn't care about the other party's identity as a 7th level supernatural person. This guy's a ruthless person. After the end of the world, such people are more likely to get along well. It's nothing strange. When Chen Mo understood the information of the skeleton ghost had almost figured out the situation in the private room, but he didn't know how Brother Tiger died. Who killed Brother Tiger? Seeing Brother Tiger nailed to the wall, the skeleton ghost asked curiously. It was Brother Mo who killed him, skeleton ghost. From now on, the Tiger group will be under Brother Mo's command. If you are still obedient, Brother Mo is interested in letting you sit back in your original position. Haozi had just finished speaking, but Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him from continuing to speak and said, Big Beard can take it. As for Skeleton Ghost, you have caused too much trouble. It's better to follow Brother Tiger on the road. As soon as these words came out, Big Beard was immediately alert. Just now, he heard Haozi say that Chen Mo defeated Tiger Brother in one move, but he had never seen Chen Mo take action with his own eyes, and it was still a little hard for him to believe what he heard from others. But now, if Chen Mo can win against this skeleton ghost, it will prove that Chen Mo is extraordinary. Although the skeleton ghost is skinny, Big Beard is strong and healthy, but every time he sees the skeleton monster, he can't help but feel a little scared. Even if Big Beard has never fought with him, he knows very well that this guy's definitely not easy to mess with and is a master. Big Beard can't beat him himself, so naturally he just wants to see Chen Mo's strength. At this time, the skeleton ghost recognized Chen Mo's identity and was ready to move. When he heard that Chen Mo killed Tiger Brother and wanted to subdue the entire Tiger group, he had already moved his killing intention. Not to mention the second half of Chen Mo's sentence, which asked him to accompany Tiger Brother on the road. Boy, even if you have some extraordinary martial arts, no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than a firearm. The moment the skeleton ghost finished speaking, he had already taken out a black thing from his arms, and the black hole was aimed directly at Chen Mo with infinite deterrence. At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Tiger had previously forbidden the use of this thing because it was easy to cause some unnecessary trouble, but he didn't expect that the skeleton ghost still carried it with him. Interesting, you still have this thing. Chen Mo smiled faintly and looked at the skeleton ghost. When he saw the skeleton ghost take out such a thing, Haozi was also frightened. He hurriedly said, Skeleton ghost, don't be impulsive. Brother Mo is of noble status, and he is protected by the two major forces of King Shinto and Peohu. If you touch him, you may not even be able to leave the demon city. Humph. Anyway, he is not going to give me a way to live. Even if I can't get out, I will drag him to be buried with me first, the skeleton ghost said, and immediately prepared to pull the trigger. At this moment, whether it was Haozi beside Chen Mo, the bearded man, or the younger brothers watching around, no one saw clearly how Chen Mo got up from the sofa. They only felt that Chen Mo's figure suddenly shook, and the next moment, he had appeared beside the skeleton ghost and grabbed the skeleton ghost's hand holding the weapon. People are not faster than firearms? Chen Mo smiled evilly and just pinched it casually. The whole hand of the skeleton ghost and the weapon were completely deformed and glued together, becoming an irregular ball of meat and iron in Chen Mo's hand. Because Chen Mo's movements were too fast, the skeleton ghost didn't even react. It was not until the belated pain from the broken hand came that he suddenly realized that his right hand had disappeared at the wrist. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.